listen to our war cry. We are the bad guys, we'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us, here our war cry. We are the bad guys, we'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry.
Welcome back to another exciting day of PAL 2020. This is Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And of course, we had another great day of games, albeit a little bit quicker than we all expected. But we do have, again, another lovely highlight reel to recap if you missed out on any of the games yesterday and obviously bring you into what's going down today.
Well, look at that from my rolls. 3 kills, 4, huge play, and it's all on Jad, the last remaining player in my rolls. Well, he gets all 5. Well, Derek and Pro, that's a huge 4K from them. On Papachulo, it's going to be a line-up, 2 kills. Another one from Papachulo. That's the quickest 4K we've seen in this tournament. Derek gets spammed through. I hardly ever see that spam working well. That's just perfect. Kills picked up for him. He's 4 HP and he continues a 4K. Olivia there, but it's STK with all 5 kills. The is coming in.
Oh, nice shot by PTC. Straight through the smoke. Two 1v1s later, and it's Lucid Dream's round. That's an insane one to come back into.
Oh no. Annihilation, he's really coming into his own in these last couple of rounds. He's having an absolute blinder. What? Slowly though. Oh god, you just talked about him. He's got 3 kills. The last remaining player slowly could get all 5. Annihilation walking into the waiting arms. Slowly looks to complete it. All 5 kills. Huge round from Slowly.
I love those sweet little recap videos we had. And as you saw, it was all 2-0s yesterday. And unfortunately, some unpredictable results as well coming through. Unfortunately, I guess it depends on who you are. But this is the last day here of the first week of games. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen in our last day as well, considering our last match is going to be a crazy one. And of course, I still can't do this myself. I think I had a talk with the PGL crew. We try to work out some sort of chamber where I could clone myself. And I realize I don't need more no's than this in this world. We've got Mitch, we've got Bleh, we got Dinko once again. And Bleh, you're looking mighty crisp today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Jason. Thank you for asking. I also like your nose. I think we can have more big noses around. It's fine. I don't know why you feel so ashamed about it, body parts.
I was thinking in the world of esports, could I just change my name to the nose? And then I realized that probably wouldn't work. And that'd be a terrible alias, but probably better than my old one of but I love you.
Yeah, you don't want to be called a nosy person, I guess.
Was that a laugh, Mitch, about my alias?
I think it was, yes.
Okay, acceptable. I understand. How you doing today?
And not too bad. Feeling a little bit fresh for some reason, even though I got less sleep than normal. It's one of those days.
I think it's called adjusting your sleep schedule to a normal sleep schedule. And this is how it's supposed to feel.
Don't worry. There's 2 days in between this and the next week where I will completely wreck that.
I imagine, Dinko, you're going to be sleeping in until 1 p.m. at least these next 2 days. Is that right?
Correct. Probably go to sleep early and then not wake up until the game start again. So that should be fun. I'm looking
so you just sleep 2 days straight?
Yeah, just recovering from the madness.
I like it. Well, let's actually recap really quickly before we do move into fully today's games of what went down yesterday. As you saw, the 2-0s, but we didn't expect necessarily the overtime, the first one of the entire event here, kicking off with Beyond and Bren, but we still had Beyond take the victory nonetheless. I don't know, Mitch, was there any kind of results that maybe surprised you here?
No, I think yesterday went pretty much as planned. This was, for some reason, a normal day in Asian Counter-Strike. We had Tyloo taking down D13. It was kind of close, but we were never really worried. The Vici Lucid Dream game was incredibly one-sided. I honestly, the only surprise I could draw is that Lucid Dream didn't do at least a little bit better on Nuke, but we saw the mistakes they were making, the confidence they came in with, and I think they deserve to lose 16-5 on the back of that.
I mean, it just felt like a train wreck, or not train wreck, a train just barreling down on you. Train wreck would be pretty bad. As Vici just pretty much walked all over him, as we were saying before in the game. It's like they're attacking with no regard, no respect. And now they're going to take themselves another big victory. But now looking overall at the standings within the group, again, we still have so many games left to come. Each team's going to be playing 9 in total. And we still have our only team undefeated left, Vici Gaming, and they'll be defending their title later on to potentially go 3-0. But again, Dinko, we talked about this yesterday. There hasn't been really any surprises, but what I am seeing is potentially a bottom 2 that might not make it into playoffs.
Yeah, I'm starting to see where Masai and Lucid Dream, they definitely look like the worst teams coming into this tournament. I think Masai actually looks worse than Lucid Dream. So Masai have to pull off some sort of crazy win today. And I think, coming into today, it's one of the weirder events. It is going to be a domestic matchup. So that's where Masai might be able to script a win over the belt. You never really know what to expect from domestic matchups.
Yeah, and I'm actually really want to see the head-to-head between Zulkenberg and Annihilation. But again, we saw so many flashy plays out of him. I feel like there's a lot of talent when it comes to Mongolia. And if I remember correctly, Blay, you were talking, I think you were saying something the other day about how you were talking to someone from Mongolia and why they're so good at Counter-Strike.
Yeah, basically one of the managers of the old Mongols teams basically said there's nothing, I quote, there's effing nothing else to do in Mongolia apart from play Counter-Strike. That's what he said. And it shows, right? Look at the number of star players coming out. I spoke to Urkaz as well a while ago, and he mentioned how there's so many young star players, and he himself said D13, they're a team to watch out for. He's been very impressed personally with players like Raid, Annihilation, and Score as well. I think these 3 youngsters definitely, they feel like, to me, kind of like the new generation of of a Zulkenberg and Machine Gun, who came out back in 2014, 2015 when it surprised everyone. These 3 new kids coming out here. It's an exciting prospect. They still have a long way to go, but considering how young they are, I have high hopes for Mongolian CS.
Well, we're obviously going to see Mongolia play against itself later on today. But let's see what they're playing for, though. We obviously talk about how there's so many matches, and this is the Asia RMR event for summer. There's also some prize money behind it as well. 25K for first place, 20K for second. But I think, again, one thing we're mostly focusing on, besides the money, is those RMR points. Again, if you're a team that has 0 points, which currently 2 teams in our event have, then you basically need to win this entire thing and then go into fall yet again and still have a really good placing. But at the same time, Dinko, if you're one of the teams who's not necessarily expecting to get to the major, a little bit of extra pocket change doesn't hurt.
Exactly, and actually, of all the RMR events currently going on, this has the largest prize pool, right? Because Clutch Island has a 50k prize pool for CIS, and Summit has, I think, 75k. But actually, Europe has a larger prize pool. It's 125k, and there's 75k for NA. So it's the second overall, but it's looking brilliant. I mean, look at the teams here. They don't really get to go to the huge international events a lot of the time. So playing in a 100k tournament, this is huge for a lot of these teams. They're going to be in front of a lot of eyes, and in a Valve related event. So this is a good time for these teams to come up and prove themselves. This round robin format, they get to play against every team and really show what they're made of. So yeah, it's a good time to make some extra cash. Again, the goals of a lot of these teams can't be making a major because it's just impossible for them, really. There's only one spot left, and you have to expect the big teams to be able to take that.
Well, let's take a look at actually today's schedule right now. I want to see about the games coming up today, because obviously 3 a day throughout the entire time. We have obviously the local match here, D13 up against Masai, Lucid Dream up against Divine Vendetta. I think for me personally, Mitch, like, this is Lucid Dream's chance. If they want to, potentially not be seen as a bottom 2 team overall in the event, picking up a victory against Divine Vendetta would be a good way to start things off.
Oh, well, look, it would definitely be a good way because Divine Vendetta have been playing pretty insane throughout this tournament so far. They've definitely exceeded my expectations coming into it. I know I said I'd seen these guys a lot, the ex-Nazar lineup. I really like them all as individuals, but I didn't think they'd quite be putting up the figures that they have been. Really, for me, Lucid Dream's chances come a little bit later on when they face off against Bren. I think they have to beat those just to not go out bottom 2 and have a chance in the playoffs. You also got to remember there's a bit of a break, right? What is it, 5 days between the final week, the third week and the actual playoff date. So it's time to improve. Who you'll play, all that sort of stuff. So just making it there can make things a little bit easier in a way. Although if you're bottom seed going in and you're playing a Vici or a Tyloo, maybe not that much easier.
Maybe it depends on the day and what they show up with. And as you saw the last game there, Vici and Tyloo, that'll probably be an insane match. Could potentially last 3 to 4 hours. So obviously, I think everyone's hoping that the first games are a little bit quicker to make sure we don't run over on time. But let's take a look, though, at our first game. We obviously mentioned before, D13 up against Masai. I think we should start things off talking about D13 because obviously they're going to be in our memory a lot sooner than Masai, as recently they played just yesterday. And this team, again, you mentioned the core, Annihilation, Rate, Score, a lot of youngsters within this roster, but a lot of potential as well. Blab, we even theorize, is there potential to see like Aircast kind of join with these 3 to set up a really solid lineup, a lot of firepower and under the wing of Aircast. But we still need to see a little bit more of them, right? They obviously have a decent amount of points behind them, but they weren't able to pull through against Tyloo and what we were hoping for.
Yeah, I think that was kind of expected. They did put up a fight 100%, at least on Vertigo, for example. Annihilation, some of the star players really popping off. But yeah, Tyloo, I feel like are still a level above them. They just needed experience. Obviously, I don't see like this lineup breaking up anytime soon because they have those points. They want to hold on to those points and try and qualify for the major, obviously, as unlikely as that might be. Exciting prospect going up against Masai. Like I said, it's a domestic matchup, right? Anything could happen, but at least based on the recent results and just based on pure form, it should still be D13. However, I don't necessarily believe it's going to be a quick 2-0 or a clean 2-0.
No.
I think it can get messy, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this one go all the way. And for Masai, I think this might be the best opportunity to steal a win. I don't see them really beating any of the other teams playing this tournament. And also against their other domestic rivals, Tiger, I don't see them winning that either. So D13, this matchup is where they can maybe try to get into the heads of some of these youngsters here and maybe try and pull off an upset.
Well, we did see yesterday, Dinko, that, technically D13 are susceptible to losing when the big 3 of them don't step up. But Annihilation, one person I was thinking about, he seemed just as consistent as ever since the first match.
Yeah, it's a good sign that he's able to compete with the best in the region and still have that confidence and flair to his play, right? So, yeah, Annihilation's definitely looking very, very convincing. But again, we always talk about Score being the star of this team, being able to do everything. Now, he did seem to be a little bit quiet on one of the maps, but for the most part, he was still looking pretty solid. And I think today up against Masai, I think they've got. I think D13 just have a bit more firepower overall. They don't have the tenure, or the experience in terms of what Masai have, and that's something that's definitely going to play in their favor. Maybe in the mental game, and obviously probably a clash of styles because growing up in the same region, you're going to have that same similarities. You're going to understand how each other play. So for the most part, I think it's going to be all the firepower here for D13 and Annihilation. Well, we can pretty much bank on him showing up, but it's on to score if he can hit the numbers we know he's capable of, and also rate. So if these 3 players all show up today, I think D13 should be having a great time of things, but if not, then that's when Masai can maybe get in their heads a little bit.
Okay, well, speaking of Masai, let's take a look, a little bit more of an in-depth look into them because again, they have a lot of big names within the roster. Zilkenberg's obviously going to come to mind, but he's been a little bit underperforming in my eyes. Machine Gun, he's even been able to pick up the op when we saw the likes of Dust 2. But this lineup 0 and 2, like it's basically do or die time. If any team out there you're going to know the best, it's going to be a team in a domestic matchup, and it is going to be D13 for them. But I don't know, like this is like a do or die game for me almost at this point because they still have so many tough matchups to come ahead, Mitch.
Yeah, I think they've got a little bit of faith from me though coming into their next one, which is Bren. That's another opportunity for them to do something. But the problem is, as Bly was saying, they need to take D13. They need to take down Bren. They've got Lucid Dream a little bit later on as well towards the end, and those are their opportunities to not come bottom. Because yeah, they can get a win on the board versus Bren, but if they lose to D13, it's unlikely they win any of their other matches because they've got Invictus, Tyloo, Tiger, Vici.
Yeah.
Like those are incredibly difficult. So they've 3 games: Bren, D13, Lucid Dream. If they lose even one of those, I think they're guaranteed the bottom spot.
Oh, that's going to be rough if they do, unfortunately, like almost go out within the first week alone. But we also have to look at a little bit of a head-to-head, a cheeky head-to-head here between these two. And again, it's going to be the Oppers. We've seen Annihilation be flashy, be generally consistent. You can see in the past 3 months, he's got a better KD, he's got better round survived, like some pretty good stats overall. But then Zilkenberg, he just hasn't had the play that I was expecting. I mean, the name like kind of transcends the team alone here, but he hasn't performed so far. And I don't know if that's because of the matchups they've had already or because maybe it's an off time for him.
I agree with you. I feel like just going back a few years when Machine Gun got picked up by what was the team? By Splice.
Yeah.
That weird particular lineup. I always felt like Zilkenberg would have been a better pickup, honestly, mainly because Machine Gun was very flashy. He had the big breakout performance in the event, but Zilkenberg for me personally was always the best Mongolian player for quite a long time. Before Urkas came along, before some of these youngsters came along, and Dobu, of course, one of the youngsters in that Tiger lineup. So for him, well, he has been playing for a long time. I've personally played against him. I've known this player for like since 2014. This is like pretty early in CS:GO years, right? And I feel like he still has what it takes, and like you said, like Jason, you mentioned, the team as a whole, they still have some very good overall, like, experience, so to speak. But yeah, it just feels like he's not really underperforming, so to speak. I just feel like everyone else are just a couple of levels above him at the moment, and just that's the unfortunate truth.
I think.
I'm sorry, Dick. I'm about to jump in here because the game's actually kicking off relatively soon, and I want to make sure to get the picks and bans up. But continue your thought while we look over the picks and bans.
Yeah, Zilkenberg is usually a very good player to take a look at, but over the past 3 months, he's had below a 1.0 rating on HLTV. Every one of his stats are in the yellow or red, so he's not really been in a great position for the past couple of months, and the level of opponent has certainly risen.
Okay, so looking at the vetoes here, you can see Dust 2, Train, and Nuke all going to be played. Masai choosing Dust 2, D13 choosing Train, and obviously Nuke being left over. Blood, can we get some quick thoughts about you on this little pool we have?
I feel like all 3 maps are going to be favoring D13. Obviously, Train being the map. Yeah, they lost it to Tyloo yesterday, but they are pretty confident on a Nuke map, which both teams can play. I'm still going to give the edge to D13 on that, although it is going to be messier. We saw that game against Lucid Dream. Dust 2, I feel like is the only chance that that Masai have to potentially take this, but even then, it's going to be very hard. So I'm just going to say D13 might even just take this 2-0 based on the maps.
Okay, Dico, I'm just going to assume you're in agreement with Black because I don't want to disagree with him when it comes to this region. We do have to hop into our first game here, and it's going to be kicking things off over on Dust 2, and I feel like this could be Annihilation's playground. We haven't seen too many good things out of Masai. I mean, Nuez, he's had a couple of good flanks there, here or there. Sugu, he's had a couple of good plays sticking back to like Mirage. But I think I would be in agreement with Blair as well here, Mitch, that this should be potentially a 2-0 for D13.
No, I completely disagree with Blair. I don't know what. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, D13 obviously should be stomping at this game. One benefit that I'll say, last time they played 16-12 on this map, pretty decent. Masai put up a fight. That was with Machine Gun doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Again, Zilkenberg being a little bit quiet. But it's not unusual when you look at Dust 2, when we've, from what we've seen of Masai so far in their opening games, that Machine Gun actually takes the AWP from time to time, wanting to use it not only dependent on spawns, but perhaps just on this map in general. And I think that in the games where we do see Zilkenberg be quiet on that AWP, Machine Gun steps it up from what we've seen. However, up against Annihilation, maybe you're in trouble. This guy is just insane. He's made me scream more times than I can't even say what I want to say, but he's made me scream a lot. Let me put it that way.
All right. I mean, it also is a little bit reminiscent for me of like Davdov and Havoc over in Divine Vendetta, because Havoc will op on this map, whereas Davdov is typically like the opper for the team we've seen. Looks like it's going to be a quick short hit coming out of the T side of Masai, and Nua's going to get the dink on the score. The Goosh on the score forces them back. We're just going to go down to Sugu. That was over, I believe, in towards middle. Even a battle still continuing there up against Mr. Cap. And he's going to give himself a quick little two-piece here. So pissed around looking good for the T side. Finally, scorer's going to respawn with the kill, but his position's given up. He's got 9 health, and he should have no chance of winning this.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 4 headshots, crispy as can be, without a shot even being returned. If he can do that a couple more times, that's exactly what we're talking about. But no, he's going in for the save at the moment. He has Kevlar to work with. That is a beneficial save, all in all. Because with the money that he'll get in the next round, he can at least get... He can get a FAMAS out, actually, if he manages to save this Kevlar.
Yeah, looks like... Well, as I say, if he goes into T-spawn, I don't know if he's going to be able to save it here. But nice little, you know, again, pace. Like, for me, pacing is such a cool little thing when it comes to, you know, T-sides. We saw with Vici yesterday. I mean, they'll just randomly get aggressive against you. I think that was more due to a lack of respect for their opponent. But they can just change at the pace, and I like that it keeps teams guessing. I mean, obviously pissed around. I don't think they had anyone spawning middle at the time, so they're able to cleanly get up in towards the A site, which Nua's leading the charge. Speaking of leading the charge, Sugu's gonna be doing just that. Nua's gonna be dunked down about 76 HP off that grenade. There'll be 3 players here to defend this. They do have the scout. She double scout, as Annihilation is gonna be having that over towards CT spawn. And so far, they've won the damage battle. But it's still going to be hard to convert this damage into kills.
The bomb's down in pit, so evidently Masai do want to hit the A-bomb side ultimately. Great on an attempt to hold short, but nothing to happen for him. With Bartek seizing that control, they can easily get up for a split. It's just about closing the distance on the scouts without actually giving them the damage that they are currently connecting quite easily. I mean, half HP Bartek, Sogu, Nuez as well, all one hit to this scout, or to either of these scouts. Tamer's starting to push forward on the smoke. He's not going to go through it, but he'll hold on the right side in case they try to make a move. And
the CTs do have the majority of their players towards this A site. Nuez, though, taking on score, that helps keep things a little bit closer. Tamer's not able to get the shots off. He does get, again, the damage done to Machine Gun with the CZ. The damage isn't necessarily enough to get the kills. Look at that. 4 players on 30 health or lower. I mean, all of them are scoutable or deagleable. That's even a word here for Mr. Cap.
He's just got to hit the bodies. He's still in a better position in those fights, but as soon as that headshot's connected, it's all over. And that's heartbreaking, man. I mean, they don't even have 100 HP between their 4 surviving players.
Yeah, super close round.
I would have rathered score take a FAMAS there and play towards the B side. It would allow you to potentially stack up the rest of the players on A and have just one sentinel playing the mid position. And having the pistols alongside the scout there would have made a lot of sense as well. I think it would have given them a better B defense, although they didn't get pressured there. I just think that's the overall better strategy, but it doesn't really matter that much. Either way, they probably would have lost the round. With the strategy, Masai deployed the good long control, and now it comes down to trying to make it work up against the USPs, the P250 upgraded. Really, it should be clean, but they still lose a player.
Yeah, they get 1 kill, but that AK, I think it was an AK, should be picked up for the T side anyway. It's not too big of a loss. Unless you have some money to use as well. I do want to point out, by the way, Sugu, 2 rounds now. This round and this round, he kind of pushes up middle, gets aggressive, and he gets himself 2 quick kills. Like that's some pretty good consistency so far. Then again, I understand he's against the pistols only here in this round, but it does keep You know, D13 aware of middle and keeping a lot of tension towards direction if Sugu wants to continue and apply the pressure.
All right. The AWP's in the hands of Score right now. Even as they come out of spawn. He's going to be going for that early peek towards long. He's got the spawn and looks to land himself the kill. He'll be using it the whole round as well because Annihilation has gone to B. Pulled off that long pick by the smoke down. Already out short. Very fast, very aggressive by Masai. And I honestly like... I know they didn't throw any utility down, but the idea was to get there fast. Unfortunately, the long players were pushed back by the smoke. I think this is, again, a situation where we see two valid strategies, but being deployed at the same time. They sort of negate each other. If you don't smoke the corner on long there, those players will stick around a second or two longer. They will remain focused on the doors for you walking out. Then your players coming up through short will get there unharassed, at least by the two long players, and maybe there's one on site, but that's a much more favorable fight. I think that was a little bit reckless from them. Annihilation goes down, the B side has fallen, even despite a terrible start to the round.
They just come out through a smoke and they take minimal damage. I'm honestly surprised. See them just walk out like that and not lose at least one player, maybe some missed shots coming through. Machine Gun now, he's on 3 health. Bartek, he's going to be on 29. Still very doable for the CT side, but they have to be careful. Losing this round, losing their weapons here on a B side retake could be a huge detriment. Rate comes in though and gets 2, and they spot out the last player's score though, connects the shot. He'll get the defuse. More importantly, he'll be able to pick up an op as well that's going to be down behind him. Still, it's way too close, and maybe not only are we still waking up here, maybe D13 are, because you shouldn't be missing that many shots. At least damage, more damage should have been done to the T side on their entry. Or maybe I'm being too harsh, Mitch. I don't know.
I don't think you've been too harsh yet, Jason. I'll let you know.
When I start making fun of you, that's when I'm getting too harsh.
That's right. Whoa, that's the line. You watch yourself, buddy. No, but I do think Masai had a great approach to the round in the early short push. It could read that D13 were heavy committing towards long early on. It's just a shame. Now we're not going to see them go for that again. Obviously, 2 rounds in a row, you won't be deploying it. No smoke on the corner as they do go to long this time.
What? What's that, Molly?
Is that just not spread at all?
No, it was like, no, it didn't do anything. That's super weird. Looking gets the kill though on the rate. Nice little flick comes through. But again, Score's going to respawn. He's going to need some assistance though, because Bartek's actually pushed up short. And Score, he gets himself a second kill. Interesting to see that he's actually going to be on the op here. I wonder if it's going to be him and Annihilation. Obviously, as we said before, we've seen the ops kind of changed around, like Machine Gun. We'll see it on Masai's side, though. Zulkenberg's make a name for himself in this round. With only 2 players left, they're looking to head in towards this B site where Annihilation, he'll be waiting.
He's flashed the players, slowed them down a little bit, gets into position for the spray. It's not connecting, but he's done some decent damage at least. The flash not over. Okay. Goes over to check the window. Score didn't have his weapon out for a second. I was a little bit worried. Zulkenberg in there for Tamer towards the tunnels, and it's all onto Score. A 1v2 despite the HP. Zulkenberg close to getting an ace. Machine Gun makes sure that doesn't happen. Doesn't want to be outshone, of course. 4-1. Masai doing a great job in the early Dust 2 at T-side rounds, I gotta say.
I'm a little bit confused why the CT's the retake was just so disjointed. You had Score who was dropping over his op to pick up a FAMAS. It's obviously on a retake B and op. A 2-on-2 isn't going to be ideal. But the second, like not even the second, but before even really even gets the FAMAS in his hands, he loses his teammate in towards tunnels. So maybe that was because of position that Masai were holding, though I think it was more about maybe some miscommunication.
I think it definitely should have been communicated that the doors were smoked. At that point, you know that pushing through tunnels will likely lead you right into a player. So yeah, I agree. I think he was trying to get close so that when Score came through the doors or through the window, he could immediately swing with him. And whilst that's not generally a bad idea, just with the additional fact that the door is smoked and you know Zilkenberg's alive with an AWP, it's not really worth playing that aggressive. Bartak straight up through short, catching off a couple of pistols, but he didn't completely get a reward for it, does he? 1-for-1 traded out. Now, any weapon they lose will be a rifle lost. With still lots of pistols to deal with.
Oh my gosh, the ding's coming through. Machine gun down to 6 health. They actually lose Nuez. Sugu has pushed in towards the B side, so at least they have the advantage of that as he got a kill. Still, like, even the rounds Masai are winning, they're not really one-sided, I feel like, except maybe the pistol round. They've been extremely close, low HP across multiple targets. That easily could have gone the way of D13. And I once again want to give a shout out to Sugu because of the way he's been playing. Out of like the 3 saves we've seen out of D13, well, the 2 saves in the pistol round, he's just been a constant nuisance. This time he pushes B alone, he wins the 1v1, then he just flanks CT spawn from it. That shot was insanely close to the smoke.
Feels like it went through his legs. Either way. Oh, that early fight from Bartek. The smoke hadn't bloomed yet. Straight around the corner, taking down Rate. A very valuable scalp to have claimed. Masai, they're doing so well in these fights early on. Sorry, did he just get off inside doors?
I'm not sure. I think.
Oh, he would.
Maybe
No,
did he peek around
forward.
the smoke?
Yeah, he was like in the doors. I thought he was in the little room. But no, it was all. It makes sense. It's okay. I like the smoke execute. They're crossing over, not able to be spotted. Good shot by Score, but he can't really do a whole lot more. Just goes up, keeping on the aggression. I respect it. D13 don't want to give away this round. Machine gun and
I'll do it.
The clutch it again, and the shot, the jumping headshot, no scope. I love to see it. Machine gun's all alone. Got to do a 1v3, pull it off. Looking for the headshots now as his HP is pretty low. Mr. Cap's the first to fall, even despite getting a little bit of a kukli in there. This might be a problem.
Kelly. Oh my gosh. What a play out of Score. 4K out of him. The op shots as well. I mean, that was already looking bad, right? Because they lost a player immediately peeking in towards long with all the smoke pluming. And that Score saves it, and this is what we talked about. Like, these 3 players, Score, Annihilation, and Rate, can really be the standout. We didn't have Score, unfortunately, yesterday in their match versus Tyloo have quite a great performance. Neither did Rate. It was Annihilation mostly at the top. Damn, he's coming back with a vengeance today. The jump shot coming through, the finisher with the M4. And it gets him another round, more importantly. In the bank, the economy that Masai had, it's dwindled away.
Just styling on him, Jason. A nice team nade on long there. Tamer just jumped as soon as Rate went to throw us out. Love to see it.
I mean, who's in the wrong there? The guy throwing the nade or the guy jumping in front of him?
Yeah, well, whichever one of them didn't talk. If Rate called the nade, then it's all on Tamer. No, wait, if Rate didn't call the nade, it's on him. If he did, it's on Tamer.
I don't know. I don't scream, nading long, out of the way, please, and then nade.
Well, yeah, I guess it's true. It's true.
Do you do that? Is that you in matchmaking?
Yeah.
Guys,
I'm gonna
guys,
peek this
listen,
corner.
I'm nading.
Watch out. Hey, you just say like Call of Duty voice lines like "Granada."
What?
No? It's like in the I don't know, World at War, I think.
Last COD I played was like Blackout 1. Or, yeah.
Black Ops, you mean?
Black Ops 1, yeah.
There we go. Probably like same for me. And the new Modern Warfare, that's pretty good. 1v1 duels, nothing better. But look, we're rocking into a 3 versus 2. A retake, what could have been a retake towards the B site. Quite odd there that they didn't have both players coming in towards the site, especially with Sogu having a smoke. All right.
To me, it was like a nading, B tunnels, guys, stay out of the way.
Watch out, watch out. Back off. I don't know why that reminds me. It's a really random segue. There was a video, I don't know if you saw it ages ago, Jason, of a whole platoon. I don't know exactly what a platoon is, like what defines a platoon in quantity, but it was maybe like 30, 40 soldiers. And someone, I was going to say like a general, someone that's in charge of them is there showing them how to do stuff at a range where you throw grenades.
Yeah.
And he pulls the pin in a grenade, throws his hand back to like, you know, prime it, get ready to throw it, and accidentally lets go of it and drops it on the floor behind them. And everyone, it was so funny. People were just running, screaming, but it was a dud. Like, he was just messing around.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
he played it so well. Like, his acting, I didn't know that the drill sergeants were actors as well, because this guy, he had me going. But
So a platoon, by the way, is a subdivision of a company of soldiers, usually forming a tactical unit that is commanded by a subaltern or lieutenant, divided into 3 sections.
there's
No,
no
I
way
did
to
not
tell
Google
by
that.
looking at them. Oh yeah, you just know that.
Yeah.
By the way, common knowledge here, Mitch. The platoon is a division of...
I mean, my brother was in the military, so clearly.
Oh, right, okay. He taught you all the definitions.
Yeah. Well, it's not looking good here for the CT side. This is just the pistol spot up for Masai. Well, it wasn't looking good as it did lose right off the bat, but he started talking about it. I noticed that Mr. Cap came in and got himself a kill. We had Tamir get 2. And they win the round. So not too bad of a round, I guess I should say. Though Raid's going to be a little bit frustrated that he lost his weapon. And obviously does eat away at the economy that D13 had. They're on the verge of having it all tied up at 5 apiece. And with the way Masai were playing, you know, they were up 5-1. Now they lost the last 3 rounds, which you can understand because they obviously had a save in there. But I'm hoping they haven't run out of strategies. I'm hoping they haven't run out of like steam here, because D13 seemed to have a pretty good read. They even went for a 4-man stack towards long off the bat, expecting the rush out to come in, and well, they were correct, but only able to trade out 1 for 1, and eventually Mir comes in, but it's still just the 2 for 2.
Yeah, they've lost long control here as well, right? With those smokes down, they can't really afford to continue facing. Annihilation even got spammed through it. And just yesterday, I was watching the Spirit versus Namiga game, and that was desolation. Namiga went 2-0 up and then lost 16-2. But Sundai Young hit an insane shot where he just came out on long, he knows his angles, and he sprayed straight through the smoke to grab the player that was sitting CT. How is no one watching that? Is my one and only question. Annihilation was busy with doors. Score was looking at short. You've given up long control, what, 20 seconds ago? And they're like, I bet they won't come here. I mean, it's a ballsy play. Just like, you're not going to push long. Unfortunately, it doesn't work.
12 grenades already used. Only a few rounds in. I mean, Score, he's having a pretty damn good game, to be honest. Like him on the up, obviously, you know, Dust 2 is another map we would expect to see double up, but we haven't really seen him use it too much so far over his last couple days and over the 2 games they've had. Annihilation, well, we've seen him. Let's see what he can do in Sugu. Like, this seems to be like almost the plan for Masai, is just do things unchoreographed, right? They rush out short, no smokes, no flashes to catch them off towards long. This time they rush out towards middle. Well, at least one player does. And they will get caught out.
And there's the downside of not having it choreographed, I guess. Especially when you've already given up your hand. They know you're coming through short. I don't see the benefit of just blitzing forward. Flash around the corner. Nuez was playing counter flash, though, and he's able to easily take that kill. Hasn't spotted Score up in the corner, though. That could be a little bit of a problem. They cross over. 2 players now on the site. Zilkenberg still towards long. The smoke. Oh, they've checked him. And that's pretty much ruined that strategy. Annihilation on the tag, not the kill, but Mr. Cap finishes him off. Okay, they've got a chance.
Annihilation's burning up too. He actually sat in the molly for that shot on a Zilkenberg. Oh, what a shot out of Mr. Cap. Puts an all machine gun. He only has the AK. Bomb will be planted for him, but they have a flash and a smoke left. He's actually going to push up behind the smoke. Spots out Mr. Cap. Bomb is being stuck. It's going to be a 10-second defuse here, so somehow Mr. Cap's going to have to keep the attention away from the bomb, or from the guy who's going to be defusing, but there's only 2 seconds left, and it looks like he's going to be able to stick this completely through. Machine gun, not sure the player is going to be, not able to rescue the op, and that's actually Mr. Cap able to secure a second, so they'll maintain their double op setup, and now Masai probably just going to go back to the pistols.
Yeah, he picked a hell of a time to step it up, didn't he? Mr. Cap coming through, pulling it 5-6, and Masai in a spot where, as you're saying, they're on the pistols. They're not looking good. Their early T-side's been good. I think I can't criticize it too much. They've been very solid on opening duels as well. Like Bartak swinging on long with a Galil versus an M4 and an AWP, and he still won the duel. It was pretty impressive, but all in all, we need to see them continue to perform. That's the issue. My God, through the smoke, Zilkenberg jumping around corners with a Tech 9 in hand, scores in a lot of trouble. Connects the headshot eventually, but can't fall back in time. Luckily, he's got a teammate there to finish off that fight. Drop the AK and indeed the bomb, leaving Sogu all by himself. Unfortunately, he won't be going anywhere, as it's 6-6. And D13, they've claimed the advantage. They didn't get it cleanly though, right? They did lose a lot of players, but with a double op setup, save forward, they're not going to be crying about it tonight.
You know what I will be crying about tonight?
What's that?
He won't be gooing anywhere.
Oh, Sogu.
You disgust me sometimes, man. To be fair, I do the same for you. Oh. They changed things up. They put scoring towards mid. But annihilation towards long. I guess that's just based off of spawns, and I'll still be the 1-for-1 trade machine gun. He's got the op. Bartek's gonna get the kill onto Mr. Cap, but not before being taken down to 15 HP. Yeah, these picks are just landing without really... What?
That's the worst, man. When you go out long, you think you've got the play. They're still walking into annihilation on this A-bomb site. He's pulled off by the flash. He needs to get this shot. Oh, 2 in a row. Annihilation, don't do that to us. Okay, let's put it on the cards. We cannot compliment annihilation as he's about to come into a play, or he'll miss the easiest of shots. I think that's a first for him. Like, the first one is a flick, the second one though, ooh.
What I don't get about this though is that how many of these kills just came through without a flash, without a smoke, without something being done to assist it. They were just one-on-one battles, and Masai won them. That worries me. I mean, it's working. They're up 7-6, so I can't really argue too much, and you know, potentially 8-6 here since it's just a scruffy buy. But this is not looking like well coordinated at all. Maybe it's just because it's a domestic matchup and they know each other very well. But we're not seeing any team play out of Masai. Is that just me, Mitch?
I think there's some instances, like, you look at the round that we just saw, when they push into annihilation, they had a smoke down and short, they flashed
Well, I mean, yeah, he's alone, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? In these early duels, it tends to be very heads-up Counter-Strike. They're just going down middle at the moment. Nearly 200 damage done by Rate on the CZ. He's looking for even more, continuing to aggress, supported from afar by Annihilation, who gets the trade. They're not going aggressive on short, but if they did, they'd find a very low HP Nuez. And this is one hell of a round to lose, Jason. I mean, a CZ bottom mid is what's essentially given 2 kills. Score didn't check the left side. He just walked straight through. If I was right there, I'd be like, careful left, careful left, careful left. But no, there was no one there, and he just took the alpha play.
Rescue the SOP out of machine gun. 20 seconds left. They have a man who's been able to push up short, but the bomb is still going to be down in mid. It looks like they're just trying to save their weapons, and yeah, it makes sense going to the last round. Have really not much money for Zilkenberg. Well, you'd have no gun for machine gun or Nuez, and this is looking like it should be an 8-7 for D13 just based off guns alone. They're taking Sugu. Will be able to force up as well as machine gun, but the rest going to be on just the pistols. But as we just saw, sometimes all you need is the pistol. That CZ did some good work here. He said Rate doing almost 200 damage with initial dink up on the newest, then the kill. That was pretty.
You see the difference in style with pistols when you're on the CT side versus T. You know, terrorist, how do you maximize your potential? You go for rush. Oh, that's exactly what they're doing in this round. Not with the pistols, though. The AK leading the charge. Flash around the corner. Didn't even catch Bartek properly. He could see. He wasn't dabbing. Doesn't matter, though. Look at the aggression by Score as well. Pushes over, but they didn't get the memo. So he's been mollied out of that corner by his teammate. Tamer's got a double. Of course he has. Long range, tapping away on the AK. And with that, Masai are not in a good spot. They have lost all their AKs. It's the 3 people that died were the ones with the machine gun, as it's the other opera of Zilkenberg left alive, but he won't be finding anything either. 8-7 as D13. They had a decent recovery on the half. And these are always really interesting ones to look at in terms of the timeline. The first 3 rounds go to Masai. They lose 1, bounce back immediately. And even the one they lost, they got a bomb plant in. So those first 6 rounds were definitely looking very much T-sided for them. They were dominating. And then D13 bounce right back in, pull the scoreline into a favored spot, winning 8 out of 10 of the last rounds. 8 out of 9 even, actually. And that's a... it's not a spot you really want to be in if you're Masai. I mean, they definitely built the good early foundations, but those late full buy rounds just were not going their way. And as a matter of fact, Jason, the only round they did win that on the full buy was when, you remember, D13 pushed everywhere, right down through long. They had players coming out through the B side to go back to middle. It was madness from them.
Oh, wow. What a shot Nuez there. He's on 15 health, but he goes for the challenge again. And when he lost Bartek on his peek around towards short, flashbang comes through, and unfortunately, they're not going to be blind. Annihilation gets a second of the round, looking good for the pistol. Smoke comes in. This is looking like more like team play here. You know, smoke off to potentially go for the push in towards B. Machine gun. Again, he will fall, but he's not for taking down 1. And this should be going the way of D13 now. Suga's left alive in the 1-on-3. Again, I wonder if it's... What is happening here? What is happening? That was awkward. I think scored his, like, shoulder peak like 3 times without shooting a bullet.
Just baiting him, just letting him know, I'm gonna kill you. Nothing you can do. We do say D13 are favorites coming into this matchup, and I think it's by a relatively significant amount. I know we said that this is the game Masai need to win because of it is in the 3 games that are the easiest for them from what's remaining. But it is not an easy game by any means. It's not one where they... I would even say it's not one where they should have a real chance of taking it. I mean, they've got to be on form and hope D13 are playing a very slow game on the day. And you can see at the moment, that doesn't quite seem to be the case. The Scout out with a couple tags, though. Zilkenberg getting off to a good start. Either way, the bomb's going to be planted. At a 2 versus 3. This retake very much favored towards Masai. The only problem is going into B, and Bartek's been isolated in the tunnels before the CTs were even ready to push up.
And yeah, like the one rifle they needed to retake this too. I mean, scores on 28 HP, just 1 bullet would have been enough, and there it is, the bullet coming through. Now Zilkenberg with the scout alone. The shot's being hit for Tamir, but switches to the P250 and does close it out, but it's still a super costly round here for D13. I wonder if Masai want to look at potentially investing yet again because of the damage done. And obviously, if they do that, they're going to be in a rep position the following round. So just some pistols maybe coming out for their team. A D13 now up to 10 rounds. It's still a very sloppy game, and I really worry thinking about, you know, the sloppiness going into a map like Train, which is our second pick. You can't really afford to play sloppy, especially on that T side. Well, T or CT side. You don't want to be giving up rounds when you're on CT side, and you can't really look to take rounds if you're on the T side.
I just to go to the point you said about Masai force buying, I think there was definitely, as you said, it could be a consideration. The only issue for them, obviously, is what if D13 go long? Right? What if they blitz out long and take that control, smoke off site, get a plant? You've lost the round. And then you force spot up. You got to take an eco next. Now D13 are 12-7. I think it's a risky one. I prefer for them to go for the pistols, play the close angles, like over on B, maybe 3-man stack it, look for some damage. But I mean, they haven't ended up in a bad position. Rate's on top mid, but Nuez is walking up backwards. I think even if he finds the kill on Tamer, he'll be shot in the back by Raid afterwards. You know, look, he's running away. Not a clue there's a player waiting for him here.
And there's still a 1-on-1 on the B site, by the way. Oh, yeah, I was wondering if Zilkenberg was going to go for it. If he had a kit, maybe he could have pulled it off because the last player was in towards T spawn. He's still looking to feel very confident, or fairly confident coming here. But I guess instead of going for the fight, I want to protect the weaponry that is down and make sure they don't lose out on Mr. Cap and stabilize things economically. But I think this is basically the round for Masai. I think they need to have a strong showing here. You got the op for Zilkenberg, you got an AUG for machine gun. And you need to start picking up some rounds, especially here. Into this last into the CT side, which potentially could be the last, or wow, say potentially the last half of the map. But Jason, it is 7:30, Mitch, so technically not wrong, I don't think. That long control you were talking about, if they want to blast out, smoke off site, go for the plant, could actually be thwarted at the moment as Bartek does get the first kill. But again, Score comes out the smoke at the perfect time, catches him off guard. Now a lot of pressure leading towards A. They have Zilkenberg here. They have Nuez. One of them falls. The other's going to be overrun, especially with it looks like D13 is going to go for the execute towards it.
Oh, well, that's not the spray from Nuez. Don't know what he thought he was spraying, but definitely wasn't an M4. Zilkenberg's got to get something done on the cross. A flash goes over, doesn't connect, but neither does his shot. And that one missed op shot has probably cost them the round. Masai should be saving these two weapons. Actually, a 2v3, I think they should be going for it at this stage of the game. If they can find a pick. I understand why they're doing this. If it was like a 2v4, it would definitely be a save. Flash over. His teammates coming up through the ramp, so he's got to keep the distraction game up. Machine Gun actually finds the kill. Now into a 2v2. The flank on its way from Score on short, but Annihilation has to hold the site. He does so on the first, and the spray is so good. Sogu has 10 health remaining. Looks for the kill, but didn't stand a chance with his low health. And that is 12-7. That is D13 pulling into the lead by quite a bit. Masai low on money. And so it should be 13-7 as they take just weak pistols.
A little curious why Score didn't run for the op. That was down towards car. I mean, maybe he didn't have the time. Ended up binding op for Annihilation anyways, and Scores on 25 kills. I mean, Mr. Cap on 6, Rate on 9, so he's having a little bit of a slow game. However, Tamir, it's up to 17. I mean, thing is, like the one game we did see, it was like the 3, right? It was Rate, Annihilation, and Score. But yesterday we got to see Tamir and Mr. Cap start to step up a bit, where Rate and Score weren't able to do so, which is refreshing to see. You know, you don't want to see your two players always bottom fragging. You don't want to see or have to depend on like those 2 or 3 players to carry you through a match. So it's nice to see them be able to step up when it's needed. And just the pistols for Masai, and I mean, ideally this should be 13 on the board for D13.
I gotta say, whenever I look towards Mr. Cap, I feel him, you know? I've been in that position. I've been there.
Every time, you know, listening to like Glenn and Dinko say Mr. Cap yesterday, it always like hold my attention back because of my last name.
Huh. Very true. Mr. Cap on LAN, it would be a different beast. But online, who knows? Now here's the flash around the corner. Tamer spots out short's clear, and they've got access towards the A side. Obviously, they don't know that yet, and the bomb's even down towards tunnels. As a slow push comes through from Nuez, he's been spotted now. Should be the end.
I like the slowdown, though. I mean, like, I feel like most teams will do this. Like, anyways, so, I mean, kind of complimenting them for no reason, but I really respect teams who, like, in pistol rounds like this, or, sorry, when they're playing against pistol rounds like this, really have that forethought to, like, all right, slow the pace down. They're going to almost have to come to us to get any kills. And let's just make sure everyone survives. Like, get these 5 weapons moved into the next round. You don't have much money. You got, you know, Score leading the way at 4,200, but the rest are below 1,000 mostly. You know, play out for like the long game. And I feel like a lot of teams, you know, maybe in this region, maybe in you know, North America, you know, bar like your Evil Geniuses and your Team Liquids, and South America as well, that just don't have that like forward thought, that forward thinking of, you know, okay, if we win this round, you know, great, but we need to think about the later rounds, right, to stop any sort of comeback from coming in. Maybe it comes into the in-game leading role.
I mean, Jason, the reality is, I think a lot of teams ignore this, especially at the tier 2 to 3 level. It's that you can make up the most ground on these top teams by making sure that your force buys, your ecos, your any of those weaker, and your anti-ecos as well, are as efficient as possible. That you've got strats down to, obviously, if you've got the time to research it, down to what do they do when they're on an anti-eco, you know, where's their weakness, where can we rush with pistols, where can we stack, what can we do, like if we go to the A site, throw these smokes, will they go B into our stack, that sort of stuff. If you can maximize your potential on those weaker rounds, you make it so that you don't have to play against as many full buys from your opponents. And if they're better than you, you want to make sure, or if they're a higher rated team, sort of more experienced, you want to make sure you minimize their full buys. The spray, even blind, so much damage done. Rate team killed Mr. Cap due to that flashbang that came through, and all of a sudden it's a 3v4. Tamer spamming in the smoke. He's about to run out of ammo. Bartag can push forward, but with the molly, he'll still get the kill.
And at the same rate, what you're saying before, by the way, like even just your own economy. I mean, if you have that forward thinking to play out these you know, eco rounds or anti-eco rounds well, not only are they going to have, you know, less buys, but you're going to have more buy rounds as well, like more of a safety net to play with.
Yeah. No, 100%. Like the thing is, I feel like I've seen it on a lot of teams. They come into games and their focus is quite clearly, how do we full buy? Like they think, okay, we're a team, what's our full buy strategy? That's so unfortunate. Bartak is so low, 19 health, but he comes up against the no scoping off, and those are some pretty good odds considering the HP. Yeah, a lot of teams do ignore that aspect of the game, which is so important. I feel like we're at tier 2 to 3 anyways. We're at baseball pre-moneyball. You know, it's just, oh, he looks like a handsome young lad. Let's pick him up. Not actually looking at the stats behind it, I guess.
Did you recently watch Moneyball? Is that
No,
why
no.
that's on the...
I watched it
Or
years
from
ago,
your
but you gotta remember, I studied maths at uni, so that's the movie for me. I love it.
That was good. I watched it. I think I watched it on a flight somewhere. It was pretty interesting, actually.
It is. That's a good flight movie. You're getting away with murder if you catch that one.
I'm not gonna lie though, I am really tired. At least like towards the last year, I was flying quite a bit. I was so tired of seeing the Megalodon, or the Meg.
The Meg,
on every flight. I mean, I was flying with like different people too, like, you know, Air India and stuff, and it's just every time the Meg, and every time I looked over, there was always someone watching it. I'm like, come on, the premise of that movie isn't that great. Why are you watching this?
That's the thing though. It's like giant shark versus super squid and all this. You're just, its main market is those kind of things. It's like you know, quantity over quality in these kind of instances where you're like, just get it everywhere for the numbers. Although I gotta say, it is a good movie.
You know,
like
I'd
Jason
watch it for
Statham's
him.
Real, 100%.
But I got the phobia, you know. I don't. The oceans freaks me out.
Yeah, dude, I've got a story. One day I'll tell you about sharks. I don't like sharks.
Who does? Score.
No.
Ooh. It's one. Rate responds 1-on-2. Actually, this was looking very good for the CT side, but some trades towards the end have started to favor D13. I mean, the bomb's going to be down. I think it's going to be spotted by Mr. Cap, and Rate. We'll expect him to be here. That's going to be 2 1-on-1s happening, and Rate's going to win out in the first. Man's flanking in from behind Zilkenberg. He's got the op, and if he misses the shot, this could be the round going against him. And actually, look at Rate's pushing up short. The timing, the window he's playing with might be perfect. It's like watching, you know, Rate holding on to the end of a boat, being trailed on his bait, and Zilkenberg, the Meg, trying to close in around him. God, that was such a bad movie. Let's see if this movie, though, has a better ending. I mean, Zilkenberg's got the read right. The flashbang, and try to fake it out as if he's towards long. You can see the attention of Rate was turning that towards there, and Zilkenberg will hit the shot. It works out. They win the round, but it was still extremely close considering I think they had like a 5-on-3.
So wait, to be clear, did you watch the Meg?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I did.
Okay.
So I feel like before I actually watched it, I probably watched like 90% of it over the shoulder of someone else.
All right, okay.
Because I was bored on the flight.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I don't think I watched every section of it. I skipped ahead to the action scenes.
Oh, okay. What the hell? I mean, surely that's not the point of it on a flight. You don't want to skim a movie. You want to watch
Oh,
the
no,
whole
no, no.
thing.
So I didn't watch it on the flight.
Oh my
I mean, I
God.
saw like 90% over people's shoulders on the flight, but I actually watched it when I was at home.
Okay. You're an odd man, Jason.
It's a terrible
Well,
movie.
Were you watching something else on the flight, or just chilling?
I mean, so okay, I'll hold. Actually, no, we're gonna put this around. It's fine. I mean, I was home 4 days and like 2.5, 3 months last year at the end. So I was flying constantly, and you know they don't really update the movies enough on those flights. So my goal was trying to sleep for most of them. And, well, when you're a 198 or 6'6" man, you don't really have the ability to sleep on flights.
See, this is what I always come back to, Jason. As a man of perfectly average and acceptable height, those seats are essentially designed for me. I have not too much leg space, but just enough. Just enough that it's not uncomfortable most of the time. Unless someone reclines the seat in front, in which case we're going to have a problem.
First of all, screw you, because you're an acceptable height for that chair. Imagine sitting down, having your knees pushing into the chair in front of you, and you can barely see the screen, and then they lean back. So then the screen is so far like down that you have to like get in this awkward position to even see it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wait, hold on. We got a push coming into the B site. We better focus up, Jason. Score's already found a kill. This could be one of the defining moments for Masai. If they get back in for this retake, they'll be looking fantastic. The problem is, if Flash goes over, they're going to push? No. It's a distract. Oh, they are. Sorry. Sogu's gone straight on through. They're both dead. Why? Why would you do that? Bartek was still coming in through spawn. I don't know why the timing had to be like push now or don't push at all. Just wait a minute. How about just hold? Couple seconds. I guess because the bomb was going down, they thought, oh, we'll catch him off, but they had 5 players left. If it's a 3v3, I accept that strategy as viable. But when all 5 players are still on B, are you going to hope to blind every single one of them and that none of them spam where you're coming from and that you kill the bomb planner and all of them before they're unblind? I don't think so.
I mean, maybe it was a distraction. Like, if we start to push in mid, we could have time for Bartek to get there, so they won't be looking towards the tunnel. But I still feel like he was so far away that there was no chance he was going to get there in time, and you're just going to lose out on too many people. I mean, to be fair, Tamiri gets a double with the CZ. But you're still against, you know, a lot of AKs, so I don't know. Well, it's not the first time we've seen them have, like, some miscommunication in their pushes, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we've seen these problems again and again. And it's something that we've highlighted for Masai. Yeah, they don't seem like they've got terrible individuals. They definitely have players that can step it up. Matter of fact, I'd argue at the moment, Machine Gun is underwhelming compared to what we've seen. I expected even more of him coming into this one. Zilkenberg's showing up on the AWP. Bartik is taking up the rifling as well as Sogu and Nuez. There's not a whole lot of problems when it comes to individuals. The issue that they have is not being able to play off of each other, play around each other as a team. Whereas D13 come miles ahead in that department. Even though they're the only team with a team kill on the board at the moment. But, you know, it is how it is.
Well, we're going into maybe the last round here of the half at this rate. It's the last gun round for Masai. If they can't win this, they get the initial trade, and they do have Nuez able to close out a second kill. Spore is low on HP. They do have a player pushing up towards short, but he's going to fall to Zilkenberg. Right now, gets a quick double. Turn things into a 2-man affair for both teams. I don't think you want to be peeking long into this. Zilkenberg's got the op, so they already know that because they lost out on Tamir pushing short. But with 1 minute and 15 left to go, we're still going to be down to the 2-on-2.
Well, that was awkward. A chance to take down Sogu, but it fades away. Score could have stuck around and stopped him falling back, but on 16 health, he didn't want to take the duel long range. Oh, they almost line up, but he misses the shot again. Oh, Zilkenberg. He's been disappointing so far in some of these situations. I know he said he's turning up on the AWP, but when you miss a shot or two like that, oh boy, you're going to struggle.
I mean, it's not the first time, right? We saw him over towards Car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw him on the side as well, missing some very easy shots as they crossed. Sogu trying a very ambitious jump shot and way too slow to react. He saw a score, he had him in his sight lines, just needed to click. On 16 health, it would have been the freest kill of his life. But unfortunately, the op shot connects, and so 15-10 we go. Matter of fact, I will jump in with a quick exclusive. Maybe that's a ping thing combined with GoTV. You never know. It's a possibility, I guess, that he did see him. That's one thing when you involve ping on GoTV, it can get a little bit freaky, a little bit weird.
Right.
Like you think, oh, he had time to shoot there, but on his screen he might not have.
I think also the tick rate of GoTV, if I remember correctly, is like a big factor of it. Oh my gosh, Sugu. Don't tell me it's a second. He should not be able to off of that. Zokamberg gets another kill with the op in this round. And well, Mr. Cap's going to respawn with 2 himself, but it's still going to be a 3-person matchup between both teams. 2 towards the B side. Nuez left alone over towards A with the scout, and this is a really risky move on the timing window that he had to work with. He's going to actually push out for as long there to spot him out. This should be a kill for the T side. I'm not sure how they haven't connected. How does he have a chance to get off a second shot? It's about time for some rotations to come through. Zokamberg now towards CT, able to help out. They have the 2 smokes to cover the cross. And we'll head on over. Bomb's still back down towards the bottom along, though. And Noah's just spamming out shots, trying to go for the jump shots as we saw Score do before. And Noah's, well, he's unfortunately going to fall. Now, no smokes left, no utility left here for the T side to block off short. Zokamberg has a big opportunity now coming from long to get some kills, except he's lost out a machine gun again. The disjointed push in might have cost Masai not only the round, but the map.
Oh, good shot by Zilkenberg. He manages to dodge Annihilation's AWP shot for the first time in forever. And now moving in towards this site, it's a 1 versus 2. Looks to CT, but Mr. Cap hits the shot. A 3K for him in that round, putting them up to double digits and closing out the game. I think we did see it definitely, Jason, there in the final round as well. Masai, we have Nuez making a lot of noise. He's jumping around. He's saying, I'm here, trying to get a kill. But at the end of the day, that's going to get you spammed through the smoke. And he went down. Then it's a peak on short before they have any long control. And it's just so disjointed at times. I think give these guys a couple months. They can put some work in, maybe be contenders in the region. But for now, there's just too many mistakes being made.
Yeah, mistakes. I think that's a good way to put it. I mean, it did finish off 16-10, but it didn't feel like a 16-10. There's a lot of things that we saw go wrong on the side of Masai. But let's bring in Blet and Dinko, obviously, to talk about this last game. I'm not really fully sure how I feel about it, Blet, to start things off with. Like, Zilkenberg was just not hitting shots with the op when they needed him to. The disjointed retakes or attacks seemed really odd to me. And thinking back to their T side, I mean, just going for aim duels, not even assisting with flashbangs.
Yeah, we spoke about how the players in this Masai lineup are the more experienced ones. I didn't see that. I agree with you 100%. Did not see any of the experience we spoke about. And if you're going to take these individual duels against these players, like I mentioned, like Annihilation, and by the way, Score dropping a casual 30 bomb. I think it ends up in 31, 32 kills over there. He had 5 opening kills, just lost one of those. 11 multi-kill rounds. I think we know who the MVP is going to be, but I feel like I agree with you. I feel like Masai just gave too much space for them to work with. Very, very sloppy play overall from the veterans of the Mongolian scene. And considering they were leading 5-1 at a point, then losing 16-10, I mean, I think that kind of tells the story on its own, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of kills coming in, actually, from Masai. I mean, there's a part where I was looking at the scoreboard and seeing it across the board, and on average, most of the players have more kills than the average of the 13 players, but then you just take a look at Score, and he's got, like, double the kills of 2 of his teammates. So, yeah, he's having a real good game, and I think that's what we were talking about coming into this, the fact that Score really is the star player of this team, and if he can show up against the likes of Masai, they don't really have the firepower, I don't think, to compete against it. So this is kind of scary for Masai. I mean, Dust 2 is one of those maps you are just going to have to straight up aim duel these guys, and that is exactly what D13 are going to be comfortable. A lot of these rounds as well picked up from Masai. There was a few buffer rounds. This could have been a far worse scoreline for them.
I feel like at some aspects it almost should have. I don't know if D13 was prepared for like these just random pushes that we saw Masai do. I mean, think back to pistol round, they just rushed out short. Second round, they had Sugu like rush out middle to kind of get some kills. And then even in their first gun round, they rushed short again. I don't know if this is something that D13 was necessarily expecting, and that's why they lost so many rounds against Masai, or if it was just Masai's like typical style playing on a map like Dust 2. But we can see here the scoreboard. Score 119 ADR, just a casual 31 kills, no big deal for him.
Nuts.
Yeah. Not a bad start to the day, that's for sure. And yeah, he's incredible. I think Score definitely, if he can keep this level up, he's going to be a huge player within this region.
And I don't know, your thoughts necessarily on Zilkenberg. We didn't get to see Machine Gun on the op too much. But obviously, as we said before, the MVP going to be going his way for Score. But I really kind of wonder, like, what was up with Zilkenberg? Like there was a lot of shots that he needed to hit that he just couldn't quite connect on.
I feel like for Zulk, honestly, I think there's too much of expectations. There's a huge weight of expectations on Zulk coming into this team, right? He was in the US for, I think, a couple of years. He disappeared from the scene. I think he was studying, and then he comes back, and then these guys are like, hey, we're formed. We're getting the old gang back together again. Want to join? And it's like, yeah, I won't lie. This is not a Zulkenberg I saw a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years back. And I think it's really tapered off. Maybe all this... I know he was playing ESCA, I think, like, for a team over there, but... It's no longer the machine gun, or sorry, the Zilkenberg, and even machine gun as well, who was dominating the region once upon a time. I think all these younger players are much better, and I just feel like it's just us, it's kind of like a nostalgia ride for us, being like, oh yeah, Zilkenberg back then was so good. We are romanticizing him, and unfortunately, looking at Masai, it's not just the aim, Jason. Like you said, look at how disjointed, how discombobulated they looked in some of those scenarios, considering the map pick was from Masai. So yeah, this should be a quick 2-0. I don't see any way this goes to map number 3.
Yeah, obviously with training come up next, Dinko, I mean, do you think we're going to see a relatively close scoreline, or do you think this is going to be D13? I mean, we're expecting a 2-0 now, but do you think there's just them running away with this map completely?
I think so. I think we've seen D13 look very comfortable on train throughout this tournament. We have already talked about Zilkenberg not really hitting the shots here. This is such an op-centric map, and for so many players misfiring, this is where Annihilation can come into his own. Score is having a great day today, so this could definitely just be an absolute destruction on train. So I'm a little scared. Especially
the fact that I did see Masai play against Beyond on train for the qualifier for this event, and I think they got 16-5 or 16-6 by Beyond, who can play train, but they're not exactly the best train team out there. So yeah, Masai can potentially play the map, but I think D13 a whole different level altogether. They did manage to take the fight to Tyloo yesterday, even though they lost. So I'd be surprised, Jason, if it goes to Nuke.
Yeah, 16-6. I was actually trying to look at the scoreboard really quickly. I mean, Machine Gun was leading the way with 16. On the other side for Beyond, QQ is at 22. Well, we'll see how train will break down. Obviously, we do have to head to a short break to give the players a chance to, recoup after that. Hopefully, Masai can bounce back and potentially take us to a third map, or D13 will be up 2-1 overall within the standings, and Masai will be unfortunately at a 0-3 bottom of the table. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes time for our game number 2.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah.
Train 地图往事。错综复杂的6道和内外场。将 Train 这张地图分割成了大大小小众多区域，是战术大师们所热衷的地图之一。2015年的 DreamHack， 大表哥 Kerrigan 围绕着 A 点，凭借冷静的操作，完成了一波令人叹为观止的1v5，天马行空的打法思路，证明 CS:GO 是靠脑子才能玩的游戏。A 包点头顶的3楼视野开阔，风险与机遇并存。Glaive 曾在这里利用地形优势，凭借一把 AK 以1敌4扭转乾坤。地点高低坡的地形给了双方充分的战术选择空间。2017年 PGL 克拉科夫梅者中 就先有紫眼离台前配合队友，顺闪1v4抓平。
The flash is perfect. That's a triple spray. The quad. Oh, man. They can't do it.
后有 Waylander 高坡下使用手枪完成1v4，立刻还以颜色，精彩瞬间层出不穷。
Second as well. Third. Oh my God, Waylander. 4 kills just like that with a single pistol.
战术向来为人津津乐道，本次亚洲的选手们又将上演怎样的龙争虎斗？让我们拭目以待。
I think so. We're all good.
Muted on VMix as I always do whenever we come out of into a break. I pulled a Dinko. Let's just say that. Good thing no one heard what I said, and all they heard was what you said. I said we're back to the rail yard. We're back going to the train yard here between D13 and Masai. And this one, well, I think I know which way I think it's gonna go. However, I haven't seen Masai play on this too much as of late. So I don't know. I want to have some hope for them, but just seeing based off like Opping alone, right? If we see Score and Annihilation pick up an AWP, I don't know if Zilkenberg and Machine Gun can compete against that, or if they necessarily have the strategies to counter the way we're going to see Annihilation mostly on the op.
Yeah, I think countering Annihilation on AWP, especially on Train, is next to impossible. We've seen it from, what was it, Lucid Dreams, where they gave him an ace, they gave him a 1v3. If you give him any space, he will ruin you. And so far, Masai have been nothing but messy when it's come down to a lot of these rounds. I don't expect them to do any better than Lucid Dream in that department. And because of that, because of that alone, I think D13 could win the game. And then we move on to someone like Score, who's just absolutely ruining people with the rifles. He's winning clutches. He's taking 1vx's every single game. He got 11, as Bless said, 11 2K plus rounds. 5 out of 6 opening duels went his way. He's just an absolute animal. 2 clutches. What can you do against this guy? Die. That's what you can do. That's pretty much it.
Just don't go to where he is and then send 5 players at him. That's all I can think of. Well, D13 going to be starting off on the T side since this is their map choice, and Masai have chosen the CT. I think this could be a good indicator, though, of how this map will go. If Masai can build up some steam on the CT side, or if D13 is just going to, roll all over them. I want to have hopes for Masai here. Like, I want to see them do better. I want to see them not go 0-3 in the group and unfortunately be at the bottom of the table. Looks like, though, we have a semi-fate going out towards outer. We're rushing down towards the inner bomb site now. Shakap looking to lead the charge, and Suga just going to be completely overwhelmed. But rate will fall to Zilkenberg as they have rotated in. So it's coming down to the 4-on-4. The CTs will be here. They do have a kit in the hands of Machine Gun. More importantly, they have another kill out of Zilkenberg. Look at that flank.
Yeah, it's big. They've checked for it a couple of times. Now they're looking for the site, though, as they move forward. You need someone to stay alive, and no. Zilkenberg still checking behind. Score on the spam and the smoke a little bit off his mark, and that will be Machine Gun on the defuse. Oh, no, it won't! He gets him just in time! What? Score! He stopped the defuse with 0.001 of a second, and then takes the second frag. What is going on?
What? What?
I'm broken.
I thought that was like a 1-on-3. I thought maybe I missed the kill because, like, we talked about Tamir. He flanked in from connector. He said they checked it multiple times, and the second Tamir comes around the corner, Zilkenberg takes his head clean off.
I didn't see Zilkenberg die. Yeah,
I didn't either. That had to have been, I guess, out of Score, right? Is he on 3 kills?
He's on 4.
He's on. Oh my god.
He killed him so quick we didn't realize what was happening. But not only that, stopping the defuse. I mean, that's a little bit of luck going his way, which just, you don't need that. Alongside how insane he's playing, he's been tagged up by a scout. Surely, this round he doesn't find as much damage in. So good, taking 1 kill. Rate falls as well. I mean, there's good damage all around from Masai in that one. Problem is now they're on an eco. Oh, man.
I'm going to load up the stream just to watch back what happened.
No, wait. Oh yeah, they've got 10 kills in total, so he had to have found that frag. That's nuts, though. I don't know how he managed to deal with Zilk.
I'm not sure either. I got the stream. I'm gonna watch this on my second monitor to see exactly what happened to break it down for everyone. But that was insane. And not only did they win the pistol, off an amazing individual play. They win the second round as well, and now we're going to see most likely the 3-0 come in. Only one player going to be on the inner bomb site. That's going to be Sugu, who's looking to push towards Halls, and he might get an angle, might get a couple of shots off, but he's not going to get a kill, unfortunately. And yeah, this should be the 3-0 right off the bat.
Yeah, really, they shouldn't be losing a weapon here. Mr. Cap wants to find all the damage he can on these last 3 players. Build on some cash. Oh, he didn't really check it, but luckily it was only a USP. There's 2 kills. Lots of money built up for him. Happy as Larry. And at this point, he can't really fight anymore. I'd like to see him give that SMG to one of his teammates and let them go hunting.
Have you ever met a Happy Larry?
No, I always wondered why does it have to be Larry? I mean, everyone says Happy as Larry, but what about Gary?
I've literally never heard Happy as Larry until you just said it.
What? You've never heard the term Happy as Larry?
No.
Something
I'm pretty
wrong
sure I
with
have 2 other people here working on the show that will agree with me, but they've never heard it either.
There's genuinely something wrong with you. I looked up Happy and I typed Happy A, and immediately it said as Larry.
Okay, so Score did kill Zilkenberg towards connector. And then he stops the defuse and then finishes off Bartek. Okay, so I just saw that part. That was just like the 1-2 punch. That's rough.
Oh my god,
That's
okay.
rough.
You made too much of a reference there. So I just looked up where Happy as Larry came from. You say the 1-2 punch. It was from a boxer called Larry Foley in the 1890s, before boxing was legal. He won the biggest prize pool of $150,000, and a newspaper article in New Zealand had the headline, Happy as Larry. And it stuck. That's wild. And then the 1-2 punch, I had to bring that up. This is devastation though early on. Nuez. Double opening. He's got team main control. He's still going. Just unnecessary aggression from Masai. They're giving an advantage back into the hands of D13 at least a little bit.
I love this Twitch chat comment. Imagine losing to a candy bar.
What?
Score. It's a candy bar in the US.
Oh, okay.
It's got like toffee, like hard toffee in the middle. Super good.
I've never heard of it.
But they don't sponsor us, so, you know, they want to. Contact PGL, because they're not only doing a fantastic job in production, also putting out 4K streams over on YouTube and Facebook. You can always go check this out if you want to. If you're like Bled, wants to put it up on his big TV and chill and watch some CS. Now down to the 3-on-3. It was looking good though with the initial push, as you mentioned before. Like Nuez, he gets 2 kills and then an unnecessary continuation. Towards T-spawn, he falls. Lose Zilkenberg, and what would have been, or should have been, a guaranteed round here for the CT side. Now it comes into question if they can close this out.
Well, here we go, barreling into B. They've got control. They need to get a bomb plant with 10 seconds left, but there should be no problems on that front. Annihilation's still alive in this one. No AWP in his hands. Tamer gets lit in upper. They need to clear Mr. Cap. He's going to be the key player in this one. If they manage to take him down, they've got a chance. They don't spot him. The spray is awkward, but luckily, he comes out on top. And with that, Machine Gun's got a 1v3, albeit with 2 players very low HP, and now they're the only ones remaining after Annihilation's long peak, but no time left. We're coming up to 15 seconds with both players to be killed. Unfortunately, that will be the end for Machine Gun's chances at the round. A 4th built up for D13, but it looks like he'll actually grab an exit as well. Mr. Cap was so low moving towards the connector that didn't really have a lot of faith.
But Mitch, that was a 3-on-5 that D13 won. I mean, Mr. Cap gets a trip kill. If Nuez doesn't push, they sit there with a 2-person man advantage. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have to question myself as well. Like, why did they get aggressive there? Now they're down 4-0. They're back on the pistols. Machine Gun saving over the M4 from the round before. Just, it's kind of sloppy. And it's not, I mean, again, I don't want to like sound too negative towards Masai. It's not like this is the only team doing things like that. We see that happen a lot so far in these last few days. You know, I'm not sure exactly why people aren't happy just getting the 1 kill advantage and backing off. Maybe they're feeling the moment, but you can feel in the moment. Score spots the player and pop, and that's a quad kill for him. Just carrying over from the last map, and ace as well. score on 9,600 cash and 11 kills 5 rounds in. Talked about like the young blood and CS, and I know it's taken a long time for it to get there in general across the world, but now that it has, some insane stuff is really coming to light.
Yeah, with the 5 rounds built up on the T side, as well as the fact that Score is an absolute animal. I mean, you really have to pump the brakes on that D13 train. If you're Masai, it's time to stop them. And the double op setup is how they look to do it. Annihilation giving Zilkenberg a haircut through the wall, but no connection to actually deal some damage. And as D13 spread out on this round, they know this is a full buy. And they need to be very careful in. And one that Sogu definitely needs to be cautious about. The spam came from further back, but he doesn't know that Mr. Cap is up nice and close. Waiting for that peek to come through and taking the kill. That's a B player gone. Zilkenberg now on the rotate. He's playing back connector. And up goes Bartak, and he catches them off guard as well. That's the bomb drop. AWP retrieved. They're going up. They're going to take control. Hello? Anyone home? You know that you just lost. What is going on? They just lost control on top of Pop, but didn't care about it.
I mean, they were going to hit outside. Look where Rate and Score are. They get caught off. Machine gun. He's going to miss the shot. He's going to hit the follow-up, though, and well, Rate will respawn, but now in the 1-on-3 with no bomb. He shouldn't be winning this. I say shouldn't because there's always that chance at the moment. By the way, when Suku peeks towards Brown Halls, he doesn't hit a single bullet, which kind of surprises me because he had, you know, like I think like eight bullets rattle off. A little bit unfortunate, and well, I think Rage is going to save this off for the follow-up round. They have obviously a ton of money, but I think they realize they're not going to win this round.
Well, they've at least done it. Done the dirty. Pumped the brakes. Stopped D13 in their tracks. Thing is, with the money built up, there won't be a problem. And that round isn't really repeatable, right? The sacrifice made in Upper B essentially pays off just through sheer luck on timing. So as they lose one player above, the Sogu falls. Up the ladder goes Bartak. Just as they're throwing a smoke out, for some reason, Mr. Cap wasn't watching it. Tamer got pushed forward by the Molotov and had to take that fight. And all in all, I think Masai got away with murder because that was a very poor start to the round. Even going up the ladder could have been very risky, but luckily D13 were a little bit too pointed. The timing in the round when it happened was as the players were coming out Ivy and they wanted to have their smoke down to assist them. But that won't happen again, and so we need to see a different strategy from them.
We're also seeing 3 smokes being used within the first like 20 seconds of the round. The CT side. And a complete flashbang comes in. Bartek has no chance. Molotov as well. And look at this. So instead of pushing for Tamir, he gets the kill. Backs away. Also, Rate gets a kill across the map on a machine gun. Zilkenberg, well, that's an easy shot. He's going to hit onto Rate. So at least the Ivy presence is going to be dismantled. But they're going towards the inner bomb site where no one's going to be waiting. But Nuez, will they expect him on the flank already off the bat? It's going to be Annihilation who's going to be flanked. Please get the knife. Please get the knife. Please get the knife. Oh, he goes for the shot anyways. But the bomb goes down. Nuez gets a quick double. And Masai, this should be their round for the taking. Yeah, there you go. 2-5. So nice little bounce back there. Nuez with the trip.
Well, Masai have done it, and relatively convincingly as well. The thing is that we always have to come back to, I'm feeling like a little bit of a pessimist now, but it's just where we're at in this series that D13 should be taking this map. And so for me to start taking Masai seriously on train, they've got to do a lot more, especially considering there's 5 rounds. And this comes back to what I was going to say. With D13 having 5 on the board, this is a serious chance for them to come through with a just 1 round. 2 in main, 1 coming through a pop, and again the aggression coming through Upper B. I mean, you can't do this every single round, and it just feels way too frequent at the moment, but we'll see if Sogu can get that fight going his way, and indeed he can. An excellent start.
I mean, I'm mostly worrying for Masai as they get to the T side. I don't know if they have that individual prowess that we've seen out of Score to be able to just open up sights or to, you know, win a 1v3 in the pistol round. But at least we're starting to see them, you know, like start to secure these rounds, and they're starting to get, you know, pretty consistent with it. You know, they're not, it's not coming down to like a one-on-one too often, the rounds they're winning. And I think all in all better. I think they're getting a good feel of the way D13 are playing, and well, I mean, D13 they're gonna be able to buy up again. The amount of money they're able to accrue in the 5 rounds that they won, it's pretty ridiculous. Pretty sure they should be buying. I mean, you got 2 players on 6K. Look how aggressive Masai are getting around the map to get these kills. Like, they're not, I don't know, it's not like a typical CT style in my head where they just sit back and wait. They're actually looking for kills. We saw Sugu peeking up in halls multiple times now.
I think the problem is that the aggression doesn't feel very varied, and you can see D13 just spread out and play a default, at which point I feel like as soon as they find a kill, immediately you'll expect at this stage a player to be pushing up through ladder or coming in through team main. And when it becomes expected, you've got to stop it or you're going to be heavily punished for it. What is this? Like, where's the, what's going on? D13 playing like such loose Counter-Strike on that attack. Nobody's there to trade. No one's covering for the push-upper. This has been a super aggressive CT side from Masai. And yet it seems like 3 rounds, now 4 rounds in a row, D13 have been caught by surprise that their opponents are going aggressive. You have to start to expect this at a certain point. Oh,
That's
my.
awkward. Yeah, especially since they've done this the last, what feels like 4 rounds. Oh my gosh, he's on 1 HP as well. There you go. Suga will close it out. So maybe it's a little bit of a fluke. What I talked about before, he pushed halls and he missed every bullet and ended up paying the price for that. They're starting to stabilize though. Is Luckenberg on 8.7. So you go on 7.3. I'm still, I don't know if it's necessarily Masai playing well that's getting into these rounds, or just D13 having a brain fart. I feel like it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be with you on that one. I think D13, the first 2 rounds they lose are fine, but there's a certain point, you know, where you do have to draw a line and say, okay, well, you should have adapted to this, because, look, oh, wow. Oh, guys, Sogu's pushed upper B. What? Who could have predicted that? You know, maybe if you watch the last 5 rounds. They've only got pistols this time, so it's not that big of a deal. But if they fall to Sogu pushing upper B, the next round, I'm going to lose it. Like, you've really got to be paying attention to that sort of stuff. I think the fact that he's done it again this round has to be a wake-up call. D13 should be ready. I expect
There's
from them
no way he does it again. There's no way.
I mean, been 5 rounds now. I thought that for the last 3. Thing is, like, he didn't play super aggressive the one before, right? He was posted aggressively upper and waited for them to pull a nade.
Yeah, but the position he's playing, like, if you die, is he's basically solo holding an inner. If he pushes and dies, that's the inner site taken. I feel like he's in too big of a position to keep getting aggressive and to put, you know, that site in jeopardy.
Oh, looks like he's listening to you. Back of oil is where he goes. And you can see what was that? You can see the D13 are again looking towards that A site. 2 players this time towards Pop instead of the single from before, boosting above the smoke, looking for an angle on some of these guys. The score that's boosted. He's had a pretty high score when it came to kills. Not able to spot anybody out though. They're playing nice and passive. Bartek knows he doesn't want to expose too much of himself on top of the ladder of the trains, so they won't be offered a reward just yet.
This is what I kind of wanted to see out of Masai. If they can win rounds like this, where they play more passive, instead of having to get aggressive to look for early kills and to get their advantage. Annihilation's going to punish Zilkenberg. That's the op now out of the hands of the CT side. Bomb, though, soon to be down towards T main. Nuez, again, down to 11 HP. It seems like every time I look at him, he's always been absorbing damage. The last round was a Molotov, or the round before last, when they had guns, it was a Molotov towards Pop. So back to a man advantage here for D13. Maybe a semblance of normality coming into this round, and then Rate pushes a smoke.
Ray thought his name was Stewie. Fair play. Unfortunately, that's not going to work out. But the T's have gained control of B if this bomb gets dropped on the cross. Luckily, no one's there to actually spot it. Could have been dangerous with 10 seconds left. Bomb planted, site secured. They don't know about Sogu, though. He's got the sneaky, beaky position. This should be a free kill. No way that they actually check this. There you go. One for free. Score able to take it in connector. Here's Sogu looking for the fight. Grabs another monstrous performance from him. Now in the 1v1. It's annihilation on the op. He baits. Tries to bait out the shot. I respect it. The annihilation. He didn't have an itchy finger. He was ready for the peak to come through the second time. And so 6-5 we go. D13 get on the board with another T round. And with the damage they've been doing, they're on the verge of putting the CTs onto a pretty awkward situation for the next. Really, Masai need to win this. If they don't, they could be going down 8-6. And already 8 rounds for the T side would be huge.
I was a little bit surprised to see Sugu actually re-peek that same angle once he already spotted him out. I mean, we know how good Annihilation is, and even if you just had a mediocre opera, I would assume you're going to still win that battle.
He also didn't shoulder peek it, right? The second time, he just swung. It was as if he'd heard the op shot.
Right.
That was odd.
Oh, no. Okay, well, Machine Gun will at least get 1 kill back. But again, Enter's taken. The far score pushing up. Bartak on the rotate's going to get caught out, and this should be the 7th round. And potentially 8 coming up, like you said. Like, the money's just not there for the side of Masai. Ilkenberg picks up the op that Machine Gun lost. But to retake this with an M4, with Nuez nowhere in the vicinity, and losing a battle to Annihilation with a Glock? No, save. Ilkenberg, save this.
Yeah, Annihilation makes the right read in the rotate as well. No point challenging him for no reason. So that's the round I was waiting for from D13. You know, they punished the aggression on upper, which was a bit odd from Sogu. Then you see a little bit of variance as well, where they're watching for, was it Nuez? I'm presuming it was. No, actually it was Bartak. That's what caught me off guard. Not Nuez going up ladder. It was Nuez a couple times before. But so that's what we needed to see, as I was saying. You know, D13 didn't seem to adapt to the fact that once they found a kill towards B, Masai immediately went up ladder, came behind and flanked. They did that 2 rounds out of the first 5, and it worked 2 rounds out of the first 5. Maybe even 3, completely catching them off guard. And you cannot allow yourself to be caught with your pants down like that. But luckily, they had the idea, they had the approach. That extra kill by Annihilation and Ivy was even more of a bonus. And just embarrassing Nuez with the Glock.
That was like so much of an awkward moment where he's coming up the ladder, and then both players just kind of stare at each other for that millisecond. And then it's like that meme, you know, like, you know, in Bartek's head, he knew he messed up, and then he gets shot. It was like, hey, what's up? You're dead. But look at the CT side. I mean, they've got the op saved from Zilkenberg, and then just some 5.7s, a P250 at Deagle behind this. I mean, you're looking at the cusp. I mean, I obviously numerically they haven't lost the half, but in reality they have when it comes to a map like Train, and they're on the verge of being down 8-7. And Zuckerberg could go big here. He gets the first kill. Machine Gun gets one as well. Annihilation with the op. We've seen him in this position before. He's not going to be hitting any of his shots though.
Just tried to pull out a 360 on them. That was ambitious to say the least. And somehow Masai come out with just pistols. Wow, D13 impressed me in the previous round and then let me down immediately. Still though, I mean, 7 rounds on the board for the T side, they're looking pretty clean. It's hard to really compliment Masai's current position. I feel like even the rounds they're winning, the strategies they're coming at, it's just so wild. Like, you try to do this against a Vici, a Tyloo, it's just not going to work. I mean, even pound for pound against teams like that, they're going to get wrecked, but in terms of the actual strategy, you're not going to find that many holes in the offense.
And the aggression. And Sugu this time, it's definitely going to be warranted. considering what the enemy team does have. Trying to catch out a player here to pick up a gun, and oh, that might have been it. Score and rate. The gladiator plays coming through. They're gonna boost up. Not gonna spot anyone. Actually, rank gets deked up. I wonder if he's actually gonna drop the AK over to Tamir. Oh, and a missed shot again, Zilkenberg. Oh no, the off's picked up, and if he fell right there, that would have been a massive misplay, but 2 missed shots. They get the gun, they back off, and they have themselves the man advantage. As we can see, Sugo's even rotated towards C2 spawn. The inner bomb site is completely open. Masai putting all their eggs in one basket here. Okay, finally they put Zilkenberg back, but still.
Coming up on 30 seconds. D13 got to make a move. Forward they go. Shot connected by Nuez. Bomb has to be picked up, so it slowed down the attack a little bit. Right, still sat down with the AWP, waiting for an opportunity. Mr. Cap lands one. They know where Nuez is, but So Good from afar is taking the fights, and that should seal the fate of the round. 10 seconds left, and they just won't peek him. Even Zilkenberg surviving on B will be enough. And so that is the end of the round. An AWP save forward to the next. I think that's a positive outcome, really, for the T side.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, they invested a little bit into that round. They're still going to be able to buy up here anyways, so not too big of a deal. Hey, Masai would be extremely happy to take an 8th round. Especially considering, as we saw things start off, it was 5-0. And they were able to take 5 straight after that. Let's see if they can secure the last round. And I'm honestly really curious to see their T side going into this match versus D13 on train. I mean, I feel like most of the rounds that we see Masai win have just been off of this like random aggression around the map. Sugu pushing inner, you know, Bartak pushing up ladder, or Nuez doing that, depending on the situation. Yeah, see, they did invest a lot of Molotovs, flashes to really hold Bartek back. They're going to trade it out 1-for-1. Score cleans up the kill. Speaking of aggression, Sugu. He's going to push up. He's going to get behind them extremely quick, and I don't think they're going to expect this at all.
I'm so surprised he pushed upper. The B play has been so varied. It's just...
Well, he loses his entire team, though, before he even gets in a position to do anything. And I think they even heard the drop.
Mr. Cap was ready for it at least either way, but Annihilation shuts him down. And so 8-7 we go. D13 dominating on their T side. I mean, considering how things started out for them, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more, but hey, you can't complain about 8 rounds.
I mean, it's 8 rounds on T side of train when score was ridiculous and is still being ridiculous, up to 18 kills. And then you still have Annihilation, who hasn't really come online when it comes to the series, but he's on 11. The second we see D13 get double up, I think with like the one-dimensional play we saw at Masai, which I'm hoping we're not going to see on train, but we saw that on Dust 2. Are they going to be able to deal with it? Can they contend? It's double up set up, and Mr. Cap is going to spot out at least the first over towards Ivy, backs away. Has a crossfire set up, but he can't quite hit his shots, and neither can score.
He's getting all the chances, not connecting. And so Masai claim T spawn, claim the B side, and this should be the end of the round. Should be their pistol. Wow. And indeed it is, clean as can be as well. Flawless would be popping up right now if this was a different game.
Flawless victory. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Thrifty.
Clutch.
I do like that. Honestly, I wish we had even... Have you seen the Dota voice lines, like the one with Gaben, for example, where he's like, "You have found the opening kill. Congratulations." Yeah. Like, that'd be great. I think it would take away, because sound is so important in the game, obviously, but it'd be nice to be able to enable it or something. Or for the broadcast.
Like caster stickers.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Of course you're going to say that.
I mean, I would have been so mad if they did caster stickers like the like with the moment I got out of, or the next major after I got out of CS for a little bit of time to do Overwatch.
Oh, we shouldn't have said that here. Get him,
No,
Twitch
like,
chat. Get him.
watching the cases to see who's cheating.
Ah, right. Got you.
Not that boring esport.
Sneaky boy. Sneaky boy.
I almost think watching someone do Overwatch cases is probably more entertaining than watching OWL.
At this point, I think that's a hard statement to disagree with, to be honest. God, what a mess.
This round's been a mess, though.
Mm-hmm.
For Masai, 2 players remain. Both of the AKs up against the MAC-10, recovered for score, and the Deagle and Annihilation. Oh, he's telling me. He's gonna get the first bomb. Gonna be tapped down. Zuckerberg low HP. He's gonna be flanked in from behind. Annihilation just needs to stay alive. He doesn't even need to challenge out. And I think he realizes this. And it's so smart. And it down to a T. They get the kill. They get the AK, and well, D13 again bounce back.
That's not the second round you wanted D13 to take. Oh, well, I mean, look, we've said this a couple times, right? But just to be very clear, if you lose the pistol on the T side and get a bomb plant, winning the second round is not a surprise. It's not. We're not going to be wondering how the hell that happened. But if you're on the CT side and you lose the pistol, you should not be winning round number 2. Maybe if you got a lot of kills, you get a scout out, pistols around it, sure, it can happen every now and then. But in this matchup in particular, in this particular timeline, that shouldn't be happening. You don't want it. Vartic manages to answer back with the Deagle. He's picked himself up a rifle, or sorry, Zilkenberg has got a rifle and an AK. There's possibilities for Masai with that opening duel. They've got a lot of progress towards the A site, looking for a couple more fights. Vartic with the Deagle, he's not going to be landing it. And with him falling, they've lost all the progress.
Unfortunate too, because you know, if he plays that timing window a little bit differently, maybe Mr. Cap doesn't look and they do get the kill onto him, it opens up the Ivy push out of Nuez. You see the bomb heading towards the B site, and soon you're going to go down. Not going to block off the bomb from being planted, however. Sigu, he obviously wants to get this one down, but he still has to worry about so many different angles. Anyways, in the meantime, he does get 1 kill. That was towards Ivy. I think Sigu has been spotted out with the bomb, though, and it's eventually going to be flanked out on. He's left to himself against 3. Wait, no, they didn't see him.
A chance, a real chance.
So, I don't know, in that situation, he ended up playing for the round win. But I almost feel like he could have gotten the bomb down, instead of going for the challenge to the man in towards Z.
Yeah, no, I agree, I have to say. When you come into a position like that, bomb plan is going to help your team out a lot more than the potential 1v2. It's probably not going to go your way. But then also you'd have the chance to play the 1v2 post plan.
True.
But anyways. Made an attempt, didn't work out. Now we come into a full eco pretty much from Masai. And the anti-eco for D13 starts out pretty damn well with Annihilation, does double tapping and finding 2 kills. He's still challenging and falls to the Glocks. This could be a bit of a disaster. That is the perfect weapon to drop down Pop with. Oh my god. Shredding him.
No money for an op for Masai. I've always liked to have seen the the op battle, but we do see the double op set up for D13 score and Annihilation. And this goes back to the question I asked before as we went into halftime. Can they deal with this double op setup? I mean, obviously one way to work around is to have an op yourself and hope you can hit the shots or maybe assist the shots going through. But this is going to be so tough, and I think again this is going to be the telling sign of how the CT side can go here in this round. If there's a response, look how aggressive Mr. Cap gets towards Ivy. Ray in the meantime is taking on Zilkenberg, and this MAC-10 out of Mr. Cap is, well, not going to accomplish too much. To know exactly where he is, it comes around the corner. And Suga will clean up, but not before being dinked down to 36 HP.
Oh, Tamer. Sneaky up close. He's gone through the smoke, but neither player realizes that they've just completely passed by each other. When it fades, the first one to turn will be the one to get a kill. Look who's joining the party.
What? That's a feels bad.
That definitely didn't pan out. in the way that they wanted, really. Masai in a 1v4. I actually got completely confused, Jason. So Rate had obviously pushed
he was
upper
above
B.
him.
I saw it looking like he was coming, because I think he went through the door where Showers is and walked forward. So it was like, oh, there's 2 players here. Then when the smoke faded, it's looking like, where's Rate? Dude's invisible? No, that makes sense.
That would have been weird. That would have been awkward if he was there too, though.
Yeah, just 2 guys staring at him. That's I gotta say, something I never think about is the verticality of Train. It's the first time I've ever been confronted with not knowing where a player is, really. I guess occasionally you're like, is the bomb drop main or is it Showers? That's it, really. Not on guard for it like when we're on nuke. Jeez.
Oh, Vertigo for me was like the worst because I didn't have much experience playing the map or anything. And then
Right.
the fact just ended up casting it like the first week of Pro League when I got there after like the map was added to the pool. Yeah, actually, no, this was like season 8 of Pro League in the UK.
Oh yeah.
And they just added to the pool, and then like the first game you get Vertigo, and I'm like, oh.
Dude, I couldn't believe they added Vertigo. I know we talked about this before, but the fact they added Vertigo and now like a season, a Tuscan, and now they've got a Anubis in there, which seems pretty decent, like that they can work with anyways. Man, that's annoying. Actually, I feel like Anubis is too big at the moment. They need to do something with it, but geez, I think it'd be a better starting point than what Vertigo was at the start. It was like they had a concept, made it, and went, yeah, ship it, let's go.
Well, I mean, you remember Vertigo. Well, they had Vertigo in 1.6. It was just a completely different style. I mean, it was like basically the same kind of style, but it didn't have the same layout, and it was more of a, it was a VIP map.
Yeah.
So you like escort this this character, this like NPC. Wow. This NPC out of the map.
See, I think maps like I'm not sure exactly what it's called.
Was it? I know there was Oil Rig, which was VIP. I don't remember. I thought Vertigo was it as well.
But yeah, I thought when I look at
Wow, so I never did play Vertigo 1.6. Then it was Oil Rig I have in my head.
silly boy.
I know you guys couldn't hear it on
It's a long-
stream, but
it's a long
Blow
time
chimed in. Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, Oil Rig in my head was completely different. All right.
But I feel like that gym, I don't know what it's called, but to me it's called gym. You know the map. You know the one. That felt like it was a much better starting point for a competitive map than it was just there's so many Sub-Zero, you know, like there's so many to choose from. They were like, yeah, let's make a brand new one. Let's not consult all the pros about it. Let's just ship it. Why not? It's a pretty terrible approach, but you know what?
I think Overpass
like it now.
wasn't in 1.6 as far as I remember, and I was fairly happy with the map. Like I'm still fairly happy with the map.
Yeah. I think just day one, I did not think Vertigo was good. I still don't think it was a good map. Now, I like what they've done with it. I think
I mean,
we're
you have to
getting
refine
there.
it, right? Like look how many years it's taken for Dust 2 to be refined from Mirage, known as Strike, back in 1.6, known as like CPL Strike. Like it's taken time to refine it, but you can't expect to ship a map day one and have it be in a perfect, competitive, or to have it be like perfectly well made for a competitive environment. But then again, putting it into a major,
there you go.
that's also a risky kind of thing, right?
It's exactly
one
what
of
I
your
was gonna
biggest
say.
tournaments of the year, and you put it into a major. That's the rough part. But I mean, at least it forces players to play the map.
I mean, this is it, right? You can't expect it to be perfectly competitive day one, which is why you don't put it in competitive day one. But hey, look, it's turned out into a pretty decent map. While we're talking, presuming Zilkenberg wasn't going to be able to get this one done, he's found a 3K. A final kill puts him in a 1v1 with 25 seconds left. He hasn't made his mind up on where he wants to go. In fact, he has. He was faking his steps out towards upper, hoping that Tamer would be close by, hearing him going. Although he wasn't, he presumes it to be a B hit anyways. And that should be a bomb plant now for Zil. Yeah, he has time to get this down. Tamer quickly running out. He's going to go up on top of the train. Zilk, this has to be a no-scope, really, doesn't it? It's going to be a rough one as Tamer makes all the steps around the back. He's lost him for a second, and he tried to go up and make a little flanky danker of his own. Unfortunately, that's the end of his life as Tamer quickly connects the shots, and a 14th round for D13 comes through.
Much closer than we would have expected, though. I mean, the triple kill for Zilkenberg really opened things up, and obviously the bomb plant is at extra funds, but unfortunately Suga is only on 2100. He gets dropped over a weapon, and this is basically do or die time. You lose this round, you probably lost the series. Unfortunately, you go 0-3. Like again, beyond the scope of just this best of 3 alone, you'll be on 0-3. You'll be the only team there, and out of the 10 teams playing in this event, only 8 go through to the playoffs. And I say only 8. I mean, I should be saying 8 go through to the playoffs because that's such a large amount of teams when you look at, you know, other events. Now playoffs ended up working out. You want to be the bottom 2, and wow, the spray because of the flash coming out. Mirror's gonna fall, but Bartek's down on 8 HP. Annihilation score both with the op yet again. Mr. Cap, oh, he's in such a prime position to ruin the chances here for Masai.
Oh man, the shot as he lands down. Bartek only needed 1 bullet on 4 health. And he's eliminated to put it into a 4v2. Mr. Cap on his way around behind Nuez, shot in the back by him. That's a second kill. A score finishes it off with his own double. It's 15-8. Masai just about to get what's coming to them. And as we mentioned, you know, the fact that D13 found so many rounds on their T side. I mean, within the first 5 rounds, they had 5 rounds. At that point, I mean, with the early half going their way, it's next to impossible for them to end up in a bad position. Even 10-5 is workable when you swap to the CT side, especially when you're the advantage team and it's your map pick. But obviously they picked up another 3, took it to 8, and from there we saw Masai win the pistol round, and that's it. They've achieved nothing since then. They look very clean to start it off in the pistol. Rate's got an auto sniper. Yep. My question is, why has Rate got an auto sniper? That's very rude.
Because why not?
I can give you lots of reasons why not, but also just rude.
That was a little awkward for score. Nuez. I don't think Annihilation is going to expect him to be here. He comes around the corner in the spray. It's a little bit rough, but look at the HP. Zilkenberg down to 6. Nuez down to 31. Score on 24 kills. Looking to end things off at 26. And the bomb is going to be rotating right into the... Oh my gosh. It might be rotating the open arms of score. I was getting a little bit worried if Zilkenberg continued to push.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what he just shot at either. Gave his position up, and they might go inner.
That was definitely a misclick.
Hit his keyboard with the mouse. I've done that many times.
I think so. Now in a 1v2, they know where he is. He's playing it slow, but yeah, had to know they were going to go and plant on the B side. He's going to walk right into the op of Nuez, and that should be the end of it. If he decides to wide swing, it could work out, but that would mean making a step. It's unlikely to come through. And yeah, an off angle being held by Nuez. Well played. You know, yesterday I actually, it was weird. I right-clicked by accident, swung right, hit off a measuring tape that I had on the side of my mouse mat in Valorant, and killed someone with a classic because of it. I looked like I had the best reactions of all time.
What were you measuring at your desk to have a measuring tape there?
I've been measuring a lot of things. I'm looking at getting a new couch because mine's in a bit of a tatters after like 10 years. So I had to measure that. I had to measure the backdrop to see where it would go. And Zilkenberg's measuring up to Tamer, finding the opening duel. Still a double up setup to contend with. But man, look at the confidence. He's just rushing forward. And hello, and goodbye to score. He even caught that tag onto Annihilation, did he? That's nuts. Oh, that was machine gun. Never mind.
Oh, Rate. Let's get a little bit close, getting a little bit worried for Masai. They do survive yet again another round, losing 3 players, however. D13, they're going to be on the save. Annihilation on 3,500. Again, investing into these double ops. I don't know why they're necessarily going double ops. I don't think they've really had any success with them. It costs so much money to do. I mean, again, they bought an auto sniper and double ops, if you remember the 2 rounds ago for Rate. I mean, the cockiness was clearly there, but it might come out to harm them now. Come back to bite them in the ass because Masai are just 5 rounds away, throwing it into overtime, and again, they get caught being aggressive. Again, it's just a pistol, so not too big of a deal. I think if you're D13, you need to focus up here. You know, don't give any more free rounds after this to Masai. Don't give them any hope back into this map.
Yeah, 2 buy rounds for D13. You said it was just pistols previous round, and the problem for them is that they did invest into pistols. Lightly. Doing the same here, but they'll have money for the next round at least.
Maybe we've seen so many games end off of a pistol round like this, right? So
definitely. 4 deagles, more than enough.
Double the amount you need.
Indeed.
We've been seeing.
Zilkenberg. Oh, I thought he was going to get the opening there, but The players actually backed off. Wraiths found the opening duel in upper B, giving Sogu a little taste of his own medicine. You like upper B pushes, do you, Sogu? Yeah. Bite this. It was a bullet. But Bartak and Nuez delivering some of their own and bringing it into a 2v4. Flanked by Score. Not detected. And Nuez goes to check it. Now spotted him out. That's a hard fight to win once they know where you are. And Wraith's the one to try and finish this off. Machine gun easily finishes it 15-12. Now here's D13's buy round. This is going to be one of their last. They will have one for the final round when it's 15-14. And one for right now.
Sorry. I mean, as we saw, Score hit his keyboard with his mouse. I kind of hit my microphone. Double up again. I mean, I wish I could kind of like look back and see what rounds they had double ops. But I feel like they really haven't been winning any of these with this. Oh, no. They were lined up. Only one gets caught. The Score and Annihilation both playing outside. Get the first 2 kills of the round. The aggression not working out for Masai. It's out down to the 3. Well, now 3-on-4 as Tamir burns up. They actually do have control of the bomb train, though. You can see Nuez, he has the bomb here. He's going to actually drop the Annihilation, who peeks down from above. Bomb now down. What can Zilkenberg and Machine Gun do here to keep Masai's hopes alive?
Well, Zilkenberg's been given an opportunity to take that, but no, now he's all alone. A 1v4. A 1v3, excuse me. He's already got himself 3 kills. Oh, but as he peeks in to Score, the Opper lurking down below in Ivy was just too strong, finishing off the round and indeed the game. That's going as expected. D13, very good T side. Their CT was stellar. They won, what, like 7 rounds in a row, and then eventually close it out. I gotta say, they're impressive all in all today. I think they did as expected. Masai put up a bit of a fight. Zilkenberg did well on the op, but really not too many surprises in this series, were there?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if like Zilkenberg on Dust 2 started off better, like was starting to hit some more shots, then transition that into Train, if that could have been actually, I mean, obviously 16-12 is a close game, but could have even potentially have gone their way. But, well, we obviously have to bring in some other special people. We also have to give a extra special person a shout out today. I know we want to do something nice and tasty for him, and you can see it's his birthday today.
God damn it.
He's come on.
Hold on. Oh, it's a little. Oh, there we go. Wait.
No,
I'm gonna try. It's a little delayed for me. So wait, hold on. I'm gonna make this work. All right. So I gotta turn to my right, I guess. There we go. All right.
This is a great. And now when he opens his mouth to put it around it, just like take it away and then make it so we can Photoshop this onto some other things. But obviously, it's good. Yeah, Blair's birthday, gonna be spending it with us. Happy birthday, man! You're 37 years young.
I'm 27 actually, but yeah.
What was that, Dinko?
He's getting to enjoy his favorite thing in life, Asian Counter-Strike. It's
yeah, I got Tyloo and Vici as a nice little present at the end there.
Hope they got a bottle of whiskey next to you as well to enjoy after the show, of course. But let's talk about the game, though, obviously, because that game, it turned out a lot closer than I think maybe some of us expected. I need to just look over at it. But yeah, I mean, obviously, we saw like the aggression out of Masai catch D13 off guard, which did net them quite a few rounds. As Mitch said before, it was 5 rounds straight for D13, then 5 rounds straight for Masai. But what was your takes on things, Blair?
Yeah, I felt like that could have been a little bit more cleaner from D13. They looked like a better team, obviously, but we saw a few rounds on the T side, a little loosey-goosey, then one by with the auto snipers, almost allowing Masai back into the game. But overall, it's almost interesting how every win that D13 has, it's about Score top fragging every single time, right? Yesterday we saw them against Tyloo. Score was quiet. When I say quiet, he was still performing, it's just not at the level that we're used to seeing from him. So map like Train, they look very solid there, and I think they've done the job on the T side, especially. I think it was 7 or 8 rounds already, and then a much better showing. Again, too many mistakes from Masai. I mean, you got to point it out, losing that the second round in the second half as well, just to the Deagles. A little too loosey-goosey for my liking, and if this continues this way, I'm sorry, like you're already 0-3 down, and that too, you're playing against like D13, you lost to a couple of teams, well, where you had the chance, and now later on, you're going to be facing off against Tyloo, you're going to be facing off against Vici. I don't fancy the chances, and by the looks of it, it pains me to say this, considering that we have Zilkenberg and Machine Gun in that lineup, that this might be the weakest team out of all the 10 teams playing here.
I agree. I think they look like the weakest force out of all the teams we've had, and I think that continues. I think we've seen that. We made the statement that it could be the possibility on day one after the lackluster performance against Divine Vendetta. But when they came into the next matchup, the woes continued, and now up against D13, they were just kind of outclassed. There's a couple of rounds being picked up in the second half from Masai, but for the most part, it was kind of similar to Dust 2, where a couple of these rounds make the scoreline look a little more respectable than it probably could have been. So I think the D13 moving forward in this tournament, certainly a dark horse for a lot of the teams in this. You know, some of the better teams within this tournament have to keep an eye on these guys. And again, it's exciting to see the consistency of Annihilation. He's not dropped off really, he's always kind of hitting the numbers. And Train is certainly a map that you can look towards for D13 to be a staple in their map pool, because they're looking solid on this one against every opponent they've went up against so far.
And speaking of Annihilation, speaking of score, also going to give a little bit of a shout out to Rate, like the 3 players again we've kind of mentioned over the course of these days being the real core, the real standouts for them. And obviously New has 23 kills. I want to give even a shout out to Sugu, because, you know, albeit maybe mistakes out of D13, his interplay of just getting aggressive against them, for the majority of the time, it felt like it worked out well.
Yeah, it kind of did. You got to credit to to Zilk as well. We did point out how he was struggling a bit. He had some pretty big rounds coming out from the man. And it was as well 123 AD. That's quite nasty. That's more than anyone on in the entire server, right? And Bartak as well. But Machine Gun, yeah, it feels like Zilkenberg still has his moments. Machine Gun still has their moments, but they're no longer the star players they were once upon a time a few years ago. And yeah, it's kind of strange. Masai were the second best team behind the guys from Tiger. They were known as August a few months ago, right? Because I think they were founded in August. Very, very great name right there. But it feels like D13 over the past couple of months has just like taken over Masai. It's very convincing as well, the way they're winning this. So yeah, and here's the interesting thing. There are a couple of other teams in the region, in Mongolia itself, who I personally would put at the same level, if not a little bit more than Masai. Some a lot of up-and-coming youngsters like the side of D13, right? And I feel like they've been veterans in the scene right now. It'd be great to have them kind of come into like an in-game leading role or a coaching role to try and nurture some of this up-and-coming talent. But I hate to say it, but it feels like kind of the end of the road for the guys from Masai. Not all of them, obviously. I think Noah still has something going for him, and Sugu as well. Even Machine and Zilkenberg, I'm sure there are roles available for them in different teams. But these 5 players together in this team, it's not working out.
It's kind of unfortunate too. I mean, we're only 1 week in. We're about to be 1 week in when we finish up today's show, and they have to win out now the rest of the event. And like you guys said before, Tyloo, Vici, like there's still so many tough matches to come. It's most likely they will end up in the bottom 2 of the entire regular season. But we also need to take a look at the MVP of the map, and I'm pretty sure all of us are going to guess who it is. Delicious, tasty, chocolatey member of Score. I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's just say it's Score. I'm going to shut up.
I
like
talk for me.
things in life.
That didn't come off the way you wanted it to.
Yeah,
never does.
You tried though. I like how Score doesn't even have a full-fledged mustache. Like, he's young. He's very young, is what I'm trying to make a point here. And he's sick, man. Like, I know we talk about Annihilation. He's more flashier. Annihilation's super fun to watch. I personally have always been a fan of Oppas. I have a little bit of an edge when it comes to these guys. But Score, you cannot take away his consistency. He is a star player of this team and also the MVP. And, we still have 2 more weeks remaining, guys. I'm looking forward to see him face off against some of the big boys, against Vici, him against Sarah Kaze and all those guys like Dan King and all the big fraggers in this tournament. It's going to be fun to watch.
Well, Dan King might not be a challenge though. Oh yeah, I was like, what's with this hate on his mustache? Some of us can't grow facial hair like the
that's
rest.
That's not a hate. I like it. I'm just saying it doesn't have it yet.
I think there's only one person here who doesn't have any facial hair.
Yeah.
I just realized.
Yeah.
We'll work on that. We still have time. I still got one.
Production 10 on 10.
I wonder who.
Well, maybe we can get production to just put a mustache on you for the rest of the show today. But we're gonna head to a short break. Actually, I don't know how long the break is gonna be. Hopefully production can tell me. Okay, so a 30-minute break. So we will be on a little bit of an accelerated schedule, it seems, as the next game is gonna be getting underway. We got Lucid Dream up against Divine Vendetta, and we'll see you guys in 30 minutes time.
Coming up next, Lucid Dream versus Divine Vendetta.
Girls, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauty's all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You'll remember the wrath when I leave. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch
Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into eye, never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners.
vetoes, you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running
Welcome back, everyone, to our second match now of Day 5 of the PAL 2020 Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And this is going to be an interesting match because right now we have Lucid Dream. We talked about teams being 0-2. Well, Masai is now 0-3. Well, now right now, Lucid Dream are trying to stop themselves from going 0-3 as well, up against Divine Vendetta, which honestly has come into this tournament and made a little bit of a surprise for me. Great to see they've had some pretty decent performances. But now I have to introduce the people to help me walk you through this next game. We have Mitch, we have Bleh, and of course we have Dinkle, the only one without any facial hair here. However, we might be able to work on that one if production can get something going for him. He might look better than all three of us combined, to be honest. But guys, yeah, we have Divine Vendetta, a team who I believe, if I remember correctly, let me look through my notes really quickly. Yeah, did not play yesterday. So they've had a little bit of a day off, maybe a chance to redeem themselves, kind of figure out what's been going right, what's been going wrong for them, and hopefully for their sake, take another game. However, for Lucid Dream, they're trying to avoid being into the bottom two. They're currently 0-2. Mitch,
yeah, okay, there we go. I tried trying to preempt you, Jason, but you got there. Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like for Divine Vendetta, they look more promising than Lucid Dream. And for Lucid Dream, they've had some rough opposition. This is the one matchup where I honestly don't know which way it's going to go. Lucid Dream look very rough around the edges. And for Divine Vendetta, yeah, they had that one win over Masai, but we've all seen Masai. We've seen how they've been struggling. But for me, that win they had over Invictus on Nuke, that was impressive. Like, they seem to have a game plan. They executed it right. It's just that they seem to have a weak map pool. But then again, so do Lucid Dream. So, I don't know, Jason. This one's up in the air. This one's going to be messy.
Yeah, I think messy is a good way to explain it. I personally think it's going to go Divine Vendetta's way just because they felt like a better team kind of overall. Dinko, do you have any thoughts about the matchup in terms of the head-to-head between the two?
I think it's definitely going to be favored towards Divine Vendetta based on what we've seen in the tournament so far, but it's so difficult to call because you don't really know what to expect from these two teams. Like, you can't really expect Divine Vendetta to have a deep game plan coming into this tournament based on how long they've been together as a team, and generally we're looking at them as more of a scrappy team with just using their individual skill. Then Lucid Dream kind of have the similar storyline, right? Their map pool isn't as deep. We've seen them on a couple of maps look pretty solid, and when they're on the maps they're comfortable and they look pretty good, right? They're able to compete, but when they're on the different maps where they just haven't put the practice in, then they look completely out of their place, right? They look out of order and they look very, very rough. So coming into this matchup, it's definitely hard to call, but I'm expecting 3 maps. I think we'll get a map where Lucid Dream are feeling comfortable, they'll force it to a third, and then that's when Divine Vendetta will just overwhelm them. Well,
I mean, it is you and Blood Casting, so we're
exactly
guaranteed to see a third map coming through. But let's take a look, though, at a little bit of a head-to-head. We're going to have Fox coming from Lucid Dream, and we have Havoc coming in from Divine Vendetta. Again, these are the stats from the last 3 months. Around Survive, I mean, that stat I always take with a grain of salt, because obviously if you have a Stomp, you're most likely to survive quite a few of those rounds. Again, overall, I guess the headshot's a little bit in favor of Havoc. I guess alert kills, damage. I don't know. It seems like, overall, as I was, talking myself through this, Mitch, that it seems like Havoc has been performing better.
Yeah, Havoc's been playing really well throughout this tournament, especially when you look at his ability to take the AWP or leave it over to Davdov. I think it's been really fun to watch him. For Fox, he hasn't quite reached the peak I was hoping for. I've seen him over in the other RMR events play like an absolute animal. Right now, though, a lot of the heavy lifting has been done by the likes of John Olsen, PTC on that AWP, obviously. I'm going to be honest, though. Coming into this series, I don't really side with Divine Vendetta that much. I think Lucid Dream got a pretty good chance of taking it. They got a decent opportunity, like bringing it to the likes of Mirage. They had a good showing up against D13. Vici game wasn't great, let's not lie, but it was Vici at the end of the day. I don't think either of these teams would fare too well against them. I'm happy to don my Lucid Dream hat yet again. I think they'll do it for me, even though they couldn't take D13.
I generally don't ever agree with Mitch, but I think I can agree. Like, I can definitely see a world in which Lucid Dream take this, because I think these two teams are pretty evenly matched. Some of the most evenly matched teams within this tournament so far. So, yeah, I'm expecting a really close affair, and I honestly see where it could go either way. I mean, they're both ranked relatively low in the HLTV rankings. Lucid Dream currently 120th in the world, and Divine Vendetta 128th. So, I mean, they're really close in that respect. They haven't had the greatest results in the past couple of matches either. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to see a world in which Lucid Dream could take this.
The thing is, when I look at Divine Vendetta, generally one of the reasons I really like this team is because Pokemon played really well again throughout the other RMR events. But similar to Fox, we haven't really seen him show up to the same level consistently in this tournament. So I think there's definitely a lot of up and down factors. But when I look at Lucid Dream, the fact that John Olsen and PTC have been performing so well, we saw Leaf be the master at clutches. We've seen 789 do a lot of damage. I think that they can I think they can do some serious damage, yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the vetoes then, because obviously the maps are going to play a large part in how we think this series is going to go. And it looks like we're going to have Mirage, Nuke, and Overpass coming through. Now, obviously, Nuke, we have obviously seen some good results here. Or sorry, Inferno for the last spot. I don't know. I said Overpass. I didn't look far enough to the right. I can't see green and white. We know I can't see the difference between yellow and white. I think it was. Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh,
That's correct.
Well, I saved myself there. But Nuke, I mean, 75% win rate for Divine Vendetta and 0% for Lucid Dream here, Blah.
Yeah, but I'm also gonna... Well, all right. So Mirage pick coming in, that's not a surprise. Now, Lucid Dream, the teams that lost against on Mirage are Vici, Beyond. These teams, these are the teams who know, like Beyond, for example, the best team in Mirage in Asia, if you ask me, one of the best at the very least. And then you have Nuke coming in, where I know Lucid can play Nuke. We saw them against D13. That was messy. However, when we saw Divine Vendetta play this map, it was such a clean, convincing win over Invictus, right? So I believe both the maps, I think they're each going to win their own map picks. And heading in Inferno, I just feel like it's going to be up in the air which one's going to come out. I agree with Mitch and Dinko. This one's really, really hard to call. But I'm going to bring in a little bit of a factor which we haven't spoken about, the ping issue. So far, Divine Vendetta, the teams have played against Masai and Invictus, they're both from China and Mongolia, so they play in a Singapore server, while Divine Vendetta from the Middle East. So it's kind of like midpoint for them. Thailand is literally next to Singapore. So ping advantage, they do have that going. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is, you know, with the current world scenario, the situation and everything. But that little thing might give them the edge for the Thai team.
Okay, well, I think the game is about ready to go. Obviously, I want to give a big shout out to PGL, putting out a 4K stream over on YouTube and, of course, Facebook. So if you don't want to see our faces on Twitch, head over to one of those, put it up on your big screen TV if you can run 4K, and enjoy in all its gloriousness. So let's get underway now with our second game of the day here. Blend Dinko, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, we can watch this in 4K. We can watch all of the action. And well, coming up next, of course, is probably the closest game of the day. Actually, I'm not going to say that. I think Tyloo, Vici, that could be a close one. But here we go. Lucid Dream taking on Divine Vendetta. Lucid Dream have looked rough. Divine Vendetta being somewhat surprising, pleasantly surprising. And now it's going to be the T side heading in towards middle with quite a few players. Yeah, towards the A-bomb site. A little bit of utility purchased up here for the Lucid Dream side. And we'll div off. He's holding in towards window.
Yeah, he spots all three players coming on out. Molotov's going to keep him at bay for the time being. Execute coming in. They're going to be wrapping around. Two players pushing in. The spacing is off. 789 just runs out with the C4. Trade doesn't come in. Now, Fox, there's no need to take the fight. He wants to get the bomb down. So he's got his... he's going to plant a bomb kind of right next to the triple box. So, man advantage for Divine Vendetta. But Leaf replies back. Quick kill on a Pokemon. He's trying to flank in. He was trying to just come in, rotate in from the short position. Now, with his position there for Leaf and the USP picked up, this retake is looking rough indeed. They don't have a smoke. They need to find the kills. Edge Ram looking for a second kill. John Olsen, a quick double, looking for more. Might pick up a third kill as well. And with that, Davdov's going to be left. And there's nothing he can do here. Denko is going to get destroyed. John Olsen, 4K out of nowhere, despite losing the man early on. Lucid Dream, well, off to a flying start.
They're off to a brilliant start into Mirage. And of course, I think they have to win this map. We already seen Divine Vendetta looking fantastic over on Nuke. Highlighted it perfectly in the pre-match. I think at this point, it's a must-win over here on the side of Mirage. And so, Lucid Dream, they've got the AK-47s in play, 2 of them, and the rest are MAC-10s. The utility purchased up, and Divine Vendetta on the Deagles and the Scout. We know what this team can do with these.
Yeah, but for Divine Vendetta, what I enjoyed... I mean, I'm not really going to dig too much into the Masai matchup because that got a little, you know, was a little scrappy affair. I want to read more into how they played against Invictus, right? Now, if you look at the first and the last map, yeah, they lost to Invictus. Invictus being the better team, I don't think we can deny that. But how they played Nuke is what impressed me so very much. 9 rounds on the T side, and then, you know, 7 clean rounds. They won convincingly, 16-10 on Nuke. That's a convincing scoreline right there. But when it came to Inferno and Dust 2, it got a little messy. When they had to take those fights, it got messy. And one thing we know about the Lucid Dream guys, Dinko, is the fact that, yeah, they're not at the level of Beyond. Yes, they have like 3 new players playing in this lineup, but individually speaking, they do have what it takes. Like someone like Leaf, for example, who has shown they can just clutch 1v2s. I don't think we've seen a 1v4 from him yet, but that could be coming on out. So you don't want to give players like John Olsen, like PTC, Leaf, and even the other two players, even Fox and 789, these opportunities where they can get a kill and fall on back. So for Divine Vendetta, they need to rely on the protocols and the prep work they've done coming into this series, especially on Nuke and maybe on Inferno if you do see it later on. And while for Lucid Dream, well, they really have nothing to lose here. I mean, they have a lot to lose, but for them, there's not much of expectations from us and from even maybe some of the other teams playing the tournament. So for them, it's about just playing to their strengths, and the strengths are the individuals that they have in this lineup.
Well, John Olsen trying to hold back on the ramp. Ezram looking to go into take a fight. Avdov shuts down 789. Tyke as well on the USP, and this is a little bit too much damage for my liking so far. Lucid Dream are just going to slow things down a little bit. Luckily, the mid player is coming down through the connector. Leaf is ready. He'll find 2 kills. Now just Avdov left alone until 1 versus 3. I think they'll be relatively happy with the damage that they've done. They've taken down 2 players. That's going to be 2 investments having to come into this next round. Off the back of 0 investment, really, for Divine Vendetta.
Yeah, it's picked up the MAC-10 as well. Like you said, gets another kill. That's more than mission accomplished for Divine Vendetta. Obviously, don't see them winning this round. But, you know, get that MAC-10 in, get a kill. $600 extra. Even if you get taken down, it's fine. You don't have any Kevlar. You can easily... Ooh. CZ comes out. Wants this kill. But yeah, it's not going to find it. But still, they have the money. $5,900 for Davdov. And that should be the AWP coming out for the man. And for the rest of Divine Vendetta as well. Rifle's going to be coming out. M4's utility and all of the good stuff. As they will be heading into... We will be heading into the first buy round here. But at least based off an eye test so far, Lucid Dream, they're looking pretty confident, I might say. But it's still early days.
Yeah, they're looking confident, but it comes down to this first gun round to see if they've still confidence instilled upon them. Because when we take a look at what Divine Vendetta have, it's the all about the hands of Davdov. And he's an incredible player with it. Outside the rifles, all the utility available now for Divine Vendetta. And while Lucid Dream setting up outside of the A-bomb site. 3 players down in towards the ramp area with the utility. And up inside of Palace. 4 actually, down in towards ramp. And Davdov just going to be holding back from CT. Smoke should come in and get rid of his position. And then we look to Ezram, who's the only player playing in front of the smokes really here at this point. So here come the execute. It's going to be the... one of the smokes has actually come back a little bit there for the T side. The stair smoke failing. So that's going to be a bit of an issue. And now they move forward on towards the bomb site. Flashes up. Completely blinded, Lucid Dream. That smoke is actually causing so many issues for them. Edgeram takes down Fox. And now we've got a mad advantage in play for Divine Vendetta.
How do you...
It's been a long time since I've seen that.
Yeah, how do you fail a stair smoke? That's like the easiest smoke probably in Counter-Strike. But they haven't really budged yet. They're still wary. They still don't know. They just saw the 1 player. They saw the smokes coming in. They just got the 1 kill. And after that, Lucid Dream taking their time. 35 seconds on the clock. They need to make a little bit of some play here. Smoke's going to be used up. That's the last smoke they have remaining. Ugh. A couple of flashes as well, but there we go. Smoke towards connector. They push on up Edgeram, finding Leaf. That's a big kill. Edgeram at 12 HP finds another frag. Davdov going for the spam. He gets some damage in, but PTC in 789, the reply back, making it 3v3. 789 looking for more, and the timing is great. He's going to find Tyke. It's all gone wrong once again, Dinko. And Havoc's going to be left alone. 1v3, bomb down. There's nothing he can do. Can't even blame him. He might just get this kill into 789, which he will, but I don't really fancy his chances. 18 seconds. I would just say fall on back. It's not worth it.
He hasn't got a kit, so... What is he doing now? I guess just trying to loot every play, but Lucid Dream have money. They won their first couple of rounds now in a row. They got the bomb plant down. Yeah, I'm not... That was just a terrible round from start to finish from both teams, really. Lucid Dream, how do you feel the stair smoke? And it feels so badly. It comes off of Tetris, it looked like, bounce back in front of the ramp. It actually gives so many opportunities for Divine Vendetta to pick up those initial kills. If it wasn't for these playmakers in the form of 789 and PTC, well, the round's probably done there. 4-0 up. Lucid Dream, I mean, they'll be happy they've got that done, but I mean, coming into this, you can't really be feeling it execute. And I don't think they will be again. I think that's just kind of a one-off. Hopefully.
Hopefully being the word there. Oh, fancy camera angle change, and we head to T-spawn. I love it. I love these things. I remember seeing it the first time. I think when they did it at the PGL major in Krakow, and I was just like, I had to do a double take because I was having a couple of beers, and I'm like, wait, what the hell was that? Like, am I drunk? Am I seeing things? What's going on? But nice little chunky nade there. PDC. Ooh, spots out a player. Oh, we could have just held the angle. That would have been Havoc being headless. But yeah, Lucid Dream, like you said, off to a very good start. My field dive for Divine Vendetta is I am confident in this team. Like they have proven me wrong when they were even called Camel Riders. I was like, yeah, you know what, you guys are just gonna get completely stomped out. Don't really see a chance for you guys. But in RMR, they took down D13. That's not bad at all. They lost to Masai, but they took down D13, a team who we know can do a lot of work. They put in the fight. We saw that game against Invictus. They won Nuke very convincingly. Now, even the other two maps, it was pretty solid. A showing overall. Havoc coming in, replacing Misty, definitely an upgrade in the firepower for this lineup. So I feel like the only weakness that Divine Vendetta have is, and it's just a ping issue, right? And that's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. Which is why the Asian minor is so very crucial, so important for the Asian region, is because that's one of the few LAN events in Asia where we have every team from all over the largest continent on Earth coming together to play on LAN. So it's unfortunate that it's not there due to the COVID situation, but right now Fox pushing on in, spots another player on the site. Just careful to drop on down because the two CTs, they set up a crossfire. Tyke is there, but it's all a ruse, Denko. They spot a couple of players out, and immediately the bomb makes its way towards underpass. John Olsen finds edge ramps. Just one kill going away with Pokemon, but he's got an AK. There is a chance he can do a little bit more of damage, but Leaf just comes running with a P250. What an absolute nutcase, Denko.
Well, Davdov going down, and that's getting 5-0 up for Lucid Dream. Money back in the bank here for Divine Vendetta. They'll be able to purchase up again. Just touching back on that point, you know, you do bring up the point that Asia is the largest continent on Earth, and you've got so many different regions all over the place, right? And I know, obviously, South America and North America being two different continents, but a lot of tournaments actually combine them and call it just the Americas, right? So during this tournament, I mean, we do have a South American tournament and a North American one. I think it could be a good possibility if we just kind of divide Asia a little bit and get the, I think that could definitely work, but it's just, again, is there enough teams to be able to make two solid tournaments?
I feel like the Middle Eastern region on its own should be kind of like called, like, I feel like it should be like Europe and Middle East, because physically it's closer enough, but it's also unfortunate for the Middle Eastern region because that means they have to compete with EU teams. And, well, I mean, that's the hardest region of Counter-Strike, right? So it's kind of unfair that they are, geographically speaking, politically speaking, a part of Asia. But, hold on, Havoc. Oh, that should have been a kill for him immediately. And he will recover. But 789 getting those two kills. Oh, it's just fallen apart, hasn't it? There's still a player towards the A bomb side, though, and it is going to be Edge Jump. Gets spotted out, but 789 is just going for the kills. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my.
Almost gets the fourth as well. Tyke down to 34 HP. Leaf going for the plant towards short. Bullets flying his direction from Havoc, and now it's a 2v2. And PDC's far away. PDC's actually got a perfect angle. Havoc's going to get caught on out, and that is going to be Tyke left alone, and Leaf just... I don't know why he faces, but he faces anyway. And of course, it's going to be the Rapalooza 6-0. Nothing going away with Divine Vendetta. But Dingo, I think you have a very good point there with like splitting it up. But trust me, the Middle Eastern teams are going to make a scene of it. And I wouldn't blame them. They'd be like, we have a chance. We'd rather play 150 or 120 ping against Chinese teams than have to play against, let's say, Big. Or, you know, the EU teams, right?
Or Fnatic for that case, because it always seems to be in these qualifiers. Or
Fnatic, and it's going to be very hard, but that's the only real way. And it's not because of servers not being there, it is physically. And I've spoken to a few network engineers, I've spoken to people who know a lot more about networking computers than I do. It is physically impossible to have a fair server from, you know, for the Middle Eastern region as a whole. Like, there are literally no lines running through certain countries. So let's say you might be neighboring countries, and you're going to ping 300 to each other. And there's no common server. Like, you know, it's very weird. Like, some countries in the Middle East, like, I'm not going to say Turkey, but like something like Jordan, they'll ping pretty good to EU. Look at Woxic, for example. He's from Turkey, right? And he can play FPL. He used to play FPL back in the day over there. And they get like super, super high ping. But sorry, they get pretty low ping, 60 70 playable, while the rest of the Middle East, they get like over 150. But anyway, right now, getting back to the action. A couple of kills going to Wave Divine Vendetta. I just go off on a tangent. I do apologize. I kind of go full podcast mode when it comes to Asian CS. It's a problem. I'm speaking to some professionals about it.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, this kind of round is one of the rounds where it shouldn't be too much happening, but then again, it is Divine Vendetta. And oh no, the shots are coming through, the damage is being done, and it is the caster's curse after all. Fox is the last remaining player. A 1 versus 3 as he sprints to the B-bomb side, but the chances of winning this round, very slim now that he's incredibly low in HP. 19 health points, 3 players to collect who now have a rifle in play, the AK-47 in the hands of Havoc. No kit, another AK though. They've got plenty of time to play with. He starts to run in, and there's the trade kill. It was almost guaranteed to happen. Well, Divine Vendetta, they get their first round off the back of pistols. In these first 2 gun rounds, they've kind of lost track of Lucid. They haven't really been able to compete. But when it matters, they show up, dabbed over the scout, getting these shots down through the smoke. Weakens the attack up in towards B, and Lucid Dream just hemorrhaged too many players.
Yeah, and what was Leaf doing there? Like, what was Leaf? It's almost like he went AFK. John Alton crosses before the smoke blooms.
Just questionable stuff from Lucid Dream. A little complacent, perhaps, going up against the pistols.
Good shots, though, from Divine Vendetta. Can't take anything away from them.
For sure.
They keep 2 alive. The retrieve 2 AK-47s, definitely an upgrade. But you got to remember, apart from Pokemon and Havoc, who survived that eco round, the rest of them, they're still kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the money. So if they lose this one, they might again have to go for an ego and leave. Oh, I think he's got to read right. And he just gets to 1 kill, but that's information conveyed. They know where one of the CTs is, an edge ramp, trying to get the hell out of there as quick as possible. We have Davidoff with the op providing cover, a little bit of an escape route for him, and that should be the little window that edge ramp needed to make his escape. I like the patience from Lucid Dream. I know a few Asian teams who would, the second they realize a player there, they would just hold W and try to get a trade immediately. Try to get the man advantage back. But Lucid Dream, being patient, calm, composed, I like this.
Back to A they go, just sprinting on in. 789 has been fantastic so far, a lot of impactful kills, but he's going to be fully committing to Underwood, and Ezram is going to be there with a headshot. They throw the smoke down to really cause a few issues. Usually if a player is playing Underwood, they'll throw that smoke to get rid of the Molotov, but there's no one there, and that attracts the attentions of 789 towards the Underwood position, allowing Havoc an easy kill, but that's a big swing from Fox right to the dome of Ezram, and now we're back into a 3 versus 3.
That was a CD smoke, right, towards Shadow?
Definitely seemed like it. Couldn't quite notice, but the way it was set up, it had to be.
If it was a CD smoke, that's just genius. The timing. That should have been a kill for Havoc, but he's gonna get caught out. At least, well, get spotted out, taken down to 46 HP. John Alton in PDC. Unfortunately, the Clutch Meister Leaf isn't alive anymore, and PDC gets taken down. I think they should know. I think they should have an inkling where he's going to be. And there we go. Havoc reading it right. Brilliant flank. Despite the fact that he got spotted out, he still gets 2 kills. Divine Vendetta, they win a round. They needed to win. They will retrieve the AW. Oh, no. Okay, actually, they go for the 3 AKs. And fair enough. I think they have the money for an op to be dropped over by Havoc onto Davidoff if needs be. But it looks like they're going to be playing with the 5 rifles.
I think Divine Vendetta is starting to get into this a little bit more. They're starting to feel a bit more comfortable, making the confident plays, keeping track of Lucid Dream, getting information. That was something they really struggled with. If you remember back, 789 was able to get into these aggressive positions in jungle. They had players before PTC down in towards CT. They just weren't ready. And now that they've kind of taken matters into their own hands, a little bit more proactive, getting the information is really working out for them. Pokemon and Tyke taking the 2 early kills. PTC fights back, and what? Nearly the second in towards Connector. He shot Pokemon down very low in HP. Davidoff hiding to the right side of window.
Oh,
okay,
no.
PTC, easy headshot, follow up as well before he goes down, and Fox will assist in taking down Davidoff. It's just Havoc, the B player. He's taking away 1 kill, but now the 1 versus 1, and he takes a straight up fight. John Olsen goes down, and Havoc, the MVP for Divine Vendetta, a round that looked lost, he pulls it off in the 1 versus 2.
I don't know how he won that final deal. Was it? I think it was almost a 1v3 as well. He got the first kill towards a player in Connector. great repositioning. I feel like if John Alton had just committed to the fight alongside his teammate, didn't give Havoc a chance to like breathe there, that could have definitely been the round. But great round again from Havoc, take nothing away from them. But for Lucid Dream, it's more about how much damage you're doing to the money, right? CD side economy, always very hard to maintain. There you have it. Havoc, also known as the utility file. 15 grenades used already very early on in the game. And a defuse as well. He's definitely been the MVP so far in this game. At least for the side of Divine Vendetta.
Yeah, definitely the most proactive, and he's very consistent. No matter what opponent he's going up against, he seems to be very, very consistent for this team. Obviously, consistency matters. That makes a reliable player. And now 6-3. Lucid Dream, they're down to the final few dollars in the bank now. They lose this round, and well, they're gone. Well, Havoc over towards A this time, pushing Palace with his teammate Pokemon. And how many times do we talk about Pokemon getting involved in these opening duels? He loves to just take the fight to his opponents. He's got so much info here as well. Because Havoc's been so good on these flanks, you can trust him to make these solo plays. Initially has the help in Palace ready if there's a trade needed, but now that he's got himself into the Palace position, he could flank. He needs to be careful of this ramp player. He's not going to look, he's going to spot, and there's the kill from Havoc. John Olsen going down. That's one of the players removed already from Lucid Dream. And a couple of issues starting to arise now for the time roster.
Worst thing being the bomb. Someone please go for the bomb.
I think 789 was like, bombs here by the way. It's like, nope, we're just going to go for the kills. Tyke takes one, 789 with the back 10, now switches out to the AK-47. PTC has been tasked with recovering the bomb itself, and now Davidoff looking to hold the B-bomb site. 789 and Fox though, the kills are coming in, and that's all that matters right now.
Bomb's
as the
going
rotation has to come back, and the bomb, it's going towards A just as the players rotate. This is an ingenious but mad round from Lucid Dream.
How have they recovered this? It just like everything aligning for the T's. They take the B bomb side, then rotation takes place. Bomb runs A. Havoc's gonna push on, and he's not gonna be what? Get deleted. Absolutely wrecked. PDC left now in a 1v2. The Molotov in the hands of Havoc. If he tosses it towards a connector, sorry,
does this now, the utility.
That should be it. Oh, flash works.
Havoc, you got a molly.
Use it.
There we go. PTC has a Molotov as well, but he's going to just take the straight up fight. Havoc going down. PTC saves the team, but my god, what was that round? I think we literally seen action on every single part of the map.
That was insane. That was one of the most... it wasn't a bad round, mind you. It's just, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how they managed to bring that back. And also, Havoc just going to the murder hole.
Oh, no.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
that was nuts. He just speeds through. I think when you have to almost do that, because when you're going through that murder hole, you know you're playing a retake coming in from the B-bomb site. Yeah. That's the only way you ever get out of that alive. Oh my god, Havoc. That's quick.
That was just sick. I think individually, like we know Pokemon had an insane game against Masai, but I feel like Havoc. The crazy thing is he's been around for such a long time. I remember casting him from back in 2015, 2014 even, and he has just been like one of the best players from the Middle Eastern region since then, and he's still continuing his form. We have all these new youngsters coming in, but a little bit of gap in the smoke there, but unfortunately, ooh, okay. Gotta remember, this is a forced buy from Divine Vendetta. They've lost the 2 pistols, but they AWP in the hands of Havoc, dabbed off with the M4 and the MP9. At this point, I just say save. You have too much to lose. I don't think it's really worth going for this particular take, and they're just waiting to find one more pick. Once they don't find it, they must be falling back. Oh, peekaboo, you're dead. Good night. That's gonna be the round.
PTC is playing really well right now, actually. It's pretty good at the start of this. 11-4 right now. Having a great time.
Oh no.
Oh, that's just a lot of money and a lot of heartbreak, unfortunately, here for Divine Vendetta. They don't save anything over. And we know they're good on pistols, so if you buy a couple of pistols around, the AWP that you saved over the rifle as well, then there's potentially a chance there for Divine Vendetta to win that round. But now with Lucid Dream picking it up, cleaning up with the MAC-10, that's a scary scenario. We go into an eco or just a little pistol buy, most likely here for Divine Vendetta. I mean, this is a Lucid Dream that I'm quite happy in seeing. I think here on Mirage, they have to win it, and they're performing very convincingly right now. So it's good to see. There's a few rounds where Havoc's been a bit of a nuisance for them, but for me right now, it is literally only Havoc.
It is, and I mean, again, you know, it is Mirage. It's a map that the Southeast Asian, especially these Thai teams, do really enjoy playing. Nice dual play there. I love that. The contact double peek. That's more like it. I really like it when teams, you know, the spacing is on, and that's something that's always been a problem for many of these Southeast Asian teams. A Leaf, ooh, full commit spray, and he will of course survive. He sticks on around. That's all right. Teammate arriving. Mac 10. Oh, money in the bank, and this is looking grim. If you ask me, 9 rounds, 9-3. But then again, Dinko, how many halves have you seen where like, yeah, this one's done, and then it ends in a 16-14 or overtime?
Yeah, I think we've quickly learned over the days that we just kind of accept whatever scoreline appears in front of us. We just don't really make those assumptions or statements until the game's over. And right now, well, it is looking good for Lucid Dream, but Divine Vendetta have an opportunity to fight back as they get into this one. It's going to be Davdov with the AWP. The M4 is around it as well, and plenty, not plenty, but a bit of utility coming in here for Divine Vendetta. In fact, Edgeram doesn't have any, so that is the one weakness coming in here for Divine Vendetta. And over here for Lucid Dream, the rifles across the board.
Rifles.
PTC hasn't really needed that op. He's just been incredible on the rifle.
Oh yeah, PDC is, I think we're going to see more on CT side. Havoc. 1, 2. He doesn't need any help. He doesn't need any help. Finally gets taken down, but my word is wreak some havoc on that T side. Just 2 members left alive right now. You can see the CT's already pushing in. John Alton aware of it. Oh, they might just line up here. John Alton and PDC chime in for a couple of kills apiece, leaving it down to 1v2. Very winnable right now for Mr. John Alton. The Molotov is definitely going to keep the CTs back. Now, the problem is he's unaware where they are. He goes to the white swing. I don't think he saw both of them. Davdov barely alive, internally hemorrhaging. John Alton picks up the bomb. Are they going to go for the peak is a question. Holding the line is Davdov. Nice effort from John Alton, but if he'd actually spotted both the players there, Dinko, I feel like he could maybe have won that.
Yeah, I think he played that well, to be honest. When he goes to the plant, instead of playing close up to the bomb site, he plants it and holds a wide angle, but my god, Havoc here gets them into the winnable position. 3 kills on the B bomb site hold. He was the only player inside of the site here. You know, his teammate was locked out. Luckily, at least Lucid Dream were able to pull it back into a winnable position. But Divine Vendetta, they'll get the round win. 9-4. Anybody's half still at this point. Well, not anybody's in terms of winning the half, but last 2 rounds are up for grabs here for Divine Vendetta. They win these next 2, it'll be 9-6, opening up the game entirely.
Well, Davdov with the AWP now. I think he saw, yeah, he definitely saw the that smoke being tossed number 789 though. He's not going to go for the wallbang. Flashbang is brilliant. He comes in. Oh, the timing is terrible. Look at them. They strike like a tactical SEAL Team 6 or something. Fox looking the wrong way. Shot missed. And Fox, oh, that is just unreasonable. And we know what Havoc can do, but this is not going to work out. And Fox, my word. 4 kills in what? Like 3 kills at least in like 4 seconds.
Yeah. We're finally seeing that Fox that Mitch has been talking about this entire tournament. He is finally showing up to that extent, and that's just unbelievable. That's just deathmatch right there for Fox. And who's going to come out of the drone? It's Mr. Fox himself. 30-degree window. Can't quite see what it says. Most grenade, most missed op shots.
0-degree window. I think that's what it says. Well, thank you, little bot. It's got a little eye. Is that a mouth? Looks like a mouth. It's cute.
It's a happy drone.
It's a happy drone.
PTC is already on the A bomb side, Blair. And now he's going to go for the spray. Takes down Edgeram through the triple stack. And now Pokemon fighting back with the FAMAS. The smokes are down, luckily keeping the CT players alive for the meantime, but Leafs had none of it. He goes over the top. He's going to find one and sprays, but runs out of ammo. Oh, that is awkward. Davdov fights back alongside Havoc, and now a man advantage in play for the Divine Vendetta players. How have we come to this point? Havoc's location known by 789, but the smoke goes down to CT. Flash up into the air.
are aware of this position. Now it's only 789 in the 1 versus 3, and he's going to get a double. Just one more player for 789 to win this round, and he's going to go down. Havoc with the 5-7. Another pistol picked up for Divine Vendetta. 5 rounds collected on the board. What a chaotic round it was. Lucid Dream had players out in the A bomb site. They all crumble to the weaker weapons.
Wait, how did Havoc see him at the edge of the smoke? Can we probably have a replay?
Must have seen his head or some sort of shoulder popping out, because there's no way, unless he just predicted it.
I love how 709 played that, though. He played that to perfection, almost.
Yeah, he really did.
Wait,
oh, he didn't even see it from my perspective there.
It's insane.
Well, this is why... shadow or something.
Yeah, something. Like, obviously, the Go TV. There we go. Yeah, I must have seen something there.
Because I have no idea. That has to be a sound cue.
The Go TV smoke is obviously different, right?
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? I'm just looking at the chat. A lot of Thai players, viewers in the chat.
Well,
and
hello,
people asking. Sorry.
Hi, fans.
Yeah, a lot of Thai fans. We have someone also saying it's DV not DevDov. Listen, who's that? Someone in chat. Yeah, Shane. I spoke to the manager, and he said DevDov's fine. So I'm going to go with that. It's because I've had 5 people ask to tell me it's Davidoff after the cigarettes. It's DavDov. It's DV. It's Davi. I'm like, listen, DavDov's good. It's Dave. His name is Dave. We're going with Dave now. John Alton, PDC, 2 quick kills. Tyke replies back, but John Alton with a double. Bomb down, but Edgem has a lot of work to do. John Alton calmly tapping him away. And now it's DavDov or Dave in a 1v2 and 1 HP.
Well, he has an opportunity here, but the defuse is coming through. He has to peek immediately. And the round's lost. Unfortunately, immediately going for the defuse. Smart call from 789. He has the defuse kit. John Olsen cleans up easily. This is not even close right now. Divine Vendetta is getting absolutely backhanded. And a couple of these rounds, 2 out of the 3 that they've been able to pick up are off the back of low buys. So this ain't so good for Divine Vendetta. And even in those rounds, it wasn't even all that convincing. This has been a really solid performance from Lucid Dream. Obviously very comfortable on Mirage. And again, another point to talk about is they've had their individuals showing up today. They've got Fox playing well, PTC and John Olsen, and Leaf has had some important frags. And 789, this is an overperformance from what I've seen before from him.
Oh, that flash is...
What? Oh my god.
Wait, what? What happened? Can we have a slow-mo replay of that round so I can actually cast it, PGL? Thank you.
I mean, that was a 5-second round, so if we slow that down by 50%, we'll get 10 seconds. It's much better. I mean, we had some players trying to set up some execute smokes into the bomb site. We've seen 789 just running up straight through the underpass. Leaf takes down his own teammate. There's just so much happening here in the apartments, but luckily Leaf makes up for it. And the rest clean up for Lucid Dream. Absolute massacre. They take the fight straight to Divine Vendetta.
I just want to give a shout out to PGL because they listen.
They do. They help with your sanity. I mean, it is your birthday, Blood. They're giving you some birthday wishes. Making it come true.
I do appreciate them giving me a cake as well. Edgeram, there's a player right next to him. Edgeram, trade him. Edgeram. Okay, there we go. 789 finds 2 though. Edgeram finds 2 of his own as well, and suddenly PTC. Ooh, that is disgusting. I thought it'd land this jumping shot, but now it's half down. Like, why would he jump down? I don't understand. Oh, Dingo, take this one away. Hold on. I need the breather, man. I'm too old for this.
Get your inhaler out of the drawer, and well, it's going to be dabbed off down into the 1 versus 1, presented to you by PTC. And the bomb is back here towards the apartments. And well, John Olsen is in T-spawn. He's going to get there first. He's going to have eyes on the bomb. And there it is. Dabbed off running right into him, but he's going to win the infight. 6 rounds picked up for Divine Vendetta. Oh, PTC, you could have really confirmed the round win there if you just stayed alive into that 2 versus 1.
How many plays have we seen? Not just from Lucid, but generally, like they get a kill, they just jump on down. It's insane. 789.
Really good.
He's
edge round though. Oh, the second kill is so important as well. Fox just wait, there's a player in connector. You can see him jumping around, was completely unaware, not ready for it. The PTC we didn't get to see it, but he does just jump out the window after that. Just pistols though for Lucid Dream, no Molotovs to hold off this T-side offense who are coming in towards the A bomb site with sheer force, and Pokemon spamming through the triple box will be able to take down John Olsen. And now PTC further back with the CZ75 gets out of position, and now 789, he's just dived in towards the sandwich. Another kill on the USP, but he'll finally bite the dust, and just PTC left. He's gonna jump out the window again, but much better timing on this one.
Well, Havoc's gonna be found, and PTC being
A little bit of a nuisance.
quite mobile. Yeah, it's a bit putting in the damage, and yeah, T side money's a little bit easier, obviously, for a Divine Vendetta, but at the same time, I don't want to lose too many guns here. PTC just floating around, maybe trying to pick up a rifle once a bomb explodes. He does have a little bit of distance. Is he actually? He's gonna go for the hunt is the question, or rather go for the guns. Yeah, there, he sees a rifle right in front of him, picks up a Galil.
Right. Oh, there's a Galil
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a win. But Divine Vendetta, they're showing signs of life, and I'm actually happy for them.
Yeah, it's they're showing a little bit of work coming in their way, but the issue is for me that there's just so many rounds on the board right now for Lucid Dream and Divine Vendetta. With that damage done to their economy, if they lose this round, well, they're going to be messed up for the next couple, and they don't really have many rounds to throw away. So Lucid Dream, they've got an opportunity here to continue this one-sided lead as Divine Vendetta gather in the apartments. Here they go. Utility coming in. Leaf is holding on around the corner. This should be good for at least one if they come off the balcony, but they're going to go through the window. One kill, make it 3 in total for Lucid Dream, and now Edgeram alongside his teammate Davdov trying to get back in towards this B-bomb site, trying to find an opportunity, but Davdov is being flanked through the apartment. 789 coming around the backside, and Davdov doesn't spot him, but eventually he'll go down. That was almost an awkward engagement in the apartments, but luckily 789 gets his reward. 13-7, a cleanup, all the signs of life. Well, the life support got turned off, it seems, in the last round.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. He's completely shut down, and that too, it's kind of almost poetic. You know, the Galil from the hands of Leaf, he just finds one, but the fact that it just stays alive, they're making it so very big indeed. Davdov, or Dave, as we're going to be calling him now, unfortunately not able to get anything done, and with that, Lucid Dream, 3 rounds away. Here's a little Asian CS question for you, Dink. I don't know if I've told this earlier. So you might see like in Twitch chat like 55555 being typed out. Do you know what that means?
It's like ha 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 and Thai, right? Like
yeah. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. I
It's like
remember
a smaller...
from the DreamHack Asia qualifier we did.
Oh yeah. We did with the Asian, with the Thai teams, right?
Yeah.
And
it was basically a Thai qualifier. Yeah. I think only the Thai teams got the message to sign up. That was a fun tournament though.
That was fun. I like watching these Thai teams play against each other, except for the fact that when they face off against like you know, the top dogs, which would be Tyloo, Vici, and sometimes maybe an Invictus or a Tiger, they do tend to struggle. And I feel you just need to break that barrier, because if you go back a couple of years, Thai CS was nothing special. They used to get beaten very handily by the Vietnamese teams. They used to be beaten by the Singaporeans, especially Boot Dreamscape comes to mind. Right now, I think it goes without... Like, no one's doubting that the best team in the region, the best country in the region, Southeast Asia, which is consisting of a lot of countries, is the ICS team. And Fox runs out with no info. That is terrible. That's an abysmal hold from Lucid Dream. And this is where you just go for the save. PTC, go for the save.
I feel like they're just so confident right now, Blair, though, because they're making a lot of errors and mistakes you wouldn't make otherwise. And now they're trying to go for this. You take it serious.
Dave is burning alive, and he's going to be forced up on top, and he gets spotted out.
They could win this if they get the kills quickly. Highly unlikely, though. 789's positions almost everything in this situation, and the time is ticking. Yeah, I mean, it's almost 9 times out of 10 you do not win that round. And save call, it's not like they even have money. I'm just face spamming right now, Blair.
Yeah, eyes on short. He should have heard them just running on up. I don't know why they ran up. John Olsen, the moment he died, that's when the 789 and PDC just fall back and save the rifles. Immediately. Instead, it's going to be pistols again, Dinko. Lucid Dream really like making the lives feel quite miserable, don't they?
They really do. They don't like to make it easy for themselves. You know, you could have a nice little round here where you're going up against the pistols, but now they themselves on the pistols as they charge down in towards middle. It's Ezram with a good double Pokemon coming in to assist him. Divine Vendetta have been given an opportunity back into this half. Leaf, the last remaining play. Okay, nice shot, second as well. That's a wrist breaker. Snaps the neck of Ezram, but it's 13-9 and nice little display of skill, but not the round.
That almost reminded me of SDK from Beyond yesterday. Just pop off at a Desert Eagle. But alright, bit of damage being dealt, keeping the money a bit honest on the side of Divine Vendetta. I like how both Lucid Dream and Beyond, and the reason I bring up those two teams are obviously they are like, you know, from the same region and whatnot, but I like the way they play their, that was some clean shots though. But yeah, I like the way they play their eco rounds. They try and, you know, go for these stacks. You're dead. They try and go for these stacks. They try and go for some, you know, cheeky plays. They try and, you know, rush mid or just rush towards an extremity of the map. And I like that. I've always been a big proponent of the fact that when you do that, it really, you know, amps your chances up. But two good openings. Leaf found out, 7-8-9 found as well by Tyke towards connector. Nice timing on the peak. This could be another round for Divine Vendetta, Dinko.
And then double figures, mental switch turns on, you realize you're only 3 rounds from evening things up, and you're right back into things. Now, at this point, Divine Vendetta looking to clean up.
They're heading B. Oh no. Yeah, they should be falling back towards A now. Ty just clearing out all the angles. This is smart. When you're in a 5v3 and you don't know where the CDs are, I think it is a good, it's a worthwhile risk to send one of your players up towards one of the bomb sites. It doesn't matter if he has an AK or whatever, right? Just push on in, gather information, and make a play based off of that instead of just slowly creeping up and going for a contact play into a potential stack. So there we go. That was a little scary for me. Saw 4 players heading towards B bomb site with 3 CDs waiting. But yeah, Lucid Dream at least. I don't think they're going to go for a retake here, Dinko. And with that, they should at least save the weapons. However, I wonder what the lost bonus is going to be. Kind of lost track for a bit there. But they should still be able to eke out a couple of guns on 79 Leaf. Maybe not the best of weapons, but, you know, maybe an MP9, maybe UMP. Playing up close, go for a little bit of some aggression towards B apps or maybe Palace. And try and make something work here.
It's tilting me to know that, let's hold on for a second here, they don't want to lose any of these rifles or ops or anything in play right now. And luckily they won't. But it's tilting me to know that even if Lucid Dream made the decision to save a couple of rounds ago, they wouldn't be in this economic position, right? They would have had reserve cash, they would have had rifles to play with. But because they go for an almost lost before it even begun retake, they're now facing a huge issue.
Hold on, Leaf and Leaf?
Oh, I like it. What if that's intentional?
Yeah, I like that. Wait, can they switch up the positions of the drones on the fly? Because if that is sick. And production says we can do everything. That is, well, that's terrifying and amazing at the same time. Oh, the things they could do with our pictures, Dinko. I saw the birthday one. That was nice and sweet, but you know, what if they do certain things to my video and whatnot? Like, how do I prove that, you know, it's all Photoshop?
You can't. And that's all that matters, player. I'd love to see you come out of the drone. That would be fantastic.
That yeah, no, that's when no. Let's not have that. Maybe later. Maybe you can have Jason's nose come out on the drone later. Anyway, right now we do have the buy. We have the double op setup coming out for PDC and Fox. We haven't seen this yet, I feel like, from Lucid Dream. The 2 ops coming out. Leaf with the MP9. But they're playing this pretty static. They at least do have Leaf playing up towards apps. It's pushed up a little bit deep, so that's pretty good. But they're still keeping Fox with the op trained towards the short areas. So if you look at the real estate that Divine Vendetta have to work with, they pretty much have complete mid control. Connected control, not yet. They have no one towards T-slope. They have the one player of Palace that is, of course, going to be Havoc. And a Molotov might be a little too late, though, and the timing on that push. Look at them just pushing on in. 789 with a quick trade, but it's not going to be enough. Man advantage firmly for the T's. And now the peak should be coming out from Havoc. Now is when Havoc peeks out, and PDC he's trying to go for the play. He spots on Havoc. What a shot! And he's going for the no-scope, the fast-scope rather, onto Edgeram. Bomb down. 3v2 has done everything possible, Dinko, making this a 3v2 post plan for his team.
Well, PTC's been flying to Edgeram, coming around the backside. He's going to find PTC here. He's waiting for the trigger discipline. This is absolutely perfect from Edgeram. I love it. Oh, there it goes. The long spread, not the clean headshot, but nonetheless, a push comes in. Edgeram's going to go down, and it's just dapped off. A 1 versus 2. He's going to be holding on, going for the shot, but he's going to miss it. And Leaf comes in, cleans up, and it's Lucid Dream. Gonna get pulled off a 14th round. Some incredible shots from PTC. And that's going to be a round collective for Lucid Dream. 14-10. What are the shots that come through?
Oh, everything, like, I mean, firstly, the play with the AWP, you know, coming out from CD spawn from PDC, that was just insane. But in the end, like, I felt like just a one shot, right? It just come down to one missed shot from Davdog or Dave.
Look at
this. Was incredible. This was incredible from PDC. He spots out his elbow. He's so good.
The thing is, he goes from connector as well, because I think it sort of slowly registered in his brain, wait, I just seen something from Palace. So he has to look away from connector up to the Palace position, and he's going to continue to find kills down in towards middle, or up in towards middle as he sprints up the top mid, taking down one player to open up the round here for Lucid Dream. Man advantage to the good now, and Fox, oh, missed shot. Might as well fall back now. Got so many teammates inside the middle that can help you out.
There's one thing that I would be worried about if for Divine Vendetta is going to be if PDC wakes up. He is the Mr. Worldwide of Thai CS. Like, he's been playing in so many teams in the past. He's not just like, if you look at all the Thai players in the region, most of them only play in the country amongst the countrymen, right? PDC was the first Thai player, if I remember. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm anyone in chat, whoever, but he was the first player to move out from Thailand and play for a mixed team. He played for 5 Power, where he was with, I think it was with. Was it Excurate? I don't remember, but it's kind of like a Southeast Asian. Shao Sage was there as well, if I remember it right. So it was kind of like a mixed team. Some one of those weird teams, you know, with a Chinese player, a Russian, couple of SCA players. But he was the one player who was willing to step out from his region and try and, you know, basically play at a higher level of Counter-Strike. And so far, we pointed out how he has been relatively quiet for his team. But if he wakes up, you're in for a treat. It's gonna be super fun to watch him play. He's gonna just keep going for his peaks, being super hyper aggressive. And for Divine Vendetta, going to nuke. And you have to be worried about that. I mean, that is assuming that Lucid Dream closes it out in the 5 rounds they have to work with.
Well, Tyke take out John Olsen. That advantage now for the T side into a round where they have weaker weapons. Tyke continues to get kills. PTC though has been awoken, and he's got himself another. Avdov down, man advantage. Still in play though for the T side. Decent positions gathered from them as well, but PTC is going to be just pulling them apart piece by piece. Ezram, the next victim. I'd be a little bit scared now to face down into PTC. He's hitting everything. An idea that Pokemon's going to be low under the wood, and what he knows. Oh my god, 2 kills for Pokemon, and now it's all on PTC, a 1 versus 3. And although he's been brilliant, this might just be a little beyond his skill set right now. Smoke covering off the top connector, and now PTC has to flee the scene. He gets out, goes back up towards window, but taking so much damage on the way out. You have to save this, surely now. Oh.
Was he trying to? Was he trying to go for the ninja?
I think he was trying to do that. But now he doesn't have an ult, so that's a little sad.
I like how Havoc with him, a little bit of slashes in his body. It's like, come on, PDC. You weren't really planning to do that, were you? Well, 15-11, and money's not really broken, but I would like to see them go for an eco here. There we go. So it's just a few pistols coming out. They can still buy up here. Divine Vendetta, four opportunities to take it to overtime. Again, when I say 4 opportunities, you need to make sure that each of these rounds have to count. Rather, I don't even know what I'm saying. I mean, like 4 opportunities for Lucid Dream to close it out, and for Divine Vendetta, like, well, basically every round from here on, they can't afford to lose a single one. Yikes for Tyke. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god. Well, shit. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Dink.
No.
That's just miserable. Oh.
I just let that slide. I let that just sink in because it's just the perfect statement to describe this round right now. This is, I'm just sort of questioning reality at this point of how this is happening again. And we've just seen so many Deagle rounds be one to end out games. It's going to be Fox again. Pokemon going down the bomb. Oh no, Fox with another one. And he's going to go back for more, but finally he's shut down by Davdolf, who wants a little bit more from this round, at least something. And he's gonna fall. PTC with the AK-47, 16-11. Lucid Dream will find it off the back of the Eagles. Pistols again deliver another win.
It's my birthday. I shouldn't have to watch this. It's just terrible. Like, but all right. Win's a win. Map's done, Dinko. We're gonna be heading into Nuke, and that should hopefully be Divine Vendetta being much better. Jason. Mitch, your thoughts on the final round? That was beautiful. Oh, they're broken. See, it's not just me, Dinko.
It's not.
The most surprising
for
thing.
good reason. I mean, we take a look at what this map looked like. Pretty much, it was Lucid Dream looking comfortable for the most part.
No, I wasn't, Jason. I was miming. I don't know what you're talking about. The most surprising thing, honestly, for me, is that we're still surprised by this when these things happen. I think I'll just never get used to it. Like, you see them play so well up against the buy rounds, and then they're like, hey, couple Deagles, why not? God, look, I guess it's not unexpected. If anything, Divine Vendetta put up enough of a fight here that we're not going to be changing predictions when it comes to Nuke. I completely agree with what Blair was saying in the pre-show about Nuke should go, each team should win their map pick. I don't see Lucid Dream as really having a chance. You know, I believe in them anytime that I see an opportunity to, but in this particular map, they're just terrible at Nuke from what we've seen, and Divine Vendetta are not. So, yeah, we're most likely going to Inferno on this one. I think it's a good sign, though, that everybody on Lucid Dream was stepping up. There was a point there coming into the last round or into 15-11, where every single member of Lucid Dream had 20 or 21 kills. That's very rare.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, on that note, PTC in that big round he had where the fleek shot in towards Palace, like he went from the bottom of the scoreboard to the top of the scoreboard. That's like how close and how well everyone on their team was playing. Now, you can obviously take that in a positive sense that, oh yeah, they were playing really well, but I also, again, forever the pessimist, see something not so impressive about that it took them, everyone playing well, and obviously some great individual moments to still win 16-11. So that gives me a little bit of fear going into potentially the third map if we can get there. But at the same time, it's nice to see, you know, Lucid Dream have one of those good games. We see them struggle, you know, time and time again so far within this event. But to have, you know, everyone kind of step up, you know, PTC, I don't know what there's to say about him in that one. That was a phenomenal little play. But at the same time, you know, look at Divine Vendetta. They still in relatively, you know, close proximity of each other. We saw Davdov, you know, stepping up. Ezram as well, someone that we kind of point out on day one was underperforming. Pokemon again, towards the bottom of the scoreboard, I guess, for his team. But still, I feel like this is, as we're all in agreement, it should be going to the third map. I don't see how Lucid Dream are going to bring something exceptionally crazy on a map like Nuke to overpower Divine Vendetta.
Yeah, the thing as well, I want to point out, Lucid Dream won both pistol rounds, didn't get 4-spot up immediately afterwards either. So with those injection of rounds early on in the game, specifically T-side with the 3-0 you get pretty much for free, they're left in a position where they barely clutched it out. You imagine they didn't win those pistols? Well, I can definitely see them losing that map.
I mean, a lot of the rounds in the first half, though, that were won by Divine Vendetta, I think 3 of the first 5 rounds they picked up were off the back of pistols. So, I mean, it's not the most convincing system, but then again, that also speaks volumes for Lucid Dream, the fact that they can lose consistently against those kind of low buys. So, moving into this next one, I definitely have to see those those issues getting tightened and ironed out for Lucid Dream if they're going to pick up Nuke. You can't really afford to, especially since they looked weak on Nuke anyway. But now we're starting to see the depth of the map pool for Lucid Dream. If they can step up on Nuke, then we're starting to see them as potentially a team that can avoid those bottom 2 spots. But this is much better from Lucid Dream. I'm liking what we can see from PTC. If he continues this, well, that's going to be very important. That'll change things on Nuke because they haven't really had him at that top level yet. And obviously on Nuke, if he can show up even on the CT side with his AWP, he can be one of the most valuable players for them yet again.
He's kind of like the Asian Harry Potter.
What?
Kind of like the Asian Harry Potter. He's got that look going for him.
I mean, the glasses.
Yeah,
He hasn't quite got the lightning bolt scar on his head though, Blair.
Yeah, I don't want to like make him like want to scar him just to get the proper cosplay thing going. But yeah, crazy game from PDC, Jason. I can't really say anything. This is something I haven't seen from him in a while now in his Lucid Dream lineup. But earlier, if you go back a year and a half, maybe a couple of years, PDC was, I think I wouldn't be wrong in saying, was the best player in the region. So for him to kind of show glimpses of his past, it makes me excited. It makes me feel happy in my happy places.
I don't want to know where those happy places are, to be honest.
Jason.
I know it's your birthday. I know you're having a good time here celebrating with us, but it's a little bit too much info for me. But anyways, obviously we have to talk about Davdov as well. I mean, he was a player it seems to be like pretty much one of like the most consistent within the team. Obviously on the AWP, it's a little bit hard to contest against a player like PTC who had the pop-off game that he ended up pulling through. I mean, look at the round survive, 14-6 going full game time here. But even the kills, like that's a massive difference here, Mitch.
Oh, definitely. PTC showed up in the opening department 100%. I still don't think it's going to be enough to bring them across the line on Nuke. Even because we've seen that when Davdov does struggle, you can immediately have that AWP handed over to Havoc, who had a much better game. He was a little bit closer to the fragging department of PTC. I really want to find a positive for Nuke. I just can't. That game was way too close for me to have any faith in them not taking a 2-1 at best.
Okay, well, we all were kind of thinking 2-0. I think Bled was like the sole one who thought it would go maybe the full 3 maps. Well, we are going to be going to the second map. Of course, we have to head to a break yet again, give some time for not only our casters to cool off, but also the players as well as to get things underway with Nuke after a short 5-minute break.
Don't step in the ring, the end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry, war cry, we are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When
地图往事。Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台，在2015年群星赛上 ，Simple 用一杆轻狙以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡托维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 正是在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5，凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过T方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Hello and welcome back to PAL 2020 Summer. My name's Dinko. I'm going to be joined by Blair, and we're getting ourselves into the second map of our best of 3 today. Second best of 3 of the day. It's Lucid Dream taking on Divine Vendetta. Map number 1 was Mirage, goes in favor of Lucid Dream, and now we go on to Nuke. And we've already discussed how we are definitely favoring Divine Vendetta coming into this one. We're expecting a third map coming up, mainly because of the weaknesses in Lucid Dream's map pool.
Yeah, and if you look at the way Divine Vendetta played Nuke against Invictus, right, you got to give them props for it. They look very good, they look very prepared in the way they're approaching that. But I actually might go back on what I said. I feel like Lucid, looking at the way they played Mirage, I feel like they can take Divine Vendetta on this. Now, you got to remember, Lucid Dream do play Nuke. They are okay on the map. Yes, so if you look at that game into D13, it was very, very different. It was very awkward, going very, very back and forth, and an ugly game of Nuke, if you ask me. On a map which is highly tactical, it came down to a lot of unnecessary aim deals, if you ask me. However, I feel like for Divine Vendetta, the backs are against the wall. One thing we know from Divine Vendetta is the fact that even if they lose the first map, they can easily bounce back in the second map. They have the mental strength and experience to do that. However, again, I got to say, Lucid Dream, they look sharp. Everyone's showing up. Jason pointed out how each one of those players were above 20 kills in total. PDC showing up as well. If that's going to be the case, if it's going to be a lot of aim duels being given by Divine Vendetta, I feel like Lucid Dream just might steal it. Albeit, I feel it'll be much more closer affair compared to Mirage.
Yeah, I think this is the best looking we've seen Lucid Dream in this tournament so far. And a big part of that, again, is PTC. He really stepped up towards the end. We also see a huge performance from 789. So these are factors that haven't really been in play yet in this tournament for this Lucid Dream roster. So if everything starts to align and the players start to hit their peak and they've started to work out a system that's working, I could definitely see a world in which they can take Nuke here. But again, based on what we've seen so far and the information we have available to us, I'm still going to go with probably a third map coming up. And it's definitely going to be a close one. I think Nuke has been exciting to watch for the teams that we've seen play on it so far. We've had some good moments already in this tournament within flying, within Zeus and the 1 versus 4. We've had some crazy top site rushes just going in, and there's so many different ways you can play Nuke. And I think that's the way, that's something that Asian CS actually presents is an exciting play style on this map. It's different.
Yeah, it's different. It's very different. And I think for Divine Vendetta, they won 16-10. Was 16-11? I forget. But 16-10 and 16-11 over Invictus and Nuke after losing 3 clutches. A 1v4, which you mentioned, a 1v3, another 1v3. Going to show how convincing they were on both the sides, right? The 10 rounds that Invictus were able to win. And Invictus, again, they're no team to really scoff at in the region. They are a top 3 team in China, a top 5 team overall in Asia as well, at least in my opinion. So I agree with you. Like, logically speaking, it should be Divine Vendetta taking this. It should go to map number 3. But for me, I don't know. Like, there's a little voice in my head. Like, you know, years of watching Asian Counter-Strike, Denko, you kind of enter the mouth of madness, and voices start speaking into you in the middle of the night. You're just like, oh, what is that? Like, the voice in my head, Tyler's going to win a major play. I'm like, no, they're not. But the little voices are telling me that Lucid Dream just might surprise all of us here. It's illogical. It doesn't make sense based on what we've seen so far. But somehow, somewhere, I feel like it's a gut feeling. It's a gut feeling for me.
Yeah, I can definitely see. I mean, this isn't quite as mad as some of the other voices that are talking in your head, because I definitely see a world in which Lucid Dream can pull off Nuke. It's not impossible. If they get off to a good start, they're a very momentum-based team from what we've seen on Mirage as well. So once they get the rounds going, they're very good at sort of continuing that. The one thing I do want to see from Lucid Dream is, though, they can't really afford to make the same mistakes they made on Mirage, whereas, you know, PTC getting over-aggressive or over-confident, making oversteps and losing his life. They can't make the mistakes of losing to the pistols over and over again, or going for retakes when they shouldn't, and wrecking their economy for the next couple of rounds. Because for me, that was the only reason why Mirage even looked close in terms of the score, was some of the decisions that were being made from Lucid Dream. If they had just made the more intelligent decision, should I say, they should have been able to pick it up more cleanly. So taking a look at Nuke, if they just iron out those issues, and it's very hard to do moving into the next one. It's more of a lot of practice needed, a lot of discipline, and it's hard to shift that into next map. But if they can try and fix as many of them as possible, they could be able to pull this off.
Oh yeah, I do agree. There were too many mistakes. Like we said, there was the 3v4 post plan where I'm like, why are you guys going for this retake?
Exactly,
Doesn't make any sense, right? So hopefully you don't see that. Hopefully you don't see a little bit of overextension coming out from players like PTC. Hopefully we see Leaf with a few more clutches. I really do enjoy his the way he plays many of his 1v2, 1v3s. But here we go, jumping into Nuke. About to go live very, very quickly. It looks like Lucid Dream opting to start on a CT side. Not too surprised there. I feel like Divine Vendetta's T side especially was quite marvelous against Invictus. They looked very, very solid. They were winning the duels. They were setting up very well towards the outer area. They had the executes. They had the set plays, the set takes. At the same time, they also knew how to play the default. They had various, like, different variations of how to approach a T side, basically forcing Invictus to go for plays. And when they went for the plays, they just got completely shut out. So I want to see Divine Vendetta win this and take this map number 3, because I feel like Inferno would be a very apt decider for this map. But for Lucid Dream, Dinka, this is a must-win, right? It's only going to get harder after this. You've lost 2 of your games already. If you lose a Divine Vendetta, you lose a series of Divine Vendetta. That means that you still have to face off against Vici, you still have to face off against Tyloo, you still have to face off against Invictus Gaming. All the big names are still to come, and it's only going to get harder for you guys.
And that's the beauty, I guess, of the round robin format. We get to see the teams playing against each other. Every single team has an opportunity to play against one another, and that's where things get exciting. It's going to be Divine Vendetta coming straight out towards the top side. We know these rushes can really work out for them, but John Olsen gets a double kill to start things off. Havoc pulls 1 kill back in, and he was the shining light throughout the start of Mirage for this T side. And well, we'll see what Divine Vendetta can get done now into the 3v4, dropping in the vent. 789 trying to follow them, but it's Edge Ramp. Takes down PTC. 789 still here, but it's a headshot, somehow still alive. Davdov goes down, and Havoc, well, he's still got the bomb in his back, but finding his way into the bomb site is going to be relatively impossible now at this point. Gets spotted. Sounded worse than it was. He takes 20 HP damage. Ezram coming back in for the ramp room, gets away his position, and now his life gone as well. Havoc, oh, this is just unwinnable, surely at this point. Goes up to the top side. There's a player in heaven. Leaf, obviously, has already taken down his teammate, so Havoc in 1 versus 3, and Fox gets rid of him. 1-0, Lucid Dream will take the pistol here on Nuke, and they do have that opportunity that I was talking about to get off to the good start, to get the momentum going in their side. They have to try and get rid of this Tech 9 force buy, and we know that this Divine Vendetta team can be very quick on Nuke.
It can be, but yeah, they want to not like, well, I mean, it's just a pistol round, still early days there, and no bomb getting planted means force buy. Tech 9s. He's slowly but surely coming back into the meta, I think. I'm a big fan of it. They come charging in. Oh no, TK! Fox should be careful. But that M4 of his, at that distance especially, is going to be absolutely lethal. Look at Leaf, though. He's just pushing all the way from around. Now he knows where Edgeram is. And I think Edgeram heard Leaf just barreling up. And I'm not a big fan of Leaf just going for this fight. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. It is not needed.
Immediately we're seeing those mistakes come through, and just talking about not needing to do it. Well, Fox has been spotted around the corner, I think at least, but he makes the sound to confirm. But now this is better. They go back into a passive setup, they allow Ezram to come into them, and they take the round, but too many players hemorrhaged, I think, there. 3 going down.
I've started taking a meditation, Denko. It really helps.
How's that going?
Well, I thought it'd help, but you know, whenever I see like Leaf or any players go for plays like that, it just doesn't really matter. I still get tilted. I mean, for me, it's this, right? Like, okay, obviously you want Asian CS to be viable. You want them to face off against some of the better teams out there. You want them to be challenging. Stop being a mean region when it comes to Counter-Strike. And for that to happen, you're going to be facing off against so many teams who are let's say, much better than you. Most of the EU teams, like top 50 teams, are better than most Asian teams out there. Almost all, if you ask me, apart from maybe a Vici or a Tyloo. To beat them, firstly, you have to work on many things. But one of the easiest things to work on is not being stupid. I know it sounds weird, but it's just not about, oh, it's a 1v2, let's speak him one by one. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're already a better team. You know, it's a 3v4, you have only 3 players alive. There's like 15 seconds remaining for the retake. You have no idea where the post plants are. Don't go for that retake because it's stupid and it's not worth it.
And
small little things. Yeah.
And obviously to any of those Lucid Dream fans out there that don't really like what Blair's saying, obviously he means undisciplined, isn't that right, Blair? And while John Olsen and Fox taking kills 70 at 9 as well. And this isn't really the start that Divine Vendetta would have been looking for. And this aggression is working out for the Divine Vendetta, or should I say Lucid Dream side. Divine Vendetta just getting absolutely picked apart. It's just Pokemon left alive. And he is going to come from outside through Mini, catches out PTC, and is aware of the possibility of 789's position. He's going to take him away as well. Now 1 versus 1 Pokemon. A round that looked impossible. He might just be able to pull it off. Leaf, nation play, but Pokemon goes right into him. Ooh. Leaf wins it in the 1 versus 1, and that is going to be 4-0 up. Lucid Dream do take the round, but Pokemon nearly gets it under the belt.
Yeah, that was so very close. Valid effort from him, but again, Leaf, man, like the patience on this guy. How many clutches? I think he must be the clutch leader right now in the PAL 2020.
I can check that for you real quick.
Yeah, do that. In the meantime, we could just like. That round, the aggression from Lucid Dream, I like that. I like that aggression from them. That was a good time to aggress and try and catch Divine Vendetta off guard. Because obviously, Divine Vendetta, they don't have, they just got the buy round. They're probably setting it up. They're trying to go for like an execute. They're trying to just go for the defaults. And Lucid Dream, like, you know what? That's not going to happen. You're just going to push on in and make life miserable for you. So it almost got out of hand. But that is around where the aggression from Lucid Dream really made sense. And right now, they're 4-0 up. Money's still not ideal, but hey, they have the rounds. Tech 9s, Deagles for the side of Divine Vendetta. They're not really wasting any time. Smoke wall towards outer, heading towards secret. All 4 members gathered up together. Right now, with that, Leaf is going to be alone towards control room, and he might just get hunted down here. Molotow's going to be tossed on in. It's going to keep them at bay, but it is very obvious right now that a number of players in the lower bomb side, or the T side.
Leaf with a flashbang. Going to start the corner tight, just on the right side here with the Tech 9. He peeks into the open. It's going to be 1 headshot. Leaf goes down, and now a chance here for Divine Vendetta as they have the man advantage. A minute in play. There's the one silver lining here for Lucid Dream and the better weapons. They'll continue to hold on. PTC looking down the window. He's going to spot Ezram. And take the kill though. Very difficult shot to land. And smoke goes down to the double doors. That's going to buy more time for Lucid Dream. And Fox's spot up here on the A bomb site, or the B bomb site, is going to be very, very important. And he just sits by. He's got PTC off towards the ramp as well to assist him. Almost guaranteed the tread kill if they do come in towards this B bomb site.
Smoke down, PTC. Gonna hear the footsteps up to the vent. They run up, but 789 is ready. He'll take one kill, but it is the trade. Now John Olsen towards the back lines. Needs to go huge, and he's got one. He needs more, and he's gonna get the opportunity, but can't take them down. 2 versus 3. It's all been tight in this round. He's looking for the bomb plant, but it's not come in just yet. He has to come off it, but there's only 13 seconds left on the clock. Eventually, he has to commit to it. Luckily, Fox's attention's drawn towards me, and Havoc does a good job at delaying and allowing this bomb plant to come through. Now PTC looking for a clutch over the top of Heaven. AWP, though, in this position is not the best weapon for this scenario. He's going to have to go back and play more passively. There's still a few seconds left for him to work with, but they're not offering themselves up. Divine Vendetta playing this one very well.
They are playing this very, very smart indeed. And yeah, I'll get back to what went wrong there later on. PTC, is he just going to attempt this? No, there's no time remaining. Just has to go for the save. That's a huge round coming in from Divine Vendetta, and helped out by the fact that of all the players I have to bring up was the Leaf. Now he's playing towards the control room, towards the glass. Now you have control of that area. You know there are a couple of T's there. You saw 2 players, at least 2 players of Tech9s hunting you down, and then you just go for the solo play there. You waited so long, you kept them at bay. You did a good job with the Molotov, and then you just go for the flashbang peek, and you get double peek with Tech9s at that range. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. He does come up on the you know, as a utility file, and using a lot of grenades and whatnot, but it was a dumb play. I'm sorry.
I could touch on his clutch stats, by the way, as well here. So currently the top player in the tournament for clutches is Olivia, then flying for Invictus, and then the Leaf. So he comes in 3rd place. 8 clutches for Olivia, 7 for flying, and 6 for Leaf. The rest are Urcast and Tamir.
It's been what, like, this is the 5th day?
Yep.
That's a lot of clutches. Well, that's tend to happen when you have all these high-skilled players coming in. Also helped out a little bit by the fact that, you know, so many of these clutches I've seen so far in the tournament have come down to, you know, a little bit of some loose plays coming out from their opponents. You know, giving up some 1v3s, a couple of 1v2s, sometimes even a 1v4. Hit coming into its upper. John Alton avoids it. Smart uses smoke to try and take these duels. That's brilliant. That is brilliant from John Alton. He uses a smoke. There's a term for that. I think I saw Laundress tweet about that term where he says, like, it's not a, you know, when you have a utility to kind of set up an angle for you, like a utility angle. I think that's what it's called, like a temporary angle where you can, you know, it's not necessarily an off angle, but you use a smoke or Molotov to give yourself an angle where you can take the fight, and that's exactly what John Alton did, and that was so well done. I know how Divine Vendetta tried to sell that fake towards outer. You saw so many smokes from the T side towards outer yard, and they go for the upper hit, but just like that, shut down in its tracks by Mr. John Alton and his magnificent mustache.
I wonder if Jason likes this one better than scores. Or was it you that brought that up? I think it was you, Blair, actually.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, sorry, Jason. It is Blair's fault. And 1 coming out on towards the top side. John Olsen around the corner. Edge round coming out already. Is low HP, so they're going to send him as the front man to try and gather this info. Now with 20 seconds, there's not much margin for error here. John Olsen looking to try and step up, but he's not going to get a single kill from that position. Luckily, 789 will, though, and he peeks back. Havoc not even looking at him. Another round collected for Lucid Dream, and that's just a good setup.
That was a little weird from Havoc. He knew where both the players were, right? Like, the FAMAS got a kill.
Yeah. He definitely should have known at least.
There we have it, Mr. John Olsen. He's got some pretty decent accuracy. Obviously, you know, it's gonna count the number of bullets. Thank you, Little Drone. I do believe we have the PGL Drone's Twitch account in the chat as well, which is pretty cool. And he's a moderator too, so yeah, just watch out for what he says. Oh, I like this. I like this though. I love the aggression towards outer box. What is it? What is it? Why does he re-peek? The first peek was brilliant. Flashbang. Even though the T avoids a flash, he still gets taken down. Great work. And then there's no follow-up flash from the peek on out. He's done the job. I don't know why Fox did a re-peek there. It was unnecessary. But then Leaf pushing on out. They're making this sweaty for Divine Vendetta. They have to be so paranoid as to where they might be coming in from. PDC spots out a player. It's going to immediately force him to play this one a little bit more passively. falling back towards ramp as Tyke slowly creeping on up towards hell. Leaf though. This is awkward. This is very awkward for both the teams.
There's a question here for Leaf. Oh, it should have worked, but somehow Havoc is quicker. He is ready for that possibility. And now with 33 seconds, John Olsen, he has been a brilliant anchor towards the back of this A-bomb site time and time again. He needs to do it once more. Avdov goes down. John Olsen will spot the player dropping down the vent, and as a, well, should have been a wipe of Havoc, who's quicker again. Now PTC on the lower side had an opportunity to end the round here and now, but not able to do it, and quickly running up the vent, trying to get away from this AWP. PTC is quickly coming after them. Interestingly, he runs into the vent with the smoke out. Could have been a nasty scenario, but it doesn't matter. Havoc with a big round. Lots of kills coming his way, 4 in fact. And Divine Vendetta give it a second round.
Divine Vendetta definitely making Lucid Dream pay for a few of his mistakes. And I like how they left Havoc way at the back. Like, I think that it's a read, right? It's a counter to what Divine Vendetta, sorry, it's a counter to what Lucid Dream like doing. Just being hyper aggressive, trying to catch Divine Vendetta from behind. And Havoc's like, you know what? I'm just going to be all the way towards T-spawn. Let's see you try to get a flank on me then. Second round. Expensive round, though. And, well, mainly for Lucid Dream, but also if you look on the side of Divine Vendetta, the money isn't that great at the moment. No one over 2k. A couple of players, in fact, sitting below the $1,000 mark as well. For Lucid Dream, it's just the pistols once more. USP's Deagle, but we did kind of see what happened on Mirage, I think. It's a different map, of course, completely different scenario, but yeah, pistols always worries me.
Yeah, the pistols can definitely do a lot of damage, but hopefully not these ones. Just the default ones of play, just the USPs, and now a minute still on the clock. Good bit of control taken by Tyke around Heaven here as well. Just gonna start clearing over the top hut. No one up in this position. John Olsen down the vent hasn't been spotted just yet. And now Tyke looks to drop. It's dabbed off, taking down John Olsen. An advantage opened up for Divine Vendetta. Bomb down. Divine Vendetta just taking the time. They're not wanting to make any errors right now. Not give anything over to Lucid Dream, and that's a smart call. Keeps their economy in good stead. And well, Havoc up on top of the T-roof. Ezram with a good position. Hut might actually want to get out of here eventually. And it's cleaned up.
Clean
Divine
round.
Vendetta, yeah. They get all the kills. They don't lose a single player to the pistols, and that's what you like to see.
It's exactly what I want to see. Great stuff coming out from Divine Vendetta there. I mean, considering the start that Lucid Dream had, it was looking a little dicey. And it's a double eco tinker. That's how badly the money got wrecked. And again, these are the small little mistakes being made by Lucid Dream, which worries me, which really does worry me when they're going to be facing off against the other teams. Again, I think most of us, apart from Mitch, suggested that it is going to be Masai and Lucid Dream who are going to probably come bottom of the table and might get knocked out during the group stage. And yeah, Masai looks like it's going to be happening for Lucid Dream. For that to happen, it's going to be a big punch in the gut, right? This is a team who had the RMR points in the first RMR we had during spring. They unfortunately had to change a few players, meaning they have 0 points to work with. And now, coming to this, they're like, all right, we're going to try and regain our points and try and, you know, battle it out for the fall RMR as well. And right now, they're in 0, and if they get eliminated, they're going to go out with no points as well. So it's just basically a nightmare scenario, and they need this win over Divine Vendetta. They absolutely need it. For Divine Vendetta, they've surprised all of us. They've been looking very solid so far, especially, you know, they thrashed Masai and had a close series against Invictus, but against a team like Lucid Dream, they want this win, or they want to pad it up a little bit, pad those RMR points. So it's kind of like a must-win game for both the sides. Right now, at least on Nuke, it's pretty even at the moment.
I think this is where Divine Vendetta probably go on a bit of a tear right now, though. They've got the opportunity to build up the cash, and they've done that pretty effectively while keeping the players alive over the last couple of rounds. I feel like this could be a world in which Divine Vendetta do find themselves quite a few rounds out of this T side if they keep this up. We know they're very, very solid on the map. And because of the start that Lucid Dream had, it was hard to see Divine Vendetta getting involved. But finally, once they've been able to get the economy under wraps, they've been finally able to pick up a round or two. Have this opportunity to do some damage. Buy coming in though from Lucid Dream, and this is the deciding factor moving into this next one. Whether or not Divine Vendetta will come to that reality, or will Lucid Dream continue to look good on Nuke. They have a buy coming up here. They got a couple of AKs in play, and an AWP here for PTC. So I want to see PTC step up the way he did in Mirage.
That'd be good to see. He was very, very solid. Especially in the second half, CD side just waking up, pretty much winning every duel he was taking, barely missing a shot. See that coming out is going to be interesting. Davdov, Davidov, or Davdav,
or Dave.
Dave.
Yeah.
I like Dave. I like Dave.
It's the easiest
let's
one
go
out
with
of
Dave.
all.
Yeah. So Dave is going to be playing what's outer? The designated Opper, John Olsen. Oh, I'm not a big fan. Ooh, Battle got spotted out. Definitely got spotted, and Havoc going for the wall banks, trying to get in a little bit of damage. ADC just holding towards the hot area with the AWP, and they know, Lucid Dream know, that Divine Vendetta are going for the secret control again. I don't think I've even seen Divine Vendetta get the bomb down once towards lower, have we?
Can't recall.
Like actually get it down, yeah. I don't really remember either. Fox Van Edge, that's the bomb. That's the bomb.
A great situation.
Mm-hmm.
Having lost the bomb and, well, the position from 7-8-9. It is pretty strong, but obviously there's a huge risk involved if he has to step forward. So he stays back in main at the moment and eventually walks, and that's the perfect timing for the peak. He takes down Pokemon. Tyke luckily getting rid of Fox. Still 4v3. Time is starting to tick low. Bomb coming back up towards A. 7, hit 9 in the old vent. The Molotov comes in. He tried to get the timing. He's looking down in the vent, but just off camera, it's going to be Leaf and John Olsen cleaning up quickly. That just happened out of nowhere.
Yeah, just immediately, like almost 3 kills happening simultaneously. Well then. We seem to have a game in our hands here, Dinko. I think most of us did say it was going to be a 3-mapper, and that little voice. Oh, there we go. The timing on the peak from John Olsen. And Divine Vendetta there, I feel like the moment they lost their first player, they just didn't have an immediate answer. They were looking for, they were looking to get another pick. They were looking to get the trade back, but good job from Lucid, just not, just not giving them the trade, and also perfectly pouncing on them together at the same time.
I just want to point something out. We are currently 10 rounds deep in terms of being played. We're in round number 11 now, and Divine Vendetta only have 1 tactical timeout left.
Okay, that's a lot of tack time that's getting used early on. Pressure, maybe a little bit. Okay.
That suggests to me that they're starting to run out of ideas already, and that's a little bit scary because when we talk about how good Divine Vendetta were on Nuke, the T side is a big part of their play. So we'll see if they can figure out anything here in the remaining rounds. They've got utility in the plethora, but that's aggression, and that is very, very good stuff from PTC, taking down Pokemon. Opens up the round, he's going to go back for more.
Along the line, Havoc just walked in through. Oh, the timing on that.
Out of there.
PTC. Oh, oh, what a madman.
This round overall is just mad from the Lucid Dream side. They had the aggression in towards ramp in the form of Leaf. He was pushed up all the way in towards this radio room. And well, just the kills keep going through. Fox is the MVP of this round, getting the 2 kills down in towards radio room. PTC gets the opening. 6th round. I mean, he probably could have found another one there, but for me, not the best decision to stick in the hat. Luckily, he gets away with it. Now 7-4. That's unfortunate for Divine Vendetta. They're just getting the fight brought to them, and it's confidence coming in from this Lucid Dream side. I remember in the first 6 or 5 rounds of Mirage, you said to me, well, this Lucid Dream are looking confident right now, and they certainly have continued that.
They certainly have. And You just saw the bodies where the T's died. And you got to understand that it was their, well, it was on their, on the buy round. So complete shutdown. Leaf again finding edge ramp. And so far, I got to point out, Divine Vendetta, they've won their map picks. They won each and every one of their map picks so far. Although it's been, you know, just the 2 games we've seen from them. But yeah, they did manage to beat Invictus on Nuke and was against Masai. Which map did they play against Masai? It was Dust 2.
Dust 2 was
it
final map, I'm pretty sure, right? So it was 2-0. So
second.
Was that their pick?
Just quickly taking a look. Oh, Divine picked Dust 2 and Masai picked Nuke. So yeah, they've played Nuke every time they played. Interesting.
Well, 100% win rate on Nuke in the tournament. Good change here. And well, it's going to be Leaf. It's going to get absolutely torn to shreds. Havoc continuing. 2 kills picked up in towards the ramp. And that might just be round done here unless a kill comes in quickly. They're going to take that B bomb site. The issue is here for Divine Vendetta. And Davdov still on a deagle. So small chance if this hold is huge. And well, 789 says no to any success in this lower bomb site. He's going to spray away. John Olsen swings down in towards the decon door. If Divine Vendetta managed to take the site quickly there, they could have locked themselves in. But Lucid Dream, they make the rotation quickly. And 789 with a beautiful hold gets 3 kills. And an 8th round picked up for Lucid Dream. That was brilliant. Havoc gets the good start. Divine Vendetta have access to the B-bomb site. But the rotations, they're instantaneous from Lucid Dream. They don't him and ha. They don't wonder if they're going to stick around in the ramp room. They just drop. And 789 is available to shut things down.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 openings, bear in mind, they had 1 AK, the hero AK in the hands of Havoc, and then he just, like, gets his team. Here we go. 2 more AK-47s, but 789. Great hold from him. Making himself almost a quad kill there, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, Bi going to be coming in again. It's going to be edge ramp this time. The leader, fearless leader, and John Olsen completely blinded Dinko, and he still gets the kill. But tight with the trade, Fox from Heaven just jumping out from the ladder, getting the quick trade. In return, Pokemon finds one as well. Now, bomb is on the site. It has been spotted out. And PDC making life miserable. Wait, how did that Molotov not bloom? That's just so weird.
Oh, PTC takes down Havoc. Now 2 versus 2. Low HP on 789, but he's got the position right at the back of the smoke. The lineup for 2 players, but he whiffs the spray on the second. Now Pokemon, a chance to win. A 5th round for his team. He'll look towards Heaven. PTC picks the drop. Pokemon doesn't buy completely, but he's aware of the possibility. And now he'll respect it. He'll drop to B. PTC doesn't actually hear that happening, so Pokemon's going to have so much time on this lower bomb site. He'll eventually realize here, PTC, that is going to be the B hit. He rotates back, drops in Heaven, down in towards the ramp room, and now Pokemon with the positional advantage and the flash buying. It's fantastic. Pokemon, he's stuck around the back of this. Stuck in the back of the cylinder inside the site, and he peeks out. Headshot, instantaneous death for PTC.
That was very, very close. The cheeky play there at the edge of the smoke from one of the Lucid Dream players almost made it happen. I felt like if he had waited like 1 more second and asked his teammate to peek alongside him, that would have been, or like rather, he had communicated to PDC to peek at the same time he started shooting. I felt like that would have gone the way to Lucid Dream. But yeah, Divine Vendetta, they get to 5 rounds. And from what I understand, for Divine Vendetta, the CD side is a strength, I feel like. You know, CD side nuke always requires you to have a little bit more prep work than a T side. T side sometimes you can just wing it and can work on out. And what is that? From Divine Vendetta just running out dry. And PTC's like, oh, there's no smoke. You can just run on around. But no, they're winning these duels. It is a buy for Lucid Dream, mind you. In Divine Vendetta, that's such a strange round, but it works out. And catching Lucid Dream pretty much unaware.
That's what Divine Vendetta can do. We have got these individuals, and I was talking about the pace that they can set on the T side. Be ferocious, but it's still not done yet. Good proactiveness coming in. Lucid Dream, they could sit back, they could use this disadvantage and just look like they're going to lose the round, but instead Lucid Dream try and fight back into it. They're going to get aggressive and try and catch some info. Still unlikely that they managed to pull it off, but John Olsen with the big flank around the back of Havoc. Oh, it comes down to timing whether or not Havoc can get down into a secret in time. The stairs will cover him off, and there he goes. John Olsen can't get around the back just yet.
Not to make noise. Leaf. Kept at bay. Flash gonna be popping anytime right now as they go for the peek here. Spots a player out. Havoc finds John Alton. The nade's gonna be sailing in. Bomb hasn't been planted yet. Edge ramp. He's gonna be stuck behind. Oh, but there is a smoke. A little bit of a window for him to escape. But yeah, this should be it. Leaf should be falling back. Now this is a chance, Stinker, for him to get the 1v5. But considering he's getting surrounded from every single direction, I don't see him holding on to his gun even.
Oh, it's going to be a huge task for him to do so. And yeah, like you said, just impossible at that point. Too many players around him. And Havoc has the job done again, just being so consistently good. I mean, he's just so good. 14-9, there's nothing really much more that you could say about Havoc. He's just a good player. And he's good at every map we've seen so far from him.
He has been. He has been very, very solid indeed. I feel like Divine Vendetta. 6 rounds. I think they're pretty much done their job. 6 rounds, quite a number of rounds here. And Lucid Dream, unless they have something to show us on the T side, I think like Divine Vendetta just might run away with it. Showing why Nuke is a map that you don't want to face off against this Middle Eastern team. I say Middle Eastern, but we do have a couple of South Asian players in it as well. Geography is complicated.
Geography is complicated. I remember, well, it's actually one of my favorite topics or subjects. I remember as like a little kid, I used to look at a world map and always want to go to all the countries. And luckily, with esports, I've been able to go to quite a few of them. So it's kind of nice. Bring a tear to your eye, Blah. Making the dreams of a young kid come true, Blah. Just like yourself. Someday, your dreams will come true, and Tyloo will win a major.
That's called, let's just call it fever dream.
Well, those can be fun too. And what? It's 6. 47 seconds. Much slower approach this time from Divine Vendetta. Ezra coming around the backside. 7 there with the UMP. He'll take down 1 kill and a second. Oh no! Not like this. Divine Vendetta crumbling to the low buy again. And there it goes. 7, 8, 9 with the headshot. Davdov left alone in the world. And it's not a world that he wants to be a part of for much longer. He will fight. But will it be in vain? It has to be one of the most incredible clutches we have seen so far in this tournament. It's the first kill. And the second nearly connecting, but it's 9-6. Lucid Dream do lead the way going into the second half. 6 rounds T-side. That's enough.
Yeah, but Havoc, man, he's come to play here today, hasn't he? Like 14 kills for him, and many of these rounds which they won was just coming down to Havoc just having these crazy rounds. I feel like if I'm Lucid Dream, I'm gonna be feeling a little annoyed at myself. I don't even know if they're really annoyed at themselves. There are a few rounds there which could have easily have made things a little bit more comfortable for them as they head into the second half. They could have easily made this 10-5, maybe even 11-4, but no, that is not the scoreline. The scoreline is 9-6. Lucid Dream still leading by 3 rounds. However, Divine Vendetta on, some people would say, the more favored side. Can they continue this 100% win rate on Nuke, Denko? The question, the pistol round, I think it's going to be crucial to kind of determine that answer.
Well, Fox with the Glock. It's Ezram to pull it back, though. We're into a 4v4. Ezram just peeks down in towards the door, and well, it's not there. There is no door, and Leaf going down because of it. And Fox, oh, this is just a nightmare for Lucid Dream. They're losing so many players in PTC. 1 versus 4 is required of him. He's managed to pick up the first. But any more than this would be unbelievable. While PTC has been a little bit quiet, I would have liked to see them get a bit more involved over on that CT side. Especially with the form and how we were really talking about him being a turning point in Lucid Dream's success in the previous map. Going into this one has been a bit quieter. The bomb not in his possession, 3 players still alive. I do see this as a round win for Divine Vendetta, so we should be looking at 9-7. No bomb plant will ensure that it won't be the full force buy, you know, the AKs, the Galeals. Divine Vendetta may have an opportunity to tie things up.
Are you assuming PTC is not going to win this clutch, Denko?
I am assuming that, yes.
I think it's logical. But
there's
just
3
like
players all in the same position right here, so If he wins it, that would be incredible. And there we go. Tyke takes down PTC. 7 rounds picked up for Divine Vendetta. And Lucid Dream, well, they could go for just, the Tech 9s here and hope for a quick play. That could definitely work.
That could work. That could work. They still have the lead, remember, so they have that little bit of nice taps coming out from edge ramp. They still have a little bit of an opportunity of trying to, to try a few wild things while they do have the lead. But in Divine Vendetta, they play these anti-ecos right. They're going to tie things up 9-all. Full eco from Lucid Dream. A little surprised there. I thought I'd probably just go for the force buy and try and do something with it. And Pistol's going to be coming out. There should be just a Bomb City coming in for the CTs. Yeah, PTC does get a kill on the edge ramp, but that should be it. Leaf left with the Glock. And as much of a clutch master as this guy is, Glock versus 4 CTs with the UMPs and a rifle. Yeah, don't see that one happening.
Well, Pokemon with the UMP. Money picked up. Divine Vendetta now. 8 rounds on the board. 1 away from tying things up here on Nuke. 7 at 9. The Toasty McToaster. Fire damage, 29. That's not bad. 11 headshots, 42 body hits, 15 limb hits, and 400 wasted bullets.
Oof.
69 of his shots have hit, 400 have missed. But then again, a lot of players do like to spam quite a bit, so take that with a pinch of salt. Pepper, or
Also,
any spice that you may want to use.
I like spices. I like using all the spices.
I don't.
Is it really food unless you're crying, Dinko? Is it? It's like a relationship. Like, is it a good relationship without emotions and spice?
I mean, I suppose
anyway,
tears of joy, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad tears, but you gotta feel something. But here we go. Fast take coming in towards Secret, and Ezra going to be making contact, spacing again a little bit off. I've never been a big fan of how Lucid go for these duels at times. Havoc needs to be very aware. He's going to be caught on the open, especially with the MP9. Not the ideal weapon to go for some of these long-range duels. Bomb will be planted. 2 MP9s, FAMAS and M4. If they can get up a little bit closer, they could try and do something here. However, they're paranoid. They're paranoid that these have a flank on. There might be someone nearby. Towards the ramp area. We do have Pokemon and Tyke coming in from Secret. Nate's going to sail in. Won't do any damage onto Mr. John Olsen. He's going to spot 2 players out. Doesn't want to take this fight. It's going to be falling on back. PDC from the vents finds Tyke. And that should be the call for the save here. The 2 rifles make just the 1 rifle remaining Pokemon. We'll have to run for the hills.
Run to
We'll save the
hill.
M4. Run for... Wait. DMC... no? Yes?
No.
I don't know.
Well, we're not that good enough, dude.
That's true, that's true. No, Shazam's gonna be like, Shazam, what song is this? I have no idea. Great bad. Great bad. Anyway, yeah. Lucid Dream, the buy comes in, enabled by the fact I went for almost a full eco the previous round. Just, I do believe the PD15 a deagle purchase, and with that, they keep a number of their players alive as well. For Divine Vendetta, that was kind of a bonus round. They do lose 4 of them, and they just have the 1 rifle saved, so buy will be coming in. But look at the utility. It is quite sparse indeed, and that should be something Lucid Dream should be trying to take advantage of right now.
These are the defining moments in the Divine Vendetta's road here in this best of 3. You lose these crucial rounds at the start of the second half, and that's when Lucid Dream start to have a very convincing scoreline. That's when they take control of the economy. Havoc at least still confident. He's taking those fights towards outside. He's got a little bit of control here as well at the moment. I almost feel like Lucid Dream have to get that control back. Otherwise, there's so much info available that they have to either be ramp or the top site rush that's going to allow the defense just to sit back passively and really bolster their defense here. So they have to be careful. Lucid Dream, they need to be aware of that.
Well, utility being used. I like some of the utility usage from Lucid Dream. They're not relying on pure aim to try and win this map, right? They know how to approach a T side here. And that could present a bit of a challenge. You look at the pace being said, Edgeram's alone. Backup needs to arrive real quickly, and he spots at 789. That's a huge kill from Edgeram. Now he's trapped. Tyke strikes. Bomb spotted up. It's Fox. Quick trades coming in. Tyke holding on to the lower bombs. A huge round from him. But with 5 seconds remaining, PTC is nowhere to be found. Bombs drop. Rounds gone. Divine Vendetta. They get to round number 9. What a massive, massive hold from Tyke, surviving the 8 HP as well.
That's a very important round, and I feel like from the start of that round, it was looking like Divine Vendetta were actually in a pretty solid position with the outside execute that they denied. You know, there's no control there from Lucid Dream at all. Havoc just kind of solo manning the outside area. And so Lucid Dream, I think they had like the perfect opportunity there to go in towards ramp, because Edgeram actually only had, with the UMP I believe it was, he was the only player back on the ramp. So that was almost the perfect place to go for Lucid Dream, and they just can't make it work. Now they have a situation on their hands where they have around 2k average in the bank left over, 2 AKs, a couple of Deagles, P250s. And if anything to go by seeing the last few rounds in Mirage, then this might be a round they pick up. But Pokemon's position is good. He's going to get 1 and a second kill. He'll look up towards top mini, and Olsen's there. John Olsen. And PTC is with a headshot. So 3v4, chance here.
Chance here, especially if you can find Pokemon. But he's doing such a great job. He's trying to stay alive, but out in the open, his head gets spotted out, but he will win the duel. That's John Olsen finally falling. PTC, it's going to come down to him. Previous round is unable to do anything. He knows Pokemon's position now. He wants to get this kill. Now, for Pokemon, he's got no utility to try and get out of there. However, he doesn't need to budge. For him to get taken down, PTC has to go for the face. But the moment to do that, someone's going to try and ensure the trade takes place immediately from behind. So Leaf, reboosting up PTC. Oh, that is cheeky. That is so cool. Did he get spotted out? I believe he didn't. PTC finds Havoc. Oh, that is genius. He knows exactly where Pokemon is. Another kill going his way. The one AK-47, Denko. It's making it happen.
Edgeram and Tyke. A lot of work to do, 19 seconds. Bomb has to go somewhere at this point. And while Leaf is going to go down on the top side, PTC now, he has to do everything. It has to be the ace clutch as he runs towards the lower bomb site. Edgeram can just open the door. Oh, this round's lost. What an unfortunate situation. And Edgeram's going to find the headshot. That was definitely heating up, and then it just kind of fizzled out towards the end there.
I would have kind of liked both of them to head towards one of the bombs and just play that one together. But hey, still, a lot of damage being dealt on. What was just, pistoled and a saved AK coming out? Huge,
two
huge
AKs coming into the round, I'm pretty sure. So, but all that matters is that PTC actually managed to do something with it. It's a good angle to see that from. Underwhelming though, anticlimactic. And while we get right into things, 10-10, evened up. And while Divine Vendetta, you can see the effects it's had on their economy. They're down to low reserve cash.
Low reserve cash. Well, okay. Let's see here now. Score's tied up. It doesn't even feel like Lucid had the lead initially. If you remember the beginning of the game, of this particular map rather, Lucid had a pretty decent lead. It was 4-1, 4-0, 5-0, 5-1, something like that. And all of a sudden, Divine Vendetta brought it back. However, keep an eye on the money of both the sides. Divine, no one above 1,000. No one above 1,000 for Lucid Dream as well. And the problem is going to be for Divine more than for Lucid. The city side, you want the utility, you want the superior weaponry and all of that. So, kind of one of those pivotal rounds we're going to be seeing here in this particular map.
Oh, well, 7. He goes down, Fox able to reply, Pokemon coming back in as well. So trade's coming in, but it's favoring Divine Vendetta heavily. The bomb's not on the back of any of these Lucid Dream players, and there's not really enough time to go back and get it at this point either. So we are looking at a round loss as PTC stuck in the vent, and this T side is starting to look a little weak from Lucid Dream, I have to say.
He's got himself in a good position, except he doesn't have the bomb.
Or time. So, Yeah, I mean,
Ugh.
at least he gets 7 AK, but other than that, not a whole lot going for Lucid Dream in this round. Divine Vendetta, they take the lead.
It is looking a little messy, I won't lie. Tyke. Tyke. 29 grenades used. Utility file. Yeah, it's quite a bit of utility use indeed. A lot of Molotovs as well. He has been stepping up alongside Havoc to kind of mount this comeback for the Middle Eastern side so far. Pokemon has had his moments as well, of course. Some good stuff coming out from the young Tyke. Ahaha.
Little tight. Best card in the world.
Oop.
Fox around the back. Oh, Ezram. Luckily doesn't go down. These rounds can spiral out of control so quickly, but Havoc, he's a player you can always rely on for at least 1 or 2, and there we go. He gets 3 kills. That should shut down any chances here. Avdov comes in, cleans up John Olsen, 12-10.
That's a little worrisome, that. To come out on top. And these rounds, they need to win these rounds without really losing too many players. So money's still looking a little rough for Divine Vendetta, and you can't count on Lucid Dream. Like I said, they can play this map, albeit obviously it's clear that Divine Vendetta seem to have the superior understanding of how to play this map. You slip up, Lucid Dream just gonna snatch it away from you. Fire Force coming in for Lucid again. They do have the AKs, Molotov smokes, whatnot. PDC snuck up through the wall of smokes, but he might just walk into Davdov's op, and yeah, he should be just done for here. Don't see him really winning this particular duel. And the fact that there's no one nearby means no trades taking place. They will go for the peek towards Havoc, and Havoc has just been such a wall in this ramp area, Dinko. Just been shutting it down, always lonesome. Yeah, some of them were like anti-eco bashes, but apart from that as well, he does such a good job repositioning himself, keeping them at bay, getting multi-kills. Just being basically the hero, the MVP of Divine Vendetta so far in this tournament.
On the utility coming on in towards the site, it's going to be Fox taking down Ezram. Havoc able to find 1. 7 goes down, and now 3 versus 3. 35 seconds left as Tyke holds on. Fox is going to cross back, and he's going to be caught. That gives a huge weakness to Lucid Dream now as they push forward, and Havoc, like I said, always good for at least 1 kill. Finally, is dispelled, but John Olsen looking to mount this round. He'll go forward. Puts the bomb down on the floor, at least tries to, but Davdov close, swings the double doors open, 13-10. We're starting to look at a real possibility that we're going to go into that third map. And, well, Lucid Dream, they haven't really got the money available for the goodbye here, so probably a couple of pistols being picked up, a small chance again, but I feel like that's been the case for almost the entirety of the second half. Is just Lucid Dream getting the buy-in finally, then losing the round, going back to the pistols.
Yeah, this one seems pretty much done though. Like it just seems like the final rights remaining for the CTs. Sorry, for the Ts. Yeah. Line by a little bit of head-to-head. Wow. Okay, that's a big difference between
Pretty one-sided battle.
Davdov.
Yeah.
Yeah. 22-10. 92 ADR 56. The graph's a little bit skewed by the looks of it, but yeah, Davdov been struggling a bit today. That's kind of unfortunate. He's one of the backbone of this team, I feel like. Like, you have Havoc, you know, you have Pokemon at the stars, but then you have someone like Davdov who's been given responsibility of that AWP, and
yeah. Although
you want to put in a few more numbers.
Although I do feel like that Tyke has stepped up quite a bit from what we usually see from him today, so he wasn't there. Who knows what might happen. Divine Vendetta are going to get down in towards the lower bomb site. They cross towards Secret in behind the smokes, and Ezram, he's going to be seen back here with the M4A4. Flashes up, going to come off the iron gun, goes back up towards the control.
Tramp right above. He knows what's happening. He's hearing all of these noises. And with that Davidoff creeping up as well. Personally, I'm not a big fan of like the AWP playing a little bit, you know, that close up. Yeah, this is much better. Falls out back to a little bit of safety. The final set of utility will be deployed by the T's. Bomb. They still look undecided where they want to go. This is such a strange round. Look at the amount of map control the T's have. 35 seconds on the clock, and they still haven't headed to either of the bomb sites.
Well, it looks like they're definitely going B. I mean, the bomb's down on the double doors here. They're finally going through. Ezram is going to be holding on for it. It's been pretty fantastic so far. 17 kills to his name, but he's been peaked from so many different angles. Smoke down to allow the bomb plant. And Davidoff, well, he's got the AWP, and he's going to take down PTC. Good kill, and now 4 versus 4. 34 seconds still on that bomb timer, so plenty of time to get back in here for Divine Vendetta side. Pokemon's taking a good bit of control. Leaf is going to be overrun. Pokemon just slithering his way in. And now this looks like a round that should be down, but look at the position down in towards the cubby. They haven't cleared this just yet. The late rounds, 7, 8, 9 can pull this off. The Tech 9, the double kill, and now round win possibly on the cards. It's 3 for him, and the time is 10 seconds on it. He'll get the defuse in. A nice try from 7, 8, 9. He can't make it happen for the third. They were just asking too much of it.
If his teammates got just one more frag, one more kill, that would have been the clutch for 7, 8, 9. A little bit of a mistake being made by Divine Vendetta. Tech 9, yeah, coming to play. Great work from him there, but Tyke ensuring that when he goes to the fight, he definitely is there to clutch out one out. But 14 to 10 for Divine Vendetta. Very, very expensive round. And that's the thing, Lucid Dream, they're keeping the economy in control for Divine Vendetta. They're not able to really build up any bank, so to speak. Now with another buy coming in from the T side. Keeping the pressure on. It's Middle Eastern side. Davidoff, it's outside. We've got Pokemon to ensure, just holding on to that angle, ensuring he doesn't get flanked from behind. I like this. I like the aggression, but as the smokes do dissipate, they will have to decide what they want to do. Do they want to keep on holding the angle, or do they want to fall on back?
Just going to keep walking forward up until the point where he actually spots something, then he's kind of forced to fall back and bait them into Pokemon. Nice, that's well played. Pokemon using the distraction of his teammate to take an easy kill. Now 7, 8, 9 just walks forward. He's already crossed and Havoc was down. This is one of the times he doesn't get a kill. 7, 8, 9. Instead of just taking the ramp control, he's like, okay, I'm going to walk into hell and take another frag here. And that's going to be a man advantage. 7, 8, 9 taking the round into his own hands. Although they try to commit to the bomb plant, no one's watching the double door. Ezram can just swing it wide open. Takes 1 and a second kill. He's been incredible as the B anchor here. In the last round, he was overrun, but this time a different position taken. And he's now pulled it into an advantage, an actual winnable position for his teammate. And on 7, 8, 9, they're going to go up towards the A bomb site again. PTC with a bomb on his back. 19 seconds, not really much room for error right now. So they go forward. They'll get that bomb down, but it's going to be a 3 versus 2 retake.
Just want to point out, Dinko, they had 3 Molotovs and I think 2 smokes. They didn't use a single one.
Yeah, that's annoying.
They didn't use a single one and just try to get the bomb down with no one marking double doors. Just absolutely abysmal from Lucid Dream. I feel like they just deserve to lose this round. Oh, you see? Spots out a player. Now he's not going to budge from this angle. Just going to hold on to it. 7 and 9 gets a kill on the Pokemon. And PDC is so aware of the player coming out there. But Tyke trying his best. But Sao Lucid Dream, they hold on. What a round from 7, 8, 9 once more. But my God. They're making it so hard for themselves. It's frustrating.
Yeah, that's a scenario where it's just a hero play from 7, 8, 9, getting him into that position. They're not playing great Counter-Strike right now on this T side. I mean, so much utility unused. The double door is one of the main points you look at, especially if you're planning there. I mean, there's no one watching him. There's no one watching that double door.
Welcome to my nightmare.
Well, Leaf, okay, he's already out in the A-bomb site. He's taking down Tyke, who was in the air at the time of happening. Leaf just plucks him out of the air, and Fox able to get another. Oh, that's job done. Round 1 already. Oh, that's quick. Well, next round. Serve it up.
Fast food coming up, coming for you guys. It is going to be 14 to 12. as Lucid Dream, yeah, they're not quite done yet. They still want to try and grind this one back, and why not? They have broken the money for Divine Vendetta. The previous round, Divine's like, oh, we're going to go for the first fight, going to work out, and Lucid's like, nah, that's not going to happen. They smack them down, and that is why Divine Vendetta, when we won some of those rounds earlier on, they wanted to win them a little more cleaner, because 14-12, you're just there, Dinko. You just need 2 more rounds to take it to map number 3. Instead, now you're staring down a barrel of the scoreline being 14-13. If you lose that as well, Lucid could get to map point before you do.
Well, that's a weird scenario to think about. If I'm Divine Vendetta, I'm starting to get a little bit scared about that. I'd love to see Lucid Dream just keep up this aggression. That would be incredible. This kind of round, they're going up against a potential stack, so it wouldn't really make too much sense to go straight to that top site rush. So they do slow down things a little bit coming into this round. I'm not really, I mean, this stack towards outside from Divine Vendetta at least had some sort of plan. I mean, I hate when teams go into these kind of rounds just with a default setup. I love to see a plan at least come in. They have stacked quite a few forces towards outside. But Lucid Dream, they've been avoiding Yard for pretty much the entirety of this half, it feels like. They don't really put much presence there. They don't really think about that as an area of the map that they need to work with as much.
I agree with you. Especially the first part, what he said, like, you know, the fact that when teams go for a stack, you're maximizing your chances, right? Something happening out. Yeah, it might look gimmicky. More often than not, it's not going to work out, but it's better than just playing defaults with USPs. Here it comes, though. Are they going to expect this as a question? 7 checks heaven. He's like, oh, there's no one there. Ah, there's Hulk jumping out! And have taken 2 kills. That is huge. Although, with that, PDC is able to recover it back. Havoc finds one. The spray from John Olsen. That's good damage. That is excellent damage, Dinko. 3 kills with the 5 USPs, and they all come flooding down. That must have been a nightmare scenario. It's like weaponized lemmings of death just dropping down.
And that's not something that you really that's like stuff of nightmares, really. Can you imagine? Oh. Well, they all do just kind of run over the top of you, so they would kind of be like kamikaze sort of lemmings, I guess.
That's the only thing that came to my mind.
Yeah. And well, PTC sends back here in towards the lobby. AWP looking down in towards the A bomb site. Molotov at the ready. A slower approach this time for Lucid Dream. They realize how important this round is. You know, you win this, you get rid of that economy again for Divine Vendetta. You're 14-14. You're in the driver's seat. You're actually the team that are primed and ready to take this map. ETC hyping himself up to go around this corner. Havoc currently waiting down and towards the ramp. He clears the top box position early. He realizes there's no one up there. Now Havoc repositioning with the Molotov biding his time. 53 seconds, they're running the clock down. Davtov towards Secret. A bullet will come his way. One of the rounds, they do have outside presence here for the T side. It's just the one player in the form of 789, but he's been a one-man army in a lot of these rounds, so if you're going to entrust a player of taking down one area of the map, it would certainly be him.
He's waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Oh, the timing. Perfect timing on the peak from Pokemon, but again, 789 is going to come down to... I want the timing to be perfect here. They're going to push on together. They're around the corner. 789 doesn't pre-fire, and Edgeram and Tyke, they shut it down. And this should be it. That should be it. Perfect hole coming out from Tyke and Edgeram. That he should have cleared the corner perfectly. If he got that kill, which he should have if he got the pre-fire on, they would have just left Tyke alone on that bomb site, and then he would have got pinced, and maybe I see a world where Lucid Dream could have potentially won that round or taken the upper bomb site. But great hope from Divine Vendetta nonetheless. So we're going to finally see them close it out, Denko, or are we going to see Lucid Dream maybe try and push it to overtime? Because if they win this round, money, it won't be terrible for Divine Vendetta, but it'll still be a rough buy.
Well, charge down and towards ramp. They're going to be sending multiple players here. Davtov with 1 kill and go back for another kill as well. That's 2 collected. Now 789 getting a good double. Davtov and Havoc both going down. And we've got ourselves a 3 versus 3
into such an important round. You lose this and Lucid Dream out of the running here on Nuke. We head to a third map. BTC sprints to the lower bomb site, gets the digits punched in. Now sets back. The time ticking. Lucid Dream looking to step to 14. Fine Vendetta looking to take their time to get back in, but it's not working. Time going down, 7-8-9 comes down to the timing. He looks away and Pokemon gets rid of him. Now 2 versus 2 as they sprint to the lower site. Pokemon's going to hear the footsteps of Leaf coming in from behind, but Pokemon turns all on PTC. Can he save the day for his team? The 1 versus 2. The first is Ejam. He's going to come around the corner and PTC gets rid of him. The flashbang as well. A 1 versus 1 and PTC keeps the dream alive. It may be Lucid, but it's 15-14.
The dream is indeed very lucid at the moment. 1 more round. And I was talking about the money, Dinko. The money's terrible. Ty can buy. Havoc can buy, I guess. But the rest of them, 3,250 in Pokemon. Edgeram on like 2k, Davidov. Yeah, pistols coming out. Edgeram will be dropped the M4 by Tyke, which is curious. I feel like Tyke has been phenomenal with the rifles. And I would rather have him keep it. FAMAS, 2 FAMASes, 1 M4.
FAMAS.
Oh yeah, 2 FAMAS, yes.
Yeah,
Plural.
Mitch gave us a nice little
Lesson.
reason as to why they were called just the FAMAS.
It's like deer.
He does like to flex a little bit of French sometimes, even though he's definitely not fluent, but...
He does, yeah, he gives me those French vibes.
He does speak a little bit of French. He knows some words at least. I mean, clearly he knows how to order a Big Mac, that's for sure. And now, it's going to be the play out towards outside. The smoke's up. The wall of smoke's in play. And now Fox gets down in towards the lower stats.
Yeah, fast A coming out from Lucid Dream towards Secret. And all 5 players. They will leave 789 holding the flank. I want to see 789 with the T's on this. Look at this. Look at this, Dinko. They've kind of set up this it's kind of a trap, but instead a trap's going to be completely ripped apart. Edgeram and Havoc left. Fortunately, these are the 2 players that got the rifles to work with. Havoc with the FAMAS. Are they going to be aware of his position? And they've already got 3 kills. And instead they're going to be heading on up. Leaf is going to be holding the back lines. Is he? He should be. And this looks like it's going to go to overtime, Dinko.
Yeah.
I don't see a world where, well, yeah, Vendetta bring it back.
A second
You're going to need some
overtime
divine
play
intervention.
of the tournament so far. Or our one, at least. We've had 3, I think, in total now, so... Bitch and Jason got 1. We might just have our second one here, unless Ezram can do something from heaven here. Havoc is the main player. His tensions have been drawn, and while Ezram just drop it down. John Olsen, hello! Turn the headset on at PTC with a headshot. And now it's Havoc alone in a 1 versus 3. Comes back into the side, but the time is ticking. Havoc, oh, he's going to go down. There it is, overtime player. More rounds.
All the rounds, all the maps, you love to see it. I like the scoreline. The 4 players for Divine Vendetta getting over 20 kills. Davdov, Dave having a rough game. And for Lucid Dream as well, I think we see 3 players. It's 789 has been phenomenal alongside PDC and Fox. And of course, Leaf and John Alton comparatively a little bit quieter. But yeah, everyone's stepping up in the server, it feels like. Apart from Davdov having a little bit of a rough map here. But overtime coming in, 10k start money. Everything's reset again, and the pressure is back on for Divine Vendetta, Dinko. Those of you again tuning in, map 1, you can see a little bit of dot on your HUD up there, showing that Lucid Dream did win map number 1, which was their map against Mirage, very convincingly, in fact. And Divine Vendetta, they need this map win to keep the series alive. And if Lucid Dream win this overtime, it's going to be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, and that's definitely heartbreaking for Divine Vendetta. They're doing their best to try and get this under the belt. They're trying to keep that 100% win rate on Nuke in PAL 2020. I think Divine Vendetta, for their chances moving forward in this tournament, for seeing them potentially be a dark horse to take on some of the teams, I feel like beating Lucid Dream is such an important matchup for them. Especially because we look at some of these teams, and I'm sure this will be a statement that some may not agree with, but arguably Divine Vendetta would be one of the teams in
consideration to be one of the bottom teams out of all of the rosters we've got, right? In terms of who we've got available, mainly Masai, I think they're pretty much confirmed the bottom spot right now. Everybody looks much better than them. But the other teams, it's up for grabs. We went into this saying Lucid Dream, but if they're looking better as they get more matches under their belt. So potentially here, if they beat Divine Vendetta, this could be one of the most decisive matchups of who actually finishes bottom alongside Masai.
I agree with you. And you can't really blame anyone for having that particular, like, you know, that bias, so to speak, right? Because Divine Vendetta, they only play in the region. We don't really see much from them. They have the ping disadvantage. They basically were just a mixed team coming in as Camel Riders winning the Asian minor. But hey, in the end. Right,
yeah,
so
I
we
mean,
do seem to... Yeah, sorry, a little bit of technical issues, it feels like, which is why we do have the pause coming in right now.
Yeah, it's over on Divine Vendetta's side. And it's not just technical issues they have. They've also got issues inside of the game right now. That hasn't really been working well for them. Just a small note as well. I know Mitch is having a hard time looking at the screen right now. 10k overtime. It's not the greatest, not what everybody likes to see, but it is the system we work with here in Valve events. In Perfect World events.
All then. I feel like we've been fortunate that they're considering, for me, all these online games, now that it's completed online, it takes me back to 2013, 2014, where everything was pretty much, most of the events were just online, and we saw so many technical issues, DDoSes, whatnot. But we've been blessed with very minimal technical issues, considering everything is happening online and whatnot. But here we go, everything fixed. Whew. That is unfortunate. Fox gets his kneecap. Oh my lord, that is PDC almost getting the kill. But Davdov survives, able to recover in time. PDC put in some pain here. Although, Fox just hobbling along. 17 HP, getting legged with an AWP. Early skirmish, but no one really coming out on top there.
Well, I'd say maybe a little edge here to Divine Vendetta in terms of at least the health, but now they're going to group up in numbers, and Havoc, he's going to pick off the low HP player. Fox gone, but at least they're able to get the trade immediately after. So 3 versus 3 in towards the lower bomb site. Lucid Dream run. Smoke to the double door. We do love to see that, the smoke for the double door. And there's Ram, he's going to be here at the bottom of the stairs. Leaf gets rid of him. That's the way you clear it. And now Tyke and Davidov. Can they do anything into this 2 versus 3? Tyke needs to be careful around this corner. Currently with Leafy. Oh, the smoke! Oh, you hit that. You've all been there. Oh, that's one of the worst scenarios that can play out in Counter-Strike. Davdov, the 1 versus 3, just unwinnable. He realizes money is an issue here in 10k overtime, so he's going to be saving.
He's going to be saving. Where was the op? I'm still trying to find it. Oh, no, nothing saved. That's hard. That's really hard. If they lose the second round, no money. That's a danger with 10k 10k overtime. Havoc going to be buying up his AWP nonetheless. Still has a little bit of extra cash. A double op setup coming out. That's okay. It's going to be, I guess, a similar setup though, but Havoc this time with the AWP. Maybe getting helped out by, I don't know, maybe by Pokemons, trying to go aggressive towards ramp, towards the trophy room, radio, whatever you call it. And Davdov maybe playing, there we go, aggression coming out from them. And it's going to be Havoc. Oh, you can't miss that! You can't miss that! You're going to do it again. The fast play coming in towards ramp. At least there's another player though waiting around towards lower Pokemon. But well, Pokemon, sometimes you just catch nothing. And with that, 5-3. Save your gun right now. Save your guns. Pronto.
I almost feel a little bad because for the majority of this game, I've talked about how Havoc has been fantastic in towards that ramp hold. I feel like Lucid Dream have actually started to see a bit of a weakness towards the ramp. Now, Havoc hasn't been awful. I mean, he's still getting 1 kill, but not in this scenario, but in this round. But in the previous, he gets 1 kill. But I feel like that ramp hold needs adjusted. We're starting to run out of rounds here to do so for Divine Vendetta. I think maybe getting the AWP over there to try and support early on, maybe a boost going on. I think just having 1 player down in towards the ramp just isn't the right call. We've seen immediately they lose the ramp control so quickly. Even when Divine Vendetta, we've seen a couple of players in towards the ramp room. In regulation, it wasn't working so well. And they've lost so many weapons that at least the AWP saved over. But 17-15. I'd be interested to see if Lucid Dream goes straight back into that ramp pit again. I'd be more interested to see if Divine Vendetta do anything differently in terms of their approach.
Well, they did manage to win, not win, but do quite a bit of damages to the USPs earlier, and this is a much better buy than the USPs, right? You got a 5-7 FAMAS UMP and the UMP, as well as the M4 enhanced Veg RAM. The stream, I don't think they're going to do the same thing again. It will be smoked off this time around, but my word, 2 back-to-back very, very convincing kills coming in. The aggression comes out though, and I think they're aware. They're like, all right, 1 player pushed in 100%. There's another CD right next to him. I love the switcher from Lucid. 2 quick back-to-back, and Fox is aware. Fox is so ready for Havoc to peer around the corner. I love the patience coming out from Lucid Dream here, and Havoc, will it work out? He's going to be pushing a little bit more deeper, but Fox... what? What is that? How did he even know? That's ludicrous from John Olsen. But Davdov replies back.
Yep, 2 kills coming back in. Pokemon and Davdov put this into a winnable position for Divine Vendetta. I feel if they lose every single round here, it's going to be a big issue moving into the second half of overtime. And PTC says no. It's all on Davdov with the AWP. A 1 versus 3. They're on B. I just do not see a way in which Davdov can pull this off. Okay, the shot lands through the wall, but again under pressure. The no-scope. Okay, Leaf, he's gone out of the round. And Davdov not too far away from landing that one either. He's clearing their positions as quickly as he can, but Fox's position, look at it. This is going to be impossible. A double peek would come through. PTC is going to seal it. 18-15. Flawless T-half coming in for Lucid Dream. Now they have 3 opportunities to take it off the line. And PTC has come into his own towards the end of this. He was quiet, I have to say, in comparison to his Mirage performance at the start of this game. But he has shown up towards the later stages, and that's all that matters. He's delivering impact.
He is indeed. And PDC. But that shot from John Olsen, just running across, like, how do you react to that? Like, there was no chance in hell for Havoc to make that work. It was impossible for him to win that duel. Instant delete. And you can't even blame, Divine Vendetta for going for a little bit of aggressive play. They had to make it work. They just had a 5-7 UMP. Trying to force a fight to happen, but Lucid Dream, you just slow it down. They played very slow, and they just, like, win it by basically having the CDs walk into the direction. So 1 round is all Lucid need. And they have 3 opportunities, Dinka, like I mentioned. So, well, Divine Vendetta, it sucks to be them. I thought Nuke would probably go their way, but that little voice in my head was telling me that Lucid Dream's going to make it 2-0. It seems like there was an element of truth in it.
Your voices are correct today, and I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on what the voices are saying about Tyloo versus Vici coming up after this as well. So, this matchup...
I'm only hearing pained yelling right now in my ears.
Well, that's not a good sign. That certainly isn't a good sign at all. But good outside execute here from Divine Vendetta. Good smokes coming in. Was Hell and Heaven. Fox, though. These smokes will eventually fade. Tyke's head. Oh, it's going to be spotted. Good opening kill here for the Lucid Dream. And this might just be the demise of Divine Vendetta. Avdov is getting a reply with a trade kill. 35 seconds left. And Fox is still back in CT spawn. Knows they're not coming up towards Heaven nor Hell. Down towards Secret is the call.
For a moment, I was worried John Alton would spot Havoc climbing down the ladder, but Havoc's a drop down. The second he does, yeah, I mean, there's no other opportunity apart from coming down the ladder. John Alton, he's on the hunt. This could be it, Dinko.
Oh, he's down behind 3 of them. That's the bomb on the floor. The second as well.
GG.
He just hammers the nails into the coffin, and now Pokemon, well, he's got to fight. It's not going to work for him. 19-15, overtime. It's flawless from Lucid Dream. They will take the series 2-0. They've grown into this tournament. They're looking good. And I think with this performance and this kind of showing from Lucid Dream, this is starting to be a team that I can see being safe from those bottom 2 spots.
Yeah, this is the saving game for them, right? I still feel like they have a long way to go, but for Divine Vendetta, I feel like this is the game they should have won to kind of ensure they don't get bottomed out at the end. They beat Masai, they lost against Invictus, but this was shaky from them. They should have really had Nuke. But Jason, Mitch, to 2-0, the dream. I guess it's real.
Like
at least,
I said,
if you're a fan of the Thai team.
Every one of us said 2-0 except you, Blah. Except all of us
Shut
were
up.
wrong
You did.
in total. And even I was wrong in saying that at first. That was obviously about the first game. But 2-0 for Lucid Dream. Did not expect that. I don't think most people out there expected that. But I do have to say this. Looking back at Divine Vendetta's match against Invictus Gaming, one big part of it was Davdov. On the CT side, he went 17-6. He had 17 kills, CT side alone. Looking over now to him playing on CT side here, he had 8. And then you look at the rest of his teammates. I mean, you had Havoc get 7 on CT side. You had Tyke get 13. Pokemon get 13. And Ezreal get 10. So some other people did step up. But Davdov, like he was the only one that even passed 10 kills when they beat Invictus Gaming just a couple days ago. So a little bit of a tough time for them. Honestly, credit to Lucid Dream to really step up there. And I mean, I don't even know what round. If we were ever to pick one out to talk about in particular, it was just insane stuff left and right. You even saw towards the end that shot in lobby coming around the corner. I don't know who it was onto off the top of my head, but it was done, I believe, by John Olsen when they were on the T side in the last round. Some insane stuff, though, out of the Dreamers.
No, 100%. For Lucid Dream, as I said coming into the series, I thought they were going to win it. I really didn't think Nuke would go their way, though. I mean, like, Divine Vendetta just have far more to play with, and I think we saw the real struggles of Lucid Dream when they did swap to that T side. They were lacking direction a lot. Ramp worked for them massively when it came to overtime, but in regulation, clearing out this B bomb site was next to impossible for them. We saw them at times where they went for the plant in the open. Remember the round where Ezram was able to take down the bomb planter, and they had smokes. They just didn't throw them down towards the doors, so he swung the double doors open and took them down. It was a very loose attacking side. You could see the gaps in their knowledge of the map itself, but they warmed up into it. They started to take notes of their mistakes, and then we saw them improve on it. They got ramp control in OTs, and from there, consistently cleared out the sites. I mean, Divine Vendetta looked like a different team going into the OTs.
Okay, well, I was maybe expecting, Vladeko to say something particular about that, but yeah, I mean, going on further now into this whole tournament, I mean, that's the first victory for Lucid Dream. We have to keep that in mind, right? And also keep in mind that this isn't necessarily going to be their toughest challenger in these next 2 weeks. They still have a lot of tough teams to beat to potentially stay out of the bottom 2, but it does open things up, right? Like Divine Vendetta, now are they potentially going to be one of those teams who are going to be sitting at the bottom of the table? Let's take a look, though, at the scoreboard here between both teams in that slugger of a map. 29 kills for not only 789, who was definitely quiet earlier on, but also for PTC. Some fantastic stuff out of these two individual players, but I mean, all in all, you can see, Dinko, like everyone had their moment. Maybe Leaf was a little bit lacking at 17, but still, 4 players above 20, 25 kills almost. That's insane stuff.
Yeah, I think across Mirage and Nuke, I think 789 was the playmaker in a lot of situations. He was getting them back into the game. I think for a point that Lucid Dream looked rough, it was one of those hero plays. You remember back to 789 getting that 4K on the T side, just ran through ramp, took the first kill into Havoc, decided he was going to go towards Hell, takes himself a kill there as well. And he is the MVP of this matchup, and I think rightfully so. 7 multi-kill rounds in that match as well. So he is having a great time. I think it was a similar number over on Mirage as well. So yeah, this is definitely an impressive performance from 789 and PTC, I have to say, who definitely came into his own towards the end of Nuke, was a little bit quiet at the start, but nonetheless, the individuals do show up for Lucid Dream, and I think it's all about finding that consistency. If everyone can pop off on this team, they can be a threat.
I mean, PTC, by the way, just for the series, for me, he's the MVP overall. He went plus 21. He went 50 and 29. And that's not really a performance we've seen out of him so far. But I mean, obviously, Blake, you did talk about him quite a bit. I mean, being one of the first, if not the first Thai players to move out of the region alone or the country alone to play on some international mixes, maybe we're starting to see him come back to life.
Yeah, that's the sign, that's a great sign for this team, right? Lucid Dream, obviously, we're talking about how Leaf has his clutch moments individually, but if you look at Beyond, someone like Beyond's a way better team individually speaking as well. But them showing all that is a good thing. I'm feeling a little rough for Divine Vendetta because this was a must-win game for both the teams. Both the teams are kind of rated pretty low, reasonably so. And it was a must-win game for Lucid, must-win game for Divine Vendetta. And now heading into the next games we have for both the sides, it's going to only get harder, right? So Divine Vendetta are going to be just kicking themselves over the loss of Nuke. But yeah, good signs for Lucid Dream. They looked good. They woke up, and like Mitch mentioned as well, the way they played the overtime, getting the ramp control, being very, very decisive in the way they're taking the bomb sites, and even in the third round of overtime, the way he played it very passively, waited for the aggression from the CTs. That is good Counter-Strike, and that was something which we didn't see in some of those rounds earlier on from the Thai side.
And I think we've also seen a weakness from Divine Vendetta in terms of their lack of ability to adapt, right? Because over and towards ramp, they never really fixed that. I think Havoc was doing a good job at the start, but when they started to try and figure him out, they were getting him, they were taking him down without a single kill sometimes, because usually he was good for 1 or 2, but eventually they started to figure him out. He was kind of getting caught out of position all of the time. But Divine Vendetta, how many rounds went past where they just let it continue to happen, and they just had to retake that B-bomb site? I really feel like they should have adapted over towards the ramp area, and that's definitely a weakness moving forward for Divine Vendetta. They're going to need to get onto the practice server and start to figure out different setups they can adjust with, because when you start to run out of ideas, when you start to get figured out when you're on the CT side, you've got to have setups to fall back on, things to change up.
Well, speaking of moving forward, that's what we're going to have to do here now as we get ready for our final game of the day. And it's definitely one you're not going to want to miss. It's in about half an hour time, but it's going to be the legendary match here, the rematch, the El Clasico of the Asian CS scene. It's going to be Tyloo up against Vici game. You're not going to want to miss this. Half an hour time. This is the PAL Summer 2020 Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And we'll see you guys then.
Coming up next, Tyloo versus Vici Gaming.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Let's go, let's go. Stand back while I catch fire. Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into I never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature.
taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones. The forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauty's all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in, take everything you stole from us.
everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. Yeah. War cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us. Who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry,
Walking slowly, running home. I will follow you alone. Moving closer, we're in motion. We're a beacon in the dark. Let me feel it. Give me vision. We will never be apart. Going nowhere, nowhere special. We will never be apart. We will never be apart.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had another quick day so far, just like yesterday. And we're going to find out here momentarily. I can probably tell you if we'll have a quick one. It's probably not going to happen. It's Tyloo up against Vici. It's the rematch of the big dogs from China. Jason Kaplan's still joined by Mitch, by Bleh, and by Dinko as we're breaking down this game before we do hop into it. Mitch, I don't know what that was. Please never do that again. That
I
was
was doing
very off-putting.
You never
and I think I need to.
You just never
What's that?
noticed, Jason.
It's not like you're getting called out, Mitch. Just absolute wrecked.
Can I get some approval here, Bleh and Dinko? Has he ever done that before during the show?
I mean,
No,
I've
yes,
seen him attempt
definitely.
something of the sort somewhere
Definitely.
else, but not this show, I don't think.
I mean, to be fair, I should be proud he had his mic unmuted when we started the show. Came back from break here. But we're obviously going to be looking now into Tyloo up against Vici, right? Let's start off things talking about Tyloo because this team should be the favorites in the whole thing, right? Obviously didn't finish first when it came to the RMR event that happened with the road to Rio before. But now coming to this, they already have a loss in their belts. Blood, do you think we're going to see potentially their loss today?
I don't know. I think like if you just like weigh the odds, it looks like if you've lost 4 games in a row to Tyloo, Vici should win this one, right? But are they? Will they? I don't know. It's Tyloo Vici. No one knows what the hell's going on here.
So if you don't even know,
No one does.
then no one's going to know it all.
Let's end that here.
Well, I think statistically speaking, I mean, we've got to go with Tyloo, right? Just based on the history, based on maybe Vici even having a mental block against Tyloo. I think, obviously, it's been clear for quite some time. Tyloo are the #1 team in China. It's been that way for so long. Hasn't really looked like it's going to change. Vici coming into this tournament, the only team that's undefeated. They'll be looking to try and keep that in play. But like Bless said, every matchup that we've had recently with Tyloo taking on Vici just hasn't ended well for the Vici roster. The last one they played, which was a best of 5, the final for Pro League, was an absolute destruction coming through. Tyloo just destroyed them absolutely outright. And so coming into this, Vici are going to have a little taste in their mouth. You know, bad taste after remembering, okay, Tyloo just destroyed us in our last matchup. And coming into today, they'll be wanting revenge, but they'll have that linger in the back of their head that they really got outclassed completely the last time they played.
Well, hopefully for them, they can get some mouthwash and get that bad taste out of there because we're going to be looking now at their opponents. We're going to be looking at Dan King in particular in this one. Obviously, going to be matched up against Kaze as well. This is going to be an interesting battle, right? Dan King, he's been quiet. He's been very quiet so far within the PAL Summer 2020 tournament. Where Kaze, on the other hand, he's pretty much been his Kaze kind of standard. But Mitch, looking into this, you know, I think for me, for Tyloo's sake, it comes down to Dan King to be one of the players to really step up.
Yeah, the worrying thing about that is that so far he's been quiet against someone like PTC, more importantly against Wits over in that series. You got to remember, like, Vici have only played against the weaker teams. They've been Lucid Dream and Bren, whereas Tyloo have had, I guess, slightly more difficult games, like Invictus, D13. Those are much more respectable opponents, I think, to struggle against, although Tyloo definitely did struggle, obviously going down 2-0. Dan King's probably going to have a rough time in this battle, but I do think that you got to take a little bit of a pinch of salt with Kaze's stats for this tournament so far anyways, just because of the opponents they've had been up against.
I think it's also hard to kind of judge maybe the results they've had so far in this tournament. Obviously, Vici going to be up 2-0, just based off the fact that this is such a classico matchup between these two teams, right? Like this is a team that they know inside and out between both of them. I think this kind of like has like a a level upon a level upon a level when going into matching up against each other and trying to read into each other here, Dinko.
Yeah, you say something about level, and I think that's a very good talking point, because we talk about Tyloo being a team that sometimes drops to the level of their opponents. They start to make those mistakes, get a little bit overconfident at times, whereas Vici always play their own game, right? But saying that Vici always play at their level, is their level enough to beat Tyloo when Tyloo at their top level? I don't know. So
Wasn't
I
a couple
don't think
days
so.
ago.
Wow,
So, yeah.
that was confusing.
Yeah, there's a lot of levels in there, Blair, but there is some sort of sense in there somewhere, Blair. So basically, Tyloo coming into this, they're going to play at Vici's level, which is definitely going to be pretty high. So I'm looking forward to seeing Tyloo taking this. That's my prediction straight through. I think Tyloo are going to take it 2-0, and I'm sent it straight right because I'm so confident in the Tyloo showing up today. Even though they've been quiet throughout the tournament, coming into this matchup, I think Tyloo are going to be walking away with things just because they're going to increase their performance against Vici.
I mean, I got to scratch my head there. We haven't even seen the vetoes just yet, and you're already calling Tyloo with the
Yeah,
2-0.
I
mean,
I'm that confident.
I'm nothing against
Wow.
the confidence. I think maybe a couple of the people on the board here will be, in similar fashion. But let's take a look at the maps being played, though. I think this is going to be interesting because I already did catch a little bit of a taste on it. Mirage, Vertigo, and Inferno. Vertigo being picked here out of Vici. I bled. Do you have any thoughts on that? They have one map play, and they lost it.
They didn't lose it. They got decimated on it by
16-4.
Tyloo. So here's the thing. You're not going to see Dust 2 and Nuke when these two teams play against each other, right? It's almost the same maps we're seeing, which we saw from the past couple of series from them. And if you look at all the three maps, this is Vertigo from Vici. I'm assuming Advent's like, all right, guys, we're going to be putting a lot of prep work. We know we can probably counter Tyloo here. You're going to be seeing some cool, tricky setups and whatnot coming out from Vici on Vertigo. The thing is, Tyloo, they look good. They look sharp right now, and even Vertigo is a map that they're feeling very comfortable on. They even picked it as well recently. So coming to the series, here's the one thing. Vici, they choke against Tyloo when it comes to the games that really matter. I'm talking about the finals, the qualifying matchup. When the group stages, Tyloo do have a tendency to kind of drop the ball a little bit. They did lose Invictus earlier on. They lost to D13 in the RMR, the previous RMR event as well. So I feel like Tyloo in the group stages is a very mortal Tyloo. They can bleed, and that is something which might give Vici a little bit of an edge. Also, this Vertigo pick makes it very interesting. I feel like Vici definitely would be having something prepared for them. And bear in mind, they do have the firepower. Maybe not at the level of a Tyloo, but they can hold their own. So I'm actually going to go the way of Vici. I feel like they might pull off the upset here.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can argue against the birthday boy, but I will say this in context. At least the last 4 times they played on Mirage, Tyloo did win 16-10, 16-12, 16-9, 16-7. It's a little bit of tough time. So you think it's going to be going Vici's way. Dinko, he thinks it's going to be going Tyloo. Mitch, what do you think?
I find it hard to disagree with Blah in the region, but at the end of the day, I don't believe that they'll be able to 2-0 it. Maybe a 2-1. I'm going to side with Tyloo, though, just because I don't think that they'll improve enough on Vertigo.
Okay, well, we're about to hop into the game. Thank you very much, Bled Dinko, for your thoughts. This one we'll be checking with you right after we're done with the map to break it down and obviously get it underway with the second map. I want to say it's got to be Tyloo. Like, I don't want to vote against Bled. It is the birthday boy, but, I'm going with my heart. And my heart says Tyloo.
I feel pretty weird siding with Dinko because he seemed very confident Divine Vendetta would win that previous series, and that wasn't right. But anyways, we'll see.
You
how
said
things
Lucid
go.
Dream would win in their first game up against D13, and we saw how that went.
Yeah, and then you said they wouldn't win Mirage. And what was it? 16-6, I think. Yeah, I'll go back and get the segment during this. I'll clip it. I think you'd be amiss to say Tyloo are not favorites in this, but I definitely see the logic, right? I love, and I've done it even in this tournament alone, saying like, okay, a team is playing on this map, but they've played this 4 times. Maybe they're not good at it, but they can certainly study from it. They can learn from the mistakes they've made. And I think certainly someone like Advent will 100%. If they're picking Vertigo, they must have some serious hard theory on how they can win this. But considering the only sample I have to go off of is a 16-4 loss to this same team, I don't know if I believe they can turn it around that, well, not necessarily that quickly, but with that little time to improve. Or they haven't played any games since then, right? I know it's been a month and a half.
for you to say.
Well, yeah.
Oh, we do see the execute coming in towards the A site. A full retake gonna be coming through out of Vici. Advent is gonna have the kit in hand. He's gonna have a smoke as well as Jam Young. Maybe looking to section off some of these sites. One coming in for the flank, but look at somebody actually. He's gonna be lurking inside of middle, and this is what's really interesting for me, because he has the ability to play from short and catch them on the defuse. And so far, Almond picks up the first kill. Dan King will be first casualty in this war between the two teams. Attacker's gonna respawn, but Jam Young as well gets a TK on the Kaze. Not the start you want to see for Vici, but he redeems himself with another kill. And coming down to now the 2-1-2.
Oh, the shot in the smoke slowly takes down the diffuser. It's tapped again, and slowly looking for it with the knife. He grabs the kill to pull them across the line as Tyloo now go up 1-0. Winning at the pistol round.
Let me ask you something, Mitch. In that situation, it's 2-on-2 or it's 1-on-2, right? You're Jam Young, you get the kit, and your teammate just died trying to defuse the bomb. Do you realistically try to stick the defuse where they could potentially knife you and get a big chunk of money, which now Sully's going to have? I mean, he went up to like 5,800 at the end of the round. Or do you just try to fight them off the site so they have to shoot you? I mean, if you're thinking like money-wise, I mean, obviously you can get very lucky with sticking the defuse, but I would imagine not, considering your teammate just got picked off.
Yeah.
Or am I just thinking too much?
I think that like there's two schools of thought on it. You could go for it, and they'll think you're faking it, because why would you stick it after your teammate just died there? Maybe he's low on clock ammo, runs out of it while spamming, which happened, and he got the knife kill. But the thing is, it didn't work out. That's the important part. Regardless of what his school of thought was, it's 1-0 up. Vici have got scoots, deagles, 2 deagles. It's the magic formula. This could be their round, but it's going to be pretty difficult when you can see the positions they're in. Kaze playing in towards the spawn. Immediately Zoking falls, so Kaze's got no support there. He can land the first kill, but how much more can you reasonably be expected to get with a scout? And it's none. You know, if they're still worried about clearing out some of these angles like underwood or backside tall box, sure, maybe you can get a little bit more damage in, even if your teammates are already coming up through connector or short to harass them. But when they're 3 players just staring at you, yeah, you're not going to get anything done. The same thing happens there for Advent, just swing from slowly to put the second on the board for Tyloo pretty cleanly, and now they rock in up against an eco. So Vici are going to concede a 3rd round. It'll take a little while for them to bounce back. They got lots of time to think about the first buy round at least.
I think we can almost expect to see an op coming. Actually, I don't know. It depends on how Tyloo want to play. Like, they're going to have the money for an op going into Vici's like first real buy round. But it's whether or not they want to use that investment of that knife that we saw, or kind of just hold on to it later on. We do have a little bit of a DC coming through. A couple players, I guess, DC in here. But yeah, some far tough times for Vici Gaming. And I kind of am thinking the same thing you are when it comes to Vertigo. Like, why would you pick a map against a team who just decimated you on it and knows you so well? But I want to believe, like, okay, they must have something in store for them, right? They must have something prepared. Or maybe they just felt like they realized where their mistakes were the last time they did play, and it's just some simple things that they could fix, you know, kind of almost overnight, and they don't really need to grind out and really practice.
I mean, they got 3 rounds on the T side, though, out of 15 on Vertigo. I feel like no matter what, there's just the fundamental approach to the map is flawed if that's all you're able to net. But yeah, maybe they figured out what Tyloo like to do. They've watched their other games on Vertigo. They played most recently. I mean, it was just yesterday versus D13. Maybe Advent was watching it, saw something he liked. I mean, that's the benefit of this tournament, right? It's not like everybody's playing best of 3s at the same time. Like when we're doing a lot of different tournaments and like one round will happen, so there's 4 games going on at once. Obviously, we won't go into the next game 30 minutes later and go, oh, well, maybe they saw the game that just happened. Like, no, they were playing their game. Of course they didn't see it. They haven't had time. They've probably been getting a drink of water, going to the toilet, and they're back playing. Whereas they've had a full day to sit down and watch this, watch it live, watch it back, figure out exactly what was going on. And maybe on the back of that, they'll be able to beat them. I don't know. I feel like there's just, if you're not playing any games, I'm sure they've probably scrimmed it. But again, within that region, I'm sure word gets around. I remember there used to be, back in Battalion, one of my buddies, Mark Corner, they've won, he played for Team M Point. They won every single big tournament anyways until the last one. Tens of thousands of dollars in in earnings, and I remember they had this thing where they went on the scrim discords and they would start typing in looking for scrim on whatever map it was. It was called Manor House, but it doesn't really matter. And even against teams that played Manor House regularly, they would insta ban it against them at the major, the $50,000 event, because they didn't want to play them, right? Because they'd researched it. Turned out they never once actually scrimmed on it. If someone did respond to them, they just said, "Oh, we've already got one, sorry," and they just kept posting like on a weekly basis, looking for scrims on Manor House, looking for scrims on Manor House. They hadn't prepared it at all, but they just made everybody veto it against them. It was absolutely brilliant. The mind games.
I could think of a different term I would use than games there, as it did for me. But that's pretty like that's pretty next level, right?
Yeah, but like we were even on the broadcast being like, "Oh, these guys have been practicing that map a lot," and then I was chatting to him afterwards. He's like, "Yeah, we've not played it once as a 5-man."
Well, I'm curious then, what happens? Because like, what if they actually do want to find a scrim, or is this just like in their off time? Like one dude just like saying they're looking for one just to mess with people.
Yeah, exactly. They'd finish scrims for the day, and then they would just like type in, "Yo, looking for scrim on this." And if they were actually sorting a scrim out, they would message a team privately, as opposed to putting it in the Discord for scrims. But the word does get around, right? But no one ever thought to ask, "Yo, have you scrimmed that team on this map?" Like everyone would just be like, "No, I thought you did. What? Who are they scrimming?"
I mean, that kind of reminds me of I think it was back when I was doing Overwatch in the early days, and you talk to a team going into an event, to kind of get their like where do they feel like they are, like how have the results been lately, and the amount of times I've talked to teams and they've been like, "Yeah, haven't lost a scrim, haven't lost a practice," and then you go talk to the team that they were like boot camping with, or, like against like one of their rivals. Yeah, haven't lost a match, haven't lost a scrim at all, and they were scrimming against each other, and you're like, something doesn't add up here. If both teams haven't lost, how does that make sense? And then they go on, like, even if they're not playing against each other, and they go on to just do absolutely nothing when it comes to tournament time. I think they're just messing with me at that rate.
I think as well, though, they'll want you to like go on the broadcast and be like, "Oh yeah, these guys haven't lost a single scrim," like it hype them up, But there's also, you don't want to share data. Like if they said, for example, they said to you, "Oh yeah, we've been, I don't know, playing Orisa in Overwatch. We didn't like that. Didn't go too well for us or whatever." They gave away something. And if you bring that up on the broadcast, then the next team they're going to face is sat there. They'll be like, "Oh, they're not going to do this." Or that they won't want to play this map or whatever.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, I would have liked to think that I have a good relationship with the players and they wouldn't lie to me like that. Because you have to have, like, obviously as a commentator, if you're out there as a viewer, like you have to have that trust with the team. Because obviously you want to know some things ahead of time. Like if I mean, not like roster change or anything like that, but you want to like know like how their prep was coming to the event, like where they're feeling confident, not confident. Do they practice anything in particular? And in general, you have that like that understanding between each other that this is not something you don't tell other teams. This is not something you're necessarily going to bring up on the broadcast unless like that does get picked, right? Like unless a certain map gets picked or certain hero or whatever, or certain strategy. So you kind of have that as just in your wheelhouse of like, I can use this information when it comes up. And then we also get, players who like to mess with us and tell us false information. I remember in League of Legends, there was one between like Saint Vicious and I want to say like Jat or Kobe over in NALCS. And they told him like specifically, like, we're going to run this character in the jungle. It's like something you would never expect. And they hover over it in the picking phase. And when the guys, I don't remember which one it was, starts talking about an extent like, yeah, they've been telling me they've been running this and it works really well in these compositions and blah, blah, blah for like a good couple minutes. And then they switch the pick last second to mess with them. Hilarious happened back then. And what's also hilarious, having unfortunately some problems within some of the players lagging. I'm being told we should head to a short break here since we're not sure when they will be getting back. But when they do, you rest assured that we will come back as soon as possible to continue the action here in our first map of our last game of the day.
When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side. When you hear the the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, yeah. War cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. that's inside me. And I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I leave. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Let's go, let's go. Stand back while I catch fire.
Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into iron, never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners.
bells, you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Let's go, let's go. Stand back while I catch fire.
Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into I never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the committer. commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring, the end is near. Here the fat lady
Well, I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for the delays coming through. It looks like we're ready to go, and I believe we're going to be into the third round now of the first half. Just to remind you guys, this is Tyloo up against Vici. We're starting off with Mirage. We're going to Vertigo. We'll end things off on Inferno. This is the choice out of Tyloo, and that seems like they're ready to play as they just charge straight up middle. Somebody's got to be overwhelmed here, but he gets himself 2-3 kills. What's going on? Guess they were tired of waiting for the pause.
Well, exactly right. Coming back into the game with a little bit of energy. I guess we can do the same for them. As Vici only got Alman left alive. The USP waiting to try and find a little bit of damage. And luckily, Tyloo didn't forget they were up against an eco. So they had that Mac 10 on Dan King and farm up a little bit of cash. Only good for the one. But he manages to upgrade to the Galil afterwards from the fallen somebody. 3-0. So the seeds are planted now for Tyloo. And we'll look to see if they can sprout. Vici coming in to block the sunlight. They've brought in some big guns. The green gun in particular already in the hands of Kaze, looking to do some damage.
Just to remind you guys what happened as well. I mean, obviously this is a while ago, but we did have a knife actually happen in the pistol round. It was a 2-on-1. I think it was Jam Young trying to go for the defuse, and I want to say somebody was the one who knifed him up. I think see Dan King, like you said before, on the AWP. So we kind of wondered, will we see the op being picked up right off the bat, or are we going to see them try to save the money later on? You can already see Dan King gets the first kill of the round. Joking's going to respawn. It looks like they want to hit towards the safe side. Joking, he's down to 5 health. Nate almost finished him off, but slowly will be there to finally put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, but even despite that, Dan King slowly, both quite low. This could flip on its head pretty quickly. There's still a frag grenade and 2 mollies in play for the CT side, with the bomb still to be planted. There goes slowly to the fight down on the bottom of connector. Now an even retake, the AWP up in Palace. He's going to be very careful in case a molly comes his way, or even worse than nade. As Vici gear up to take this one, it's going to be Alman coming in through the connector. He has a molly in play. We'll see if he deploys it. It's being flanked out.
Yeah, he's making a smart play, coming in from middle now. So if they do lose their players, he should be able to stop this from going down. Or at least from being defused. He's just trying to stay alive for the bomb, not being defused at the moment. Somebody gets a quick double, and now through the smoke, Jam Young is just a repeat of the pistol round. But somebody again, 3 kills for him. He's tired of using the Galil. He's going to upgrade to the AK, and Tyloo will take a 4th round.
Very solid one from somebody as well. With that under his belt and the 4-0 that's developing for Tyloo, you're expecting a 5th. They're off to a flying start. We mentioned, so just to remind you, the predictions we went down with earlier on. It was
I don't even remember, so I'm glad you're doing this.
Oh god, yeah, I hold grudges, so don't worry. The Bly went in with Vici possibly winning at 2-1. He took the gamble. I respect it. I like people that aren't afraid of making mistakes at times. 'Cause that's what I'd call it. For Tyloo, they've been looking damn good, but I'm happy to be proven wrong if Vici have got something up their sleeves. I mean, at the moment, they've lost the pistol, they've lost the buy round. That's nothing. You know, it is a nice start for Tyloo, but there's plenty of time for Vici to warm back up into it. Not in this round, which is pistols. Well, I mean,
yeah, I was going to say, wait a minute.
We're in. Yeah, probably not best to discredit the pistols.
Especially with all the players here, too, on the A site.
Stacked up. They're smoked off at least. But Tyloo, they're taking their time pushing in. This could definitely get very awkward very quickly. They've killed Jam Young on the stairs. Do they expect another player here? And one in... Well, no one in CT anymore. Doesn't matter. They could have trouble crossing over, because as soon as they're spotted by Kaze, Alman can swing, and that's 2 deagles staring right at you. Here we go, and there we go.
What?
Quick conclusion. I'd like to see that from his perspective.
Yeah, that must have been a sick flick.
I thought it was 2 different people. I looked at the kill feed and realized it wasn't.
Well, 5-0. Looks like we're having another pause come through. Looks like it is of the technical variety, since there's no timer at the top. But yeah, I do like the way they played it, to be fair. Okay, that was pretty nice. Obviously taking their time, even with the smokes down, they didn't rush it. They realized they're against the pistols. We saw Vici peek into Tyloo, and Tyloo just cleaned them up. So a pretty good start here. 5-0. You got somebody on 6 kills, slowly on 6 kills. Summer and Attacker on 5 apiece, and Dan King 2. But he has the op. So does Kaze. And we might see the head-to-head battle that we talked about before the match even began.
Yeah, you know, Dan King's really been struggling, as we were saying in the pre-show, but
Oh,
Well, Zoking's going to be struggling in this round. He's just got knifed by his teammate. Kaze, on the other hand, yeah, he's been performing very well, but they played up against Masai and Bren, I think. So those are two very easy games. Well, on paper. Certainly in terms of the opping duels, Kaze had a much better time than you would imagine he will versus Dan King. I don't know, though. There's I'll be interested to see how that evolves. Playing Vertigo next, I think the op is unlikely to have as much of a presence, so it's time to do it here on Naragi. Oh, nice little peek. The immediate headshot and fallback from Alman. He doesn't get punished for it. But Zoking, he was so low after that knife from Alman earlier on that he falls all too quickly.
I think attacker was a little confused, like, wait a minute. Why is there 2 blue people in my kill feed? And it's Kaze still with the op, going to be anchoring back towards the CT position on the site. Flashbang through as well, so he looks to get aggressive here as Advent. Picks up the kill on the Summer, and just like that, it's going to be the 4-on-3 in favor of Vici. Jamian looking to maybe get aggressive towards the apartments, and he does, and he gets the better of somebody. I think he was dinked up earlier on, however. And Slowly's going to be her jumping into this window. This should be a Vici round, I would assume.
You'd guess so. Dan King will now have to have an insane performance if he wants to pull it all the way back. He is, of course, by himself. With a P250 out, 10 seconds remaining. He's going to look to save over. I don't know how successful that'll be, though. Looks like he's going to be able to save it over at least, so that's something to look forward to. Ability to have the AWP in this round. Tyloo get that more or less for free. The loss bonus was only 1,400 at the time, so obviously it made sense to carry that forward, even if he lost armor and the pistol with a flashbang. It would have been better to save that.
Well, looks like we won't have the battle yet again here between our 2 oppers. I mean, they have the potential. Dan King is over towards mid, but he's just watching for any aggressive plays. They have the smoke set down. And then Joking's playing inside of one. It seems like Tyloo's pace has definitely been slowed after that round loss. They were looking very confident. I mean, attacker, he charged straight up in connector. Got picked up by Kaze, though. I like the mid presence out of Vici. I mean, just completely take away this control. I mean, they're still holding it for so long. I didn't expect Joking to still be here. And slowly, is he going to expect it? I would imagine not.
No, he doesn't. Zoking gets the reward for his patience. Kaze as well. Clocking up a kill. And now a 5 versus 3 emerges. Tyloo really going to struggle to connect this one. Somebody does the work to at least grab an opening over on B. That duel is still going down as the rest of Tyloo look to take the A site. Problem is they were spotted out, so they've got to take these duels. And Kaze and Advent together completely clear the site. Somebody's got to do it all. That's the 2nd kill of the round that we just saw. Looks back to B to get his vengeance from earlier on. And whilst he can't land it there, goes to connector to try and finish it, only to find that Advent was waiting. 5-2 we go. And Vici, I mean, they haven't been doing terribly.
Yep. They couldn't rescue the op either. That Kaze lost in towards jungle. They're forced to buy that back up. And I mean, look at the economy out of them. It's really not that stable. I'm on 3K, Kaze about 3K. If Tyloo can win this round, they could go up to 7. As Vici is most likely going to have to save or drop pistols for a couple players. Kaze going to be going for the peak yet again. I like this little change up. I mean, Vici last round get aggressive towards middle. This round a little bit more passive. Tyloo looked to gain that control with attacker and slowly here. Even leaving Summer back towards T-spawn to watch for any aggression from the A site. To me, this almost looks like it's going to be an A site hit. Utility's wearing a little bit thin, though, for the T side. And a push like this for slowly. That's such a scary thing to do with no smoke inside of the window. Luckily for them, Kaze's gonna be over at the B side. They actually were leaning towards that direction. Now they're gonna rotate players back towards A with a minute left to go for Tyloo. You have to pick up the pace here soon.
Their utility is incredibly low as they go for this push. They can't even afford a smoke out. It's just going to be the straight up fights that they look for as they come out towards the site. The flash is over. Alman manages to connect it afterwards, even the second fight, but then is shut down from behind. Slowly creeping forward, Kaze's got the angle. The bomb dropped right in front of him. A chance to shut them down as they retrieve it, and that's exactly what he capitalizes on. With Down King falling, and he's thinking of going through the hole. That's a risky play, and one that he pays for with his life.
Oh, smart play. They're going to go B. So he's already there to help cover off the CT spawn rotation from Jamyoung. He's going to spot them, but Slowly takes his head clean off. Slowly has won this round for his team. Those 3 kills, massive kills, and now puts it all on Joking in the 1-on-2.
It's all off him just as quickly, Jason, isn't it?
I'm honestly surprised Tyloo came back in that round.
It's 6-2 on the board. They did so well, honestly. Like, the little flank coming up through the ladder room. That was Summer, I think, that came behind. Like, somebody's down, and then eventually... Oh, sorry, Slowly. It was Summer that found it running out on the ramp. Every single 1v1 won. And I have to say, Kaze, to me, made a little bit of a mistake by going through that hole late on. They also... The main thing, really, is that Slowly found the kill, and they hadn't dealt with him yet. So he still had to be in there somewhere, either window or middle. And that's a big gamble to take, and as you could see, it was one that didn't pay off.
Well, those are the worst type of gambles, the ones that don't pay out. Oh. Okay, a little bit of a deeper smoke to make sure somebody could cross over towards short. There will be 2 players here. It's going to be Alman on the AWP, Jamyoung on the SMG. The double up investment, I mean, with only pistols to back it up with, this is a big round for Vici. They're really throwing everything they have. No one has a penny left to their name. And this could mean Tyloo can go up to 8 if they can win this, which would already be a phenomenal start here on Mirage, especially T side.
Yeah, Mirage is one of the maps that I feel like if you start on the T side, there's not necessarily as much pressure as there will be on some of the others. You can have 9-6 halves in either team's favor that come back. I think that was the nade he was quite aiming for there for Kaze. He's missing the shot in towards connector now. Left alone on the site as Zoking falls. You could see him swinging out on Sandwich and didn't last all too long from that position. Alman on short causes a bit of a distraction, slows down that connector play, buys them some time. But time is exactly what Tyloo need. 15 seconds were left on the clock, now down to 10. Bomb needs to be planted. Jamyoung on the flank. He's right up behind them. 1 free kill awaits him. Sees the second player as he plants the bomb. An attacker trapped in a close range fight versus an MP9. He comes out on top, now looking for a little bit more. The player up on top, spotted. An attacker wins it 7-2. Tyloo again getting away with murder in these rounds.
I thought Jamyoung was just going to have the discipline to not shoot the first one on Dan King. Just wait, get behind him, spot the other player. Maybe he was scared the other player was going to peek out and he was going to die from that. I thought that was his round to win, honestly. I mean, you could assume the bombs we planted towards the palace side more default. But a great job by attacker. Like that 1v2, that final shot as well, like the flick up and then the spray control. Gets Tyloo their 7th and most likely gets them an 8th here now. I mean, we don't even have any Deagles invested in. Well, we know that means probably not going to see a victory here for Vici.
Guaranteed. It's just guaranteed in this region, mathematically. If they get their Deagles, it's an easy win. But unfortunately, they're going in for the very, very light fight. No, but in all seriousness, I think it's the right call, 100%. They can get their double op setup out yet again if they want to coming into the next round. You can see the loss bonus there is going to be 3,400. I don't know what that knife is, but I like the little animation.
I don't like the taking it out animation though.
Well, was that an inspection or a takeout where it like hurt his
taking
hand?
it out? Oh, I think that's just like a random taking out one.
Yeah, that's I don't keep up with skins, so I couldn't tell you the name of like 90% of the knives. I mean, the original 7 or 8, and that's then I'm out.
Yeah, I'm too poor to have skins. I did unbox 2 of my own knives though.
You scumbag. I've never unboxed a knife.
Really? So I remember one night there was like a group of us and we're like, you know what? Let's just put like 10 cases in. Let's just like each get 10 cases or something like that, or keys, and let's see what happens. And I went out before, got some food, and went to a certain arch place, got me some hamburgers, and sat down, and we all started opening cases together. And then like on one of my last cases, I opened up a stained karambit. I was like, oh great, you know, that's awesome. I got a karambit, but it was stained, and I was kind of disappointed. But then I started saying like, oh my god, guys, I got a knife, and none of them believed me until we got in the game and I showed them it.
God damn it.
I opened 2, yeah, and the other one was a bayonet, not a fade. I don't know. It looks terrible. It looks disgusting. Let's be honest. And then I unfortunately, my knives got renamed. I just when I lost a knife battle to twice. Yeah, Miss Rage, MBK's girlfriend. She beat me in a knife battle twice and renamed my knives. One of them was like I used to cast LCS. So every time I play, I have to be reminded of that. And the other one I don't remember. And it's like RIP JCap 2K14 or something.
Very, very cool and trendy name.
Yeah. I thought about selling them. It's like what, 300-ish euros? 200-300-ish euros? I don't know.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, knives are expensive as hell.
And then I can buy you a knife?
Okay, I'm down. Getting offered pizzas, getting knives now. It's my favorite tournament ever. Doesn't take much to win me over, Jason.
Yeah. Yeah, food and an in-game item that does nothing.
Makes me look cool. That's all I need. All I'm missing in life.
Look at this gamble. 3 players towards A. They're gonna leave Almond alone to pretty much watch middle with the help of Kaze. Smoke's coming in to set execute towards the A site. And actually, it looks like it's gonna be a fake. They're gonna be rotating back towards B, but no one's budged from Vici's side.
Yeah, this is a big risk at this stage of the game. I mean, realistically, they could be running right into a stack. They have no idea. Could it be a player pushed all the way up towards middle that they've no notion about? But luckily, Apps is clear. All they've got to worry about is short. And it looks like they're even changing strategy again, where it looked like a fake originally. Now they seem to be looking into the A side still, but with a heavy connector split. They had no mid control, but they know the smokes they threw down earlier probably dragged those players back. Problem is they haven't got a smoke left to throw down towards short, which they really desperately need in this kind of position, as they just get picked off one at a time. Left on the tall box, Kaze was being shot from 2 different angles, had to tuck away, but they didn't account for Advent, and certainly not for Zoking as well, who was underneath. I mean, I don't think there was any way they were really going to get away with that situation, but that is a little bit heartbreaking. I think that could have went a lot better for Tyloo. Just one more smoke on short, and I think they actually probably win that round. The players under wood aren't going to be able to do much.
I actually don't know where did their other 2 smokes go, or did they not have them? Because you throw 3 onto site at A, and I didn't see the last 2.
Neither did I. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, looks like they might change the pace up here. Boot up outside of B. It's just sending 1 player forward to cause a distraction. It's going to be Summer, but the rest of the players are there in hot pursuit. Smoke's being thrown in towards the site now to block off Kitchen. Jamyung looking to retreat away, and here comes the push in. They're going to leave Summer back to hold any sort of flank, and of course the flashbang in slowly gets the first on Almond, but Jamyung's still alive. And we saw yesterday exactly what he can do, but he hasn't quite performed yet today, and he won't in this round either. Oh my god, attacker, so close. He gets Kaze, Joking's low down to 20 HP as well, and Dankin comes through and takes down Advent. Now Joking's left alone, but he picks up a quick 2-piece. 20 health, 2 players to find. Unfortunately, it won't be this round, and slowly we'll get a second kill, and Tyloo will go up 9-3.
It's a strong position to play from. I mean, Tyloo at the moment are in a... I know I mentioned 9-6 it can be a recoverable spot for sure. The problem is, when you look at a 9-6 scoreline, that requires Vici to win every single round, and so far, they haven't really looked impressive. So, them we're relying on them to come through with a god tier approach. I don't know if this is going to be doable. If they lose this round, they'll be so far behind on a map we already know Tyloo were favorited on. And coming into the next, it's not like things look up all too much. Spray there from Advent. He managed to catch an angle around the smoke, fall back immediately. There's the two-man advantage. They don't need to play aggressively now. Essentially, the plan can be just to tuck it away nice and neatly and then come into the post plant or even just stop them from planting.
Yeah, I have no smokes left, so it's not like he can plant anyway. Summer, he's got the bomb and he's pushing up aggressively. I guess they've been able to sell somewhat of a fake. They're not actually checking him out anymore. He gets the first kill by over towards Connector. How does he get the kill into Advent? But again, no smoke to cover the cross. Luckily, there's no one there in time. Joking and Kaze going to be over towards CT, but Dan King is just waiting. Look at this. He's not going to miss these shots. I wondered if he would show up today because he's been really quiet so far in this event. And the bomb gets planted as well. This was a 3-on-5 and it's turned into a 3-on-2. Now a 2-on-2. Don't tell me Tyloo win this round. Don't even tell me Tyloo win this round. They had no right to win that, Mitch.
No, they really didn't. They really didn't. Clawing themselves back into a situation like that. I mean, they're 3v5. Okay, yeah, a lot of players are low on Vici. I'll give you that, but that's still no excuse for what we just saw. Like, Summer, how is that gap available to him? How does he land the second shot? Question after question. Bomb's not even being faked. And you've got, it was one of the players there in CT peeking into an AWP. And I'm scratching my head after that one. Vici have just let it slip. I bet Blaze regretting taking the gamble to go for them. Brave choice.
Didn't you as well?
No. I said Vici could take it 2-1, but I thought Tyloo would win because of Vertigo.
I thought you said you're going to side with Bleh.
No, I said I find it hard not to side with Bleh. Actually, you're not remembering the death segments today, are you?
I'm gonna pull this clip up and I'm gonna
go for it. Go for it.
Make you buy me a pizza.
100%. I said Tyloo because of Vertigo. I mean, it's just basically impossible to imagine Vici have got that bounce back. I mean, I can see some logic. They've had a month and a half to prepare it, but without me seeing any hard stats, any officials that they've played, I'm not gonna be able to favor them because it should be a guaranteed map for Tyloo. And with this under their belt, it definitely doesn't look good moving on to the next.
Oh no. Are we really gonna have another 11-4?
Could be 12.
I think come into next week, I'm gonna look up. Well, I want to give him a chance for Vici. I want to look up how many 11-4s we had in this full tournament. I think it was one team. Was it Bren?
Bren, I think, yeah.
Yeah, 5 out of the 6 first halves they had were 11-4s. And then the other 2, well, I guess 5 out of 7. The other 2 were 8-7s.
You know, this is the thing, Jason. I feel like half of the games we've had, half the halves that we've seen have been 11-4. It's a weird number. It's like, I don't know if this ever happened to you, but well, it must have, surely, statistically, along your lifetime, where you learn a new word and then you hear it like 20 times that week, or you think of a number like 7. We had a maths class on how you can find 7 in a lot of numbers. It doesn't matter anyways. You can see 7 a lot, and then immediately I was seeing a lot of 7s.
Well, it's when you're looking for, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like something bias. So it's like when you start to look for something, then you notice it a lot more. Or if there's like something prevalent in your life that's like new, then you will notice that a lot more in the world, or things relating to that.
Yeah.
You know, like say you and your girlfriend or something, or boyfriend, whatever, are like thinking about breaking up or something, or you have thoughts about that. And all of a sudden you start to notice like episodes on TV about breaking up or divorce or commercials, you know, you notice it a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Where previously your brain would have just skimmed over that.
Exactly. I can't remember what that's called. I really want to know that term.
It's similar enough to we can talk about it actually in the halftime. Let's this is the final round of the half, 11-3. I mean, it's hard to focus on some of these because you're just thinking on Vici. They're looking down and out. They really are. This B hold, though, could be good. There's still 2 players here. They've just shut down Attacker on the A side. Smoke goes down for Jam Young. He's not going to be spotted on the cross. Back over towards the van. They're going to drop out of the window. At least I think they tried to, but got blocked by their own head. Unfortunately, no idea that Jam Young would be there, and no way they win this round. Hands down, somebody cannot win this. And thankfully, logic prevails. 11-4.
I'm in the future, Mitch. When you said 11-4, when I said, oh, it's going to be 11-4, you're like, oh, but it could be 12-3. I'm like, nah. I'm living in the future.
You just know. You know how these numbers work.
Just hit my nose with my microphone.
Of course, that's the problem with having such a big nose. It's a liability.
The production wasn't watching that. That hurt.
But it's there was something I had which was similar to that whole like confirmation bias style stuff, but I can't remember what it is now. God damn it.
No, confirmation bias is when you only find data to support.
Oh yeah, there's some other bias. The nomad knife. Okay, we've been given the info. It's a nomad knife, is what that's called. I feel like such an old man now, Jason. Not even that old. I mean, I can't imagine how you feel. Because all the kids these days, they probably know what all these knives are called, and I'm just like, yeah, it's one of the new ones. It's like 3 years old. Like, oh, one of those new knives, yeah.
Exactly. That's why I don't talk about skins anymore. I try not to, because I don't know which ones are the new ones. Bomb's gonna go down though. 5 players left alive for Vici. Even some dualies. I know Tombas would be proud of this, though. If it goes like what we've seen in the past, it's gonna die before getting a single kill. Sometimes even before it's a single bullet. Got a smoke, he's got a kit. Slowly, well, he's got 2 kills. I think it's body blocked a little bit here by Dan King. He actually loses his life for it. There we go, Dan pushes through. And no, like I said, gets nothing with it. Attacker last alive. I mean, this should be the pistron for Vici.
Oh, nice. Nice little flick. Small bit of extra damage can never hurt. That is going to be 11 to 5, 100%. Yeah, Vici have got the round. Now, with the bomb plant, with the round under their belt, they should be facing into an eco. For Tyloo, they've got a set of Kevlar saved over. It wouldn't be a bad idea for Attacker to at least take a P250. What I feel like we haven't seen enough from this region is the Zeus. In these rounds where someone has that little bit of extra cash, no one seems to buy the Zeus. But Tyloo, now, here it is, Jason. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but I remember saying I can see a team doing whatever the team was doing at the time. Is exactly what Tyloo did now. Force buying up round 2 after losing that initial pistol round on the CT side. And I remember saying, I don't think this is a good idea, but I will say later for other teams it is. And the reason for Tyloo that this is a good stance to take is because they are the favorites, because they have the skill to overcome Vici. When you're the underdog, do not do this. Unless you can out-aim your opponents, you don't want it, because look at the disadvantage they've got. There's 2 AKs, 2 Galils, MAC-10 full utility. Vici are set up for a good round right now, considering the lack of head armor, or, well, helmets that can be in play, although Dan King's the only one without a helmet at the moment. Whereas the weaponry for the CT side, for the most part, requires much more elongated duels to take down. Deagle, unless you're hitting the headshot, you're going to have to spam that body. That's a lot of time that you're giving your opponents to kill you. So you need to hit the headshots with it the majority of the time in a round like this. Slowly, it's all going to be about position. And here they come, barreling towards B quite quickly. Good nade to do some damage as they cross. And this could get dangerous with all the pistols up close, but somebody just swung out.
Yeah, it could have been good. Until it wasn't. I mean, Summer's got to do something ridiculous with that Deagle to have a chance, and Dan King just has a scout left. I mean, maybe he can take down Jam Young, but he's going to be rushed.
Wow.
Well, that was a little anticlimactic there. A little bit of build-up.
This is the thing, for somebody, he was tucked up in the apartments, right? And I think he saw a Molotov fly by him because it went to the van, right? At that point, I'm guessing he thought that the molly was coming. Oh, no, it wasn't. He dropped the flash. Of course, we saw him line that up a little bit earlier on, but just a second, just a millisecond too early on the swing. Okay. I thought maybe in his head he was about to be mollied, and so he ran out wide, but no. Still, it's a fair attempt. Sometimes those rounds don't work out, but I think at the start of the round with Tyloo taking that investment, I'm not against it in their position. They have the brains to take the eco after, which is, again, something... I can't remember which team it was, but it was something we saw them. I remember criticizing they just kept force buying towards the start. It might have been in big... Oh, was it Lucid Dream versus D13? I don't know. I'm brain farting.
I think it was our game yesterday we had. I think it was Vici Lucid Dream on Nuke. Or Mirage.
I think it might
know.
have been Nuke. I think it might have been.
We've had a lot of games. And we have a lot more to go still. Each team, again, plays 9 best of 3s. For Vici, this is their number 3. They're currently undefeated. Tyloo, I believe, if I remember correctly, are 1-1. 0-1. No, 1-1. Oh my god. Ugh, I really... It's just too many games for me to handle.
Do you know why that's happened to you? Because the other day when we did Tyloo, you said that they were...
yeah, 1-1. They only played 1 game.
Yeah, and now you're like, wait, no, they're not 1-1. They're 0-1.
I mean, I was right. Just early.
You're right a day early.
I was reading the future, yeah.
Do you want to just, oh, Tyloo are going to take the major spot? And then you can be like, oh, yeah, I knew that 2 months ago. Then in all seriousness, there is definitely contention between them. I don't think, like, Tiger have been really underwhelming. They need to do a lot of work.
Yeah.
I guess the benefit is someone like Tiger isn't going to go out. They will make it to playoffs. So they could be playing tight, playing loose until they get there. That's always something that worries me. You know, when you're talking about 9 best of 3, sorry, you've got to play. If you play your A game, you leave nothing on the table to get that top seed. Even the finals are going to be very difficult for you because your opposition will have studied you, and there will be a lot of data on how you play all those maps out there. So I do think that coming into group stages like this, you are going to have to, when you're against weaker teams, keep something close to the chest. I mean, even for Vici, maybe that's their motivation in picking something like Vertigo. Maybe they've done a little bit of research, they want to see how it works out for them, but they don't want to give away what their actual plan is versus Tyloo. I don't know. Something like that.
Exactly. I mean, no, I mean, you make a good point. The fact that Vici, like, is there really a world that exists that they're not going to qualify for the playoffs? So maybe they just want to get an extra, you know, tournament match or you know, a proper game against them on a map like Vertigo. Maybe they want to like figure out some problems they're still having to make that map stronger for them. But at the same time, I also want to imagine they're not going to go into the series, allow Vertigo to go through because they feel like or because they want to just learn off of it. I feel like they still think they can win, or at least should have the ability to.
It is definitely it's something I'm always interested in. Ever since what I was talking about earlier before we went on that massive tech pause, the team that used to ask to scrim a map but never actually played it, just so other teams would think that they were experts on that map. And yeah, it's something I've always been very how many rounds are we into this game? 53 nades used. This guy's throwing his full utility. He's just getting his utility belt and throwing it at them. Fair play.
That's insane. 23 flashes. He's even throwing a decoy.
Probably picked it up off someone and just lobbed it on the ground. Still
I want to see like wasted nades. We have wasted bullets. I want to see wasted nades now.
Oh god, we'd be here all day calculating that. Was that smoke useful? Was it not? Kaze is definitely on one wasted nade that Smokey threw earlier on the CT side. It bounced off Palace and came back to him. It was like a boomerang.
We've all had those.
Oh yeah, 90% of my nades are like that.
Frequency bias. That's what we're looking for.
There we go.
Exactly.
Who's told
Thank
you that?
Autumn. Autumn TV and Autumn_TV in chat.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
I think he's been Googling that because that was like a while ago. That was easily over 3 minutes ago. Oh, this is not looking good for Vici since they don't really have the full kit almond just on the deagle. And Tyloo looking to build up some bank here, even looking to get aggressive. They have somebody very far pushed up. He's got to be careful though, because if he falls, the B site's going to be open, or at least it's going to force slowly to rotate back over. But I don't know if they're fully going to expect him to be in this position. Their deagle will be coming his way. Be potentially his first victim. The flashbang comes through. He turns around. He can't hit anything. Perfect flash. Not even sure if that was intended for him. They get the kill, they get the gun, they force the rotation. Vici, they're not out.
In a way, we should have seen it coming as well. The T side, you know, it's been so convincing so far for pretty much all of our games. Now, at the same time, I do want to say that, you know, it's very early days. We're not seeing the full... not, like, even at this stage, 35 seconds left, there's not much utility left for Tyloo. AWP not connecting the shot there. Dan King's got to do a lot. Flash goes over, but it's too late. His teammate's already dead. He's been ticked away by a Molotov. He's at least picked up one kill. Not good for a second after. And a 2v3. Oh, there's the jump up by Summer, though. He's caught the bomb off. 20 seconds. They don't need to make a move yet. They can just wait for that plan to be attempted and then make the swing happen. Now that the smoke's faded, especially, Summer's in danger. 10 seconds. They've got to go for it, the swing, but no shots landing. 5 seconds and Summer takes it. Beautiful stuff. I thought they were going to... So the initial swing going in from jungle was to take down the bomb planter, but immediately Kaz is there with the op. Shuts them down. Things look good. Looked like they had the round under their belt. But Summer, he's been so good this series.
Why does he peak that, the last fight? Why does he take it? There was 5 seconds left.
Yeah, I thought he was going to tuck tall box, but I guess he just didn't want to be potentially wall banged, or I don't know. It was a risk for sure.
Take the fight on his own accord, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't complain with the results. They win the round. You see it's just the Glocks for Vici, the full save coming through, minus the Deagle for Jamyoung. So maybe lucky number 14 going to go on the board for now for Tyloo. And you can see, I mean, they're trying to throw a fake almond to get the bomb planted. No utility, though, to cover this off. Actually, not even a fake. And they're just going to come in through connector and hope they can get this bomb down, get everyone's eyes in towards middle. I mean, we talked about 2 Deagles, but have we talked about 1? Never mind.
And the 1 Deagle. Good for 1 kill, but that's about it. I respect the attempt with the Glock. Clicking into Triburst just before swinging the corner. 14-7. Tyloo looking like they're going to be taking this map. As I said, it was early days of their CT side. This is something that I think a lot of people get worried when a team comes in and they start winning rounds. But you got to remember, Vici literally just took the pistol. And from that, they can really come in with a power stance. Yeah,
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, they get 3 rounds in a row, and it's like, oh, are they back in the game? No, they haven't really faced against a full buy yet. We haven't seen them face the full CT side of Tyloo. Now we do. And the problem with the T side is, with this much of a disadvantage, T side's about adapting. It's about figuring out your opponents and changing your approach to beat them.
What is this?
You don't have time to do that in this situation. Yeah,
they ran around each other.
Yeah, it was the shift down short, and Danking couldn't really make a move because there could be another player in T-spawn that whole time, right? But he has got a super early flank on short. There's no way they suspect it to be here already. The problem is, I don't think anyone suspects Alman to be where he is. Oh, they do. Summer through on the peak. Easy kill. A double as well. And it comes back to the point we made earlier. Summer is an absolute animal in this series so far.
Well, Mitch, I think 16-7 is on the cards here. I think it's in the deck. It's about to be drawn out. Trap card activated. Mana tapped. And the monster sacrifice. I don't know how many different card games I just described. But I mean, yeah, you made a perfect point. Like, yeah, we saw 3-round straight for Vici, but they haven't really gone against the full power of Tyloo. And once they have, they started to lose the rounds. And now throwing everything they have into this, potentially the last. Pretty much full Galils and the 1 Deagle. Look at Danking switching things up, getting aggressive towards Palace. Jamyoung's going to sneak his way up, but I would imagine Danking should have this area on lock. He's got Summer there to support the ramp push, which is going to be 2 players. There you go. Gets the kill. Summer just looking to stall for some time. And yeah, I think this is pretty much it now here, Mitch.
It's looking like it is. A map that's played out as we expected, with Tyloo taking it 16-7. Pretty convincing if you ask me. At least Vici didn't win both pistols to get there, so that's some upside, but all in all, I expected a little bit more, a tighter one. And now if they can't do better on Mirage, how are they going to fare when we move over to Vertigo? I mean, we already talked about this. Vertigo is a map where we don't expect it to be an incredibly tight one, just based on the past results. The only game that that Vici have got, this is their map pick, mind you, the only game that they've got in the last 3 months is versus Tyloo, a 16-4 loss, and they've picked it. That tells us, Jason, there's something we don't know. They've either scrimmed it every day, they've figured out their problems, they've done something. But
I actually think go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, but like, what does that mean for us? You know, you can't say, oh, well, they've obviously done something, therefore they're favorites. No, Tyloo still should take Vertigo on paper.
I think our tech pause was actually longer than the match lasted, or at least that's how it kind of felt for me.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Bled and Dinka, though, to kind of talk about what their thoughts were in that match. And obviously gets an idea. I mean, the tech pause obviously threw things into a little bit of a whack. We kind of forgot what went on earlier on, but as we were just saying, I want to hear your thoughts on this to start things off with Dinko. Like, yeah, Vici won the pistol round on T side, but the next 3, you know, the 3 rounds in total they got, you can kind of expect, but that gun rounds out of Tyloo was just like running into a brick wall.
It feels like they really do have a mental block going up against Tyloo. Like, Vici, what happened? Jamyoung comes into this tournament looking so strong, and then in this game, I think he had 4 kills going into the second half. So it was just complete disaster for Vici all over the place here. Tyloo looked so confident. They were taking every single fight. We can see somebody just walking through the smoke and turning back. Yes, against pistols, but there were so many scenarios. Again, attacker in the 1 versus 2 clutches. There was just so many big rounds coming in from Tyloo, and the individuals are all showing up. And Vici didn't really have anyone going for them. I mean, Kaze, yeah, found a few kills here and there, but for the most part, Vici were kind of vacant in terms of the fragging department, and that's obviously not something that's going to go well against Tyloo. It just feels like there's such a big disparity from the best team in China versus the second right now.
I think Dinko basically realized something those of us in the region have been asking for quite a while. Why do Vici have this mental block against Tyloo? And Vici's so good against almost everyone else. Yes, some of the games might be close, might be a hard-fought affair, but Vici win more consistently against against domestic opponents than Tyloo does. And against Tyloo, it's like, I don't know, like everything just falls flat. They play scared. They don't play like like they have any conviction in themselves. Sure, you might have a couple of big rounds coming out from the likes of maybe Kaze and of course Jam Young stepping up, but they didn't even have a great game either over here. And bear in mind, this is Tyloo winning 16-7 with Danking again bottom fragging. Danking's been having a rough PAL 2020 so far, but despite that, Tyloo just steamrolling them and heading into Vertigo. I know we've spoken about how this might be, Vici going for a surprise pick, trying to catch Tyloo off guard, but honestly, people have tried that in Asia, and every single time, attacker danking somebody summer, and of course, slowly just smack them down and make them regret that decision. Attacker 107 ADR. I feel like danking being, having a little bit of a rough time so far has been balanced out by the fact that attacker has been looking so damn good so far.
Yeah, I mean, his T side I think was won basically off attacker. We saw quite a few clutches. You saw towards the end there, it was like the 2v3 clutch he ended up having. Danking gets one, and then he pulls off the 1v2 by himself with the bomb planted. But then again, you look at Summer, you look at somebody slowly. There were so many great individual ones across the board on both sides that really carried them through to the very end of it. And we're obviously going to look at our MVP as well. And I think you can kind of tell from the scoreboard there who it's going to be, attacker, and why wouldn't you? That clutch for me was just crazy considering the pressure that was on his shoulders there.
Yeah, 4 multi-kill rounds as well. Huge plays from Attacker. He was just walking through them. And I think we did see a good performance from Attacker yesterday as well for Tyloo. So it's good to see Attacker coming back to form. And I mean, going up against Vici, one of the top opponents coming into this event, well, some would even say their main opponent, and they just absolutely toyed with them on map number 1. So if Tyloo continue this way and we get to stay strong across the board for this tournament, then obviously Tyloo looking like probably the best team within the event. Although they have taken a loss against Invictus, which kind of pulls into question what are Tyloo going to be doing against some of the other teams, because they always seem to be really strong against Vici, but when they go up against anybody else, it's kind of another question mark thrown into the mix. And I'm starting to get into the same mindset, and I'm starting to understand Blair's insanity.
Welcome to the mouth of madness.
I mean, let's be honest. There's some insanity that doesn't come from CS when it comes to Blair. I actually want to see Invictus Gaming up against Vici. I'm trying to look through to make sure we haven't seen that already happen.
No.
And I can confirm we have not. So maybe there's a new number 2 team in the region. Maybe Invictus can dethrone Vici because they did beat Tyloo.
I don't want to.
No.
Yeah, let's not draw conclusions on a group stage round robin 9 BO3s. But I wonder. I do want to ask you. When we're looking at these, some we were just mentioning there in the last couple of rounds, is that maybe some of these teams are coming into the group stages. Tyloo, Vici, Tiger, even as well, knowing that they're not going to go out. Seeding is going to play a little bit of a role, but as long as they're in the top 4, it shouldn't really matter that much. They won't be playing against each other. I wonder if some of them are maybe holding back some of their strats, even down to map picks. If they're going a little bit wild, like Vici picking a Vertigo, could be them giving Vertigo another shot with a little bit of improvement, but they might not come in actually thinking they're going to beat Tyloo on this map. Maybe they've got a curveball for when they actually play them or something like that. What's your opinion on that matter? Do you think some of the teams are holding back?
I feel that is a valid hypothesis if you're talking about some of the other teams coming in here. Like I'm talking about maybe Beyond or Tiger, all these guys. But if you're Vici, you want to beat Tyloo because it's a mental barrier. You can't afford to lose. Like imagine, fine, you hide your strats, you have another loss in your bag, and then you reach the finals, you bring out your strats, and then you still lose. It's gonna get worse for them. They need this win. It doesn't matter if they're facing off in the group stage and whatnot. At least if you're Vici right now, you want that win. This is a low stakes game as well. If you think about it, right? It's not a finals of any series. It's not upper bracket finals or lower bracket finals. It's not an elimination game. So this is low stakes, not pressure, and a game that Vici should looking to definitely win.
Okay, well, we will be heading to a short break here before we do get underway with Vertigo. I think the players.
Underwear?
Well, I'm actually curious. Are you wearing a Tyloo jersey right now?
I am.
Well, that's biased. That's
He also just
unprofessional.
predicted
How
Vici
dare
to
you.
win this series, so I have
So
no
you
idea what's
deserve
going
to
on
wear
with Blair's
that.
head.
Maybe it's
anyone?
the insanity we were talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure he knows what's going on with his head. But what I do know is we will be going on a break and we will be coming up with map 2 here between Vici and Tyloo.
Vertigo 地图往事。Vertigo 是竞技比赛地图池中的新秀，如同它的中文名字“殒命大厦”，许多新手玩家都曾有过坠落的回忆。为了能够让大家更放心地游玩这张地图，如今已经为它安上了护栏，使其安全性大增。双方的出生点分别在上下两层，常有出乎意料的操作出现。Duprey 和 Glaive 就曾在地图边缘使出一招空中飞人直达 B 区，令人惊叹。B 区的转角结构也经常成为选手们秀身法的绝佳场地。在2019 DreamHack 马尔默的比赛中 ，Z 网面对对方集体 Rush B 的猛烈攻势，凭借地形优势，使出一招秦王绕柱，仅凭一把 USP 成功守住了 B 点。
Oh, what a champion! 4 kills.
B 区如此精彩 ，A 区当然也不甘示弱。同一场比赛中 ，Device 用一手攻速流沙鹰，轻取残局，攻破了 Vitality 的防御，同样在 A 区留下了让人惊叹的瞬间。
Everywhere and Device now has the M4. This could turn. Deagle out as well. Good frag, and he's got another one.
That's an ace. He actually aced them in the second.
A 爆点结构巧妙，攻守平衡。Nick 的新人 Now 就在今年4月的比赛上，在 A 点车道精准点射，枪枪爆头，让人不得不感叹后生可畏。我们的亚洲选手们又会交出怎样的答卷呢？让我们共同期待吧。
War cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry.
Well, hopefully that's the last time we're going to be taking a break here before we get underway with Vertigo. Hopefully there's no more technical issues. Hopefully everything is sorted on their side. But again, 16-7 quite a dominating fashion out of Tyloo. It's making, you know, Bled maybe go and have to burn his jersey because he kind of doesn't shouldn't be allowed to wear it after, you know, voting for Vici here. But now going on to Vertigo, as we said before, 16-4 the last time these two teams met on the map, and it went Tyloo's favor. And I think we're all wondering, why was it let through this time? Why was it chosen by Vici? And
Yeah.
I hope they were going to find out.
Yeah, not even let through. That's it, right? They chose this map. A map that last time they were here, I don't even want to say they played it. They loaded into Vertigo. They loaded out about 10 minutes later without the smiles on their faces. Tyloo, massive favorites for this map. I really don't know how else to put it, but maybe Vici have done the work. Maybe they've learned from the mistakes over a month and a half ago. It's a long time to wonder and ponder on all the mistakes made, as they now look for mid-control to start it off. I haven't seen the other game that they played, so I'm not sure if this is any different, but Tyloo have got a four-man stack over towards this site, so it might be quite a similar strategy.
I think Danking was trying to play that one with some discipline, but was slowly an attacker there. They shut down that entire split that came through. The bomb's now going to be down. Maybe haven't looking to push in as they're kind of split off between the two. Amin spots out attacker, but he doesn't want to go for the shot. He's actually being flanked from behind. I'm assuming Summer's got to see this. Well, it doesn't matter. Somebody gets the kill, and, well, Tyloo, they shouldn't be losing this round. And that will close it out. That's a nice double kill for Slowly. Nice double kill for Somebody. And Tyloo get themselves a 1-0 start.
So they four-man stack the B bomb side. I like that approach because you can watch from middle, obviously, with the player up on top of the scaffold who can safely fall back to the side and just decimate them as they push you. And then the one player on ramp, on the A side, excuse me, can go to ramp, early spot if they're there. You can call for the rotates, who can be there in, what, 4 or 5 seconds if they're playing near the scaffolds. It's quite a quick rotate. So, all in all, I think on the CT side, the setup that they've had is probably my favorite one. The only issue is if they were split through middle, the T's could have completely crunched A and taken the plant. But that's not too common of a strategy. Double nades down the ramp. That's more common, as Vici just gets destroyed. They got to shoot at one player, and they were all dead.
Well, that's all I can say to that. A little bit of an unfortunate buy-up out of them. Or actually, well, never mind, not unfortunate buy-up. They're going to be buying up here. Even going for a timeout. Again, I mean, I think we brought up some good points when it comes to this map. It's maybe not a map Vici are planning to win, but more so a map they want to practice. And when there's really not a ton of the lines, it's already up 2-0. I mean, I don't see a world where they don't win any of the next upcoming games left they have out of the 6 other best of 3s. So maybe they just really wanted to get that experience on a map, especially against a team that gives them such a tough time.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say they'll be easily able to take those games. I mean, both teams have got some difficult enough ones coming up. Like, if you look to Tyloo, right, they'll play Bren and Masai next. Those are easy wins. Beyond, bit of a challenge. Divine Vendetta, Lucid Dream, yeah, they should beat them pretty easily. And then Tiger again. So Tyloo've got 2 difficult games. For Vici, though, their easy games are behind them. They had their Bren, they had their Masai. Now it's Invictus, who could easily, well, not easily beat them, but who could beat them considering the victory over Tyloo. They've got Tiger, Beyond, D13 even on a good day. If they're catching this kind of form from Vici, I think that could be a pretty scary one as well.
But that's what we've been saying as well. It's like only like Vici, for some reason, against Tyloo, they play like a completely different team. Sometimes like as if they've never touched a mouse and keyboard before. But I want to have high hopes for them. I want to see them, you know, be able to potentially take it to a 3rd over onto Inferno, where it could be extremely cool to see. And they do have the man advantage, at least in this round. But basically a bonus round for Tyloo anyways. You have the FAMAS, you have the SMG. Danking's gonna win out on that fight. A little unfortunate for Joking. Bomb's still gonna be hitting back towards this B side. There's really no one here at the moment to defend against it.
Yeah, they found it completely open. The smoke. Oh no, attacker's already passed it. He's going to wait for this plant to come through. That removes one player from the situation. Goes in for the fight. Spots out now the info where all of them are, but unfortunately, they're hitting their shots. And so Dan King is left alive in a 1v3 with sub 20 health. it is time to just save this weapon over, really, isn't it? Especially on the CT side, getting an AK. Be quite a nice little treat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to be able to buy a next round anyway, so it's not that big of a loss for them. I mean, maybe you're going to have attacker a little bit worse for wear.
Comes down to what we talked about in one of our previous games, the first one of the day. It's all about the benefit of coming into a round an anti-eco and playing them cleanly. You know, the strategy of nading down the ramp that removed 2 players immediately. Then they're able to just isolate the fights one after another and completely ruin them. And if you don't have those clean rounds, if you're not able, if you're losing even 2 players to those Glocks and a couple small upgraded like P250s, then it won't be as easy for you to just look at a round like this one that they've just lost and buy up again immediately. You would have a lot more weaknesses.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it's not as clean, unfortunately, for an attacker. But Dan King has the op, but I think that's the real point we're going to have to watch. We've seen so much decimating play, so much domination when it comes to this A ramp with the op, if you can place it correctly. With a lot of utility being used out of Vici off the bat, they're not giving him an angle for it. A lot of flashbangs coming through. He wants to go for the early challenge, and he won't be able to. An attacker in summer, they're going to play up close quarters. I like this play of them towards the B side. Again, early detection system. Taking advantage of where these weapons are going to be powerful. Some are even looking to peek around the corner. He gets the clean kill into and that's going to be an AK picked up.
And you know what? Yesterday when we saw Tyloo playing this map, Dan King was huge on the AWP. It was probably his best game that we've seen on Vertigo, which was the best game we've seen full stop, and it happened to be on Vertigo. Jam Young, opening duel. They're not aware Summer's up close, though. He's got 2 players to peek into. One with his back turned, though, so 1v1's offered up. The smoke not covering him. How is he still alive? What's just happened? Now in a 3 versus 1. Kaze all alone lands the first, but Summer's still here. Oh, Kaze with another headshot. And all of a sudden, Dan King with the op has to go huge. The bomb dropped, but I think the smoke might be obscuring that. Dan King makes his way around towards middle. He picks up the M4, knowing possibly that this player is low. Definitely that he's got a lot of angles to clear, and it's going to be easier if he doesn't have to scope and stand still to do it. Kaze grabs the bomb. 19 seconds, has to go in for this plant, but he can play off that time. Dan King might have just spotted him. I think he will have seen the barrel retreating. Quick shot by Kaze. He was just pre-firing it as he came around the corner. Dan King making a little bit of noise. Kaze needs 1 headshot. He's so low. If he misses the first bullet, that could be it in this fight. He saw the shadow, heard the shots. Not sure where he's going to be peeked from, though. He hears the steps on the left-hand side as Dan King swings, and the headshot is found. Kaze with a 4K, a 1v3 clutch, and in that whole time, he was 19 health. That is ridiculous.
I was going to call that an awkward fight, that 1v1 towards the end, but you know what? Can't really call it awkward when Kaze wins it out. 22 HP and he gets those kills. Like, how does he do that? How does he pull it off? And he saves the round for Vici. Great individual moment for him. 6 kills now in total. Also saves them up to another buy. Whereas Tyloo, they have just a couple of pistols bought up in this round. 3 deagles. Don't want to count them out, really, considering, again, what we've seen in what region we're casting, but that's... You shouldn't be losing those if you're Tyloo.
Oh yeah, 100%. We already saw the clean... we saw a clean anti-eco from Tyloo, but since then it's been anything but, really, hasn't it?
Wasn't that Advent on, like, the mid-boost? Who just missed the spray?
Yeah.
Like, the smoke was down, but it wasn't covering off the player.
Did he shoot the player that was... Was there another one further back on site?
No,
the only thing?
it was just him.
Like, how do you miss that? It's ridiculous. They still got away with the round. And Summer had such a good round as well. I think a 3K in all. Or maybe a 4K. Yeah, I think a 4. He got down below on B. The first player that came over scaffold. Player on scaffold. And then the 180. Yeah, so he got a 4K previous round, right? And then they end up losing it. That's just soul crushing.
Saw his foot. And he saw his gun. And he saw his head. And he's going to see the second player if he just turns around. Oh. Okay, well, maybe that's an AK for attacker. I'm actually going to hunt this down. I don't know if I fully agree with it necessarily, because it's not like they have the best of money.
Mm-hmm.
An attacker could do some like serious economical damage, but he can't hit the shot on the Kaze. Aim punch comes in. 4 players left alive for Vici at the end of that. And they will take the lead, more importantly.
Now, last time that they played on Vertigo, I mentioned it was 16-4, and I said earlier on to you, 3 T rounds is what Vici found. They started on the T side, they found 3 rounds, and, well, that was underwhelming. So far, they've hit that score. Now we see if Tyloo can flawlessly win out the half. Something I doubt, but I feel like I'll regret saying later on. So sarcastically. This is an early A push for sure. 3 players aggressively on the ramp. Dan King, even though he hasn't got the op, he wants to play above the smoke with the A1S. Not being offered any victims though as Vici group up towards the B-bomb site. Flash over, attacker turns from it, immediately back around. Good spray. 1 kill, a little bit of damage. That Molly's down very early from Summer, but he's just being careful. Although with that extra frag, I think he was getting a bit of a misread on how quickly they could be up. It's alright. Those kind of things can be hard to communicate. He does delay them either way eventually. I don't think his smoke landed. Seemed to be a gap.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, the flashbang Molotov being used to force him out of position yet again. She about to get in towards the site to get the bomb planted. Except Summer comes around the corner, the smoke is faded. Another one's going to be thrown back down. Sully tries to peek in, the incendiary. Does some pretty good damage, and actually, I don't even know how Summer gets around the corner and gets the spray down onto Jamyoung. No one was watching the single anymore. But it's Almond up close. On the other side of the smoke, are they going to expect him? He only has 34 health. I think they're going to be spot out. Summer notices him, and Advent now. And Hill will fall. And Tyler will go back to tying things up, and what you said, they only got 3 rounds T-side. Is this the only 3 rounds they're going to get, Mitch?
I love how early we're calling things in this tournament. It's like... It was, I don't know if I would say they're dead in the water just yet. Poor guy, attacker. Down she goes, all the way to the bottom. Let's see the plunk. Oh, that's hurt his ankles.
That was epic, though. I like it. His ankles, he fell on his face.
Yeah, but then his ankles flung around and hit him in the face.
I don't think he has much of a face left after falling that far. I definitely hit terminal velocity coming off that building.
Well, that's the thing about CS. You hit terminal velocity instantly. It's like a 0.1 second of acceleration and you're just good.
Like in real life.
Yeah, exactly. Jumping off a 2-foot wall or 500-story building, same thing. Don't try it.
Yeah, that little caveat just to protect yourself from any lawsuits.
With
Oh, I like the smoke.
WWE one. Problem about the smoke is it gives away that he's there, right? Now they know
No, it
100%.
doesn't. No. Could be mind games, couldn't it?
It could be, but I think they'll just
I
wait
would
and check
totally do that with mind games.
That's why you get me killed all the time.
We don't play together because we can't handle it. We wouldn't be friends if we did.
We had our time. Had to cut it short.
That was in Bucharest.
Oh, I hate this little part of scaffolding, a little bit of metal there. You spray through, you can hit someone for like 90 and 17 or something. It's ridiculous.
Just hit him in the head.
Oh, that is hitting them in the head.
4 on 3. Kaze falls through the smoke out of Summer. Jamyoung is probably going to die as well with somebody holding this angle, except Jamyoung actually predicts it. Not going to seem to matter, though, as he's going to fall into Advent in the 1-on-2, and attacker will clean that up. Tyloo take themselves another round. And, well, unfortunately for Vici, they're going to be on the save.
So I'm not sure if it's still the case there. I don't remember seeing it patched, but I could have just missed that. But I remember in one of the first iterations, I think it might have been the second iteration of Vertigo over there, when you go down... we were watching a game, I can't remember which team it was. I think it was an MDL game, like alternate attacks or something to that effect. And one of the players started spamming through the metal, and I think he hit the guy like 10 times, and he did maybe 20 damage. It was ridiculous. That was it was very irritating to watch, but
I almost want like some Rainbow Six-esque, where you can create like holes in certain spots.
oh god, don't say that. The community are not gonna like that. Breaching charges.
Drones.
Oh god. I said
flying over the wall to see them.
Why don't these guys have ultimates? That's what I want to know.
think some are trying to read the timing on that. Doesn't work out too well though. Slowly's in a really precarious position as they've been able to push in towards the site. They got the bomb there, and they got Advent with another kill. This is a round that Tyloo should have certainly had after winning the last two. Maybe it's not over just yet though. Attacker. I mean, Dan King's not even here to help out. I don't know if his attacker's looking to save or he wants to clutch us out himself, but he clearly doesn't have his teammate to help out. I would assume he's just going to run away to save the AK. Well, do you know how close he was to actually pulling off another kill there?
Looks like the bomb's gonna go boom. Dan King was hoping to get an exit. Doesn't look like he's been given that opportunity. Rushing forward afterwards, a long-range MP9 duel. Well, that's exactly how you expect it to go, isn't it? 4-4, tied up. Vici already doing better on the T side. You can see they've improved. I even say that non-sarcastically because, I mean, they come in, they lose the pistol, they answer back immediately. Excuse me, immediately on the full buys. Now they've started to really cripple that CT economy. And should be netting a 5th off the back of that.
I mean, I would hope they'd improve. If they came into Vertigo and it was 16-4 again, then we'd be asking ourselves, what the hell's going on? Like, why would you pick this map again against them? But it seems like they have definitely practiced a couple of things. Again, maybe last time was just a fluke, but it was over a month ago. Nice flashbang. Summer gets himself 2 kills. Gets them an AK, more importantly. Now there's a very realistic chance we can see Tyloo take this round.
Chances are definitely there. Not the one that Vici want to be losing, where he just complimented their Vertigo getting better. And then losing out to pistols would be one hell of a way to undo that. Kaze's already won his 1v3 earlier on. Has he got another one in the tank with Zoking on 5? I think he might even need the 1v4 at this point. Smoke over to the back of the site, but no one's there at the moment. And the player rotating. Somebody's able to quickly get through.
Wait,
The
what?
Molly completely took down Attacker. He obviously didn't hear the sound cue or didn't know he was inside of it. The bomb plant down. Zoking's just going to watch for a push, make sure they don't get past him. They're going to look to boost up above, and here we go. Great innovation by Tyloo up on top of the smoke. Kaze wasn't ready for it, and now Zoking on 5 HP. Surely this won't be the clutch. He's up against pistols, but he still has to hit that headshot, and it's not possible. Wide swing from somebody seals the round, and that is a very depressing situation.
Depressing, yeah, but the flashbang out of Attacker was so nice for Summer. Like, to get the USP kill, then to get the follow-up kill right after, to really, like, crack open this site. Even Attacker gets one. Really nice bounce back out of Tyloo. And you see Attacker there just pushing up. As well as this. Like, that was beautiful out of Summer. Really be able to depend on him and... Oh, okay, so he just didn't... Oh, it just spread. It just spread last second. I was gonna say, I thought he was back there on the site.
It does
But
happen,
either way,
unfortunately, where you think you've got time to run out of it, right? Maybe you stick there a second thinking they'll peek you right away. I mean, we saw it from Danking on Mirage. He stood inside a Molly, still managed to walk away with 2 frags. Whereas if he had just ran out as soon as the Molly hit him on tall box, he probably would have just been shot because they were ready for that.
let's see though. Another op picked up for Dan King. Wasn't too successful with it though in the round prior that we saw him. But this time he does have the presence towards ramp, which was denied quite heavily last time. There was a smoke down, there was flashes thrown in. This time he's being gifted this chance to just go for this full hold. Kaze, I think he has a flash in hand to throw over the little box here. Yeah, I'm gonna actually force him out of position. A little awareness here out of Vici for that retake. A very demanding spot for the T's. A little bit worried though for utility wise. I mean, they have 2 smokes, yes, but they have no flashbangs to push Dan King off anymore.
Now, Vici are just moving straight back. We saw it from them on Mirage as well. They love to throw in their fakes, but taking a little bit too long. There could still be players around mid, which is why they were slow walking for that entire time. But attackers come back to the site. No smoke down like we saw before, but Attacker's going to have to win these duels as they come around the corner. He misses the spray, only doing damage. And eventually finishing off Zoking. Advent and Alman also quite low. Summer, oh, he's going in for the fight all by himself. Somehow made it out of there. Somebody gets around the side and even catches a frag, but they're ready for the boost this time. You can't get away with that 2 rounds in a row, can you? As Vici go back to a 3v3. Bomb planted, time on their side. Somebody's made it to the site. Dan King looking for a long-range duel with the scope, and they're going to cause a distraction as Slowy comes up from behind. 1 kill.
The timing.
Couldn't get the second. Oh, nice shot. It was a great little transfer over to Jamyoung. I didn't think he'd be able to find that.
They were holding that angle for such a long time. And once that smoke comes in, once they start to push him towards sight, he rounds the corner at the perfect moment to get himself 2 quick kills. Especially, I mean, the second kill, I don't think he should have gotten onto Jamyoung, but he does pull it off in either way. They take the round. Again, the retake being successful. Vici's back on the save. And Tyloo again on the precipice of taking that first half lead. Another map. And even some okay money being built up for Tyloo. Somebody on 5k, Dan King on 3. I feel like Dan King, like, the op just hasn't really been too effective. You know, credit to Vici to prevent it from really doing too much. They've had really great use of the smokes, the flashes, as we saw in the last round alone, to push him away. And as you were saying earlier on, this was the map that we saw against, who was it yesterday? D13.
Yeah.
That Dan King really stepped up. But they've pretty much taken him out of the entire map so far. I mean, Summer's on 14 kills, somebody's on 10, and King's on 4, currently bottom fragging.
Yeah. When we talked about the game... Sorry.
I'm not saying it in a negative way. I just want to like point that out. I'm not like, oh, he's playing terrible. I mean, he hasn't needed to really step up just yet. But also credit to Vici to not allow him to be as impactful as we saw in the game versus D13.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're definitely doing a better job of saving him off. And we already talked about Opper's Dan King versus Kaze, and I do feel like Kaze is the more impressive one off the bat. Anyways, he's had a lot more duels, but I do want to reserve judgment until we see them against some of these other teams like Tyloo, like Tiger, like Invictus, because when you're playing against Lucid Dream, you're playing against Bren, I don't really expect you to have a rough time in contending those opping duels. And come up against Annihilation maybe, but...
Yeah, I think Annihilation has been the most solid and flashy opper I think we've seen this entire tournament.
No, definitely.
Well, they get aggressive towards A ramp. They get punished for it. Now somebody's got to go big. He's hoping that Summer can rotate in time. Oof. This little swing out of Advent, and now Summer. I mean, he should almost just save the M4. And maybe do some economical damage to the other side if they do push you. With attack around 1900, there's no point to throw away this gun that you're clearly going to need for next round.
Definitely looks like he will be saving it, unless he has no clip enabled. And I think we'd have more problems than just if he'd get the round win or not. I like the position he's in. Tucked away nice and safely. So for Vici... Oh wait, I've got a question. He's got a nade. They're saving over towards that corner. He heard them running there. I wonder if he can nade over somewhere. I don't think there's anything to... Yeah, he's trying for the wall bang. I think he was looking up there as well to see if there's something he could bounce that nade off of to get it to land roughly where they were. Maybe if a guy's low, that combined with the bomb explosion would get him a kill. Something I'll have to look into.
Droney McDroneface is back. I feel like Dinko's had more than enough time to come up with a proper name.
Yeah, like I don't want to put the pressure on or anything, but I expect better. And I love how they just ran through the hologram. That's actually gorgeous.
Well, that is how holograms work.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't sure if it was fully built for that, you know?
Just gonna let you think about what you just said.
No, I wasn't sure if the system that's used to put the drone in the game was like overlaid somehow, but it's
it's augmented reality.
Yeah, but I just...
So it's physically not in the game.
I know, but it interacted. The player went like half through, then full through.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Right, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
The interaction was very nice.
Okay.
It was a very small point.
I'm sorry.
You should be, Jason. How dare you?
Okay, well now I take it back. Attacker's got the SMG. Oh, utility being thrown in towards the B side. He's gonna try to play close to the smoke, and I can respect that. I mean, wait, what? No, what? You just run straight into him. They don't expect it. He gets the first kill, gets some decent damage onto Almond. I mean, that caught me off guard as much as it caught them off guard.
Oh man, they're just running right into these players one after another. Flashes come over way too late. Kaze wallbang through smoke. What was that? Danking luckily returned it though, getting vengeance for the crazy shot Kaze must have just hit. And well, I don't think Almond was getting out of there. 2 players shot him. He got a nade to the face. That was unlucky. I'd love to see that shot from Kaze's perspective. He also was blind when we swapped to him, but I'm presuming that came in afterwards. It's pretty nuts.
Vici Gaming. We got 3 players who can easily buy themselves. Joking could technically go Galil if he wants, and Jamyoung's gonna be left to the pistol. Oh, the timeout, I guess they want to talk some things over and figure out what they exactly want to do, so we'll see the AKs bought up. Well, I guess 1 AK. I'm waiting for the rest to be bought up.
I don't think it's a terrible idea. You know, leave a player on a deagle if you have to. But coming in with those AKs when you're 8 to 5, I mean, every round is going to help. We also haven't seen the CT side at all from Vici. They, as we said, they lost 11-4. 4 rounds in total played. We saw them win the force by round 2 and then lose afterwards. They lost the pistol as well. So we don't know what their CT side is going to be like. There's literally no data out there on it. And now we're guaranteed to at least see 6 rounds at them, which is nice.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I could have sworn when I was doing the Road to Rio, unless my memory, or was this even for Katowice? Maybe my memory's like, you know, failing me here, but isn't this a T-sided map?
Well, they've changed it a lot. I think recently with the B changes, I would edge it more towards CTs now, just because the mid hold is much easier now. It's harder for them to get in and split you on the B side. It gives you a little bit more cover to hold it from. But I think that the jury's definitely out on it. I haven't looked at the stats recently since this change to see how it's affected top level teams. But definitely was significantly T-sided for a long time.
I remember seeing like teams would never go B. It was just A. It was like a Cloud9 match I was watching.
Oh yeah.
It was just A hit, A hit, A hit, and then they swapped over and it was A hit, A hit, A hit.
Yeah, there's wall smokes, nades through, plant the bomb.
Yeah, like basically Mirage A side, just play after plant. Slowly. Oh yeah, them lined up. He does some decent damage. Somebody's trying to buy some time. The nade comes through. Incinerator buys some more time. Smoke on top of that. Attacker takes the men down, trying to go in towards the alley. Jamyoung will respawn, but it's just him alone now against 2. Picks up an op. 15 seconds left. Looks like he's just trying to save this, and it's not a bad play for him. Definitely be an impactful weapon. I think one of the first times we're going to see Kaze on the weapon. But it also does mean they give up a minimum of 9 rounds to the other side.
Mm-hmm. You'll remember when Vertigo first came out, just on the point about the consistent A hits, the bomb site used to be able to plant all the way up to the crane, like on the T side of the crane, almost the ramp side of it. It was way too big of a bomb site. You could smoke off the back of it, where CTs would be holding behind the smokes. Get yourself in.
Wait, what?
That molly came through the sandbags?
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, isn't it? Just gotta say, oh, I got CS:GO'd.
It's like in like F1 or NASCAR, like sometimes if you ever see like a guy get off his car after he crashed and like he's like, you know, flailing around because he actually could be on fire, like it's invisible fire.
Yeah,
that's basically what that was.
I think the changes that were made, pulling back the plant location, changing the wood walls to metal, making middle much easier to hold while still being quite B-sided on it. Like, you look at this as a 3-man B defense, essentially. If they actually try to do something B, there are 3 players there. And that was never possible so quickly before. If you wanted to fast rotate to B, where somebody is now, he'd have to jump through the window on his right, exposing himself to T ramp, and so you'd be screwed. But now they've clogged that up, so he can't do that. His rotate is now to the back of the bomb site to actually support his teammates. So it's a million times better and easier than it was before. In a way, if you lose mid control, it's much easier to split it, and that's exactly what's just happened to Tyloo. Somebody's forced to give it up. Now they can come in, clear the spawn out, actually look to harass the A players. Tyloo have no idea what's going on. This could very easily be a push through to the A or B bomb sites. That molly, ooh, Summer taken down to 11 health as well. He's in trouble. Kaze eliminates him. Dan King spotted still to be up close. Jam Young almost running out of bullets. Even has to go for the reload, but luckily he's just drawing the fire. And that's the round going their way. And there's the problem, right? They haven't made any presence lower B, haven't made any presence ramp, but they take mid control, and now you're stuck. You do not know what to do because you're worried about them coming behind you or in front from either bomb site with 0 intel.
Well, 9-6 though for Tyloo. Vici bettering themselves, I should say, from the last time they played by 2 rounds. I think this pistol round's gonna be pretty big though. If Tyloo start off pretty strong, get the 2, maybe 3 under their belt, comes down to what Vici can really throw into the works here with their guns. And this is gonna be a quick push towards B. Attacker leading the charge, joking, hoping for a little bit of help. Just retreat back in towards the site, stops the entire push out of Tyloo. Imagine not gonna be stopping it for long. They have the smoke, they have the flash, they have the incendiary or the Molotov to help clear out some positions. Joking though, has actually gone out ahead of them, but Summer luckily has the backing of his teammates. Needs to prevent him from doing much more damage than that, and that will be the site taken. The bomb should be going down here. Almond looking to peek in from the side. No angles being gifted over to him. And the bomb has been planted, but it's just going all the T way. This is pretty convincing. Oh my gosh, just leave him alone. He has a family.
As though there wasn't 1 second where a bullet wasn't flying towards him in the end. Unfortunate. Double digits now for Tyloo. This is where things get scary. When they win the pistol, like if Vici win pistol, they really need to do it without allowing a bomb plant, because if they do, then Tyloo can force buy up. But losing it, it's really worst case scenario. I don't like a scout buy on this map. This is one of the few maps where I'm just not a fan of it. He is going to play towards A. Well, you can play middle with it, I suppose, but A up on top of the boxes are playing a nice or passive hold. They're going for the ramp aggression on the back of it.
That is like the ugliest scout skin I've ever seen in my life, by the way.
I didn't even notice. What is it? Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
Just red.
Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan at all. For Vici, I don't know. I feel like 10-6 down, you don't make a buy here. I'll see what the scout can do anyways. We'll give it a little bit of fade. It is Kaze at the end of the day. 15 for 11. He's having a good game. Certainly having the freedom. Jeez, the Deagles, they're just... What is this? Alan and Jam Young didn't see what happened, but they're shredding them. Somebody on his last couple of bullets. That's enough.
Oh, but Jam Young's the... Dan King. You might just save the round for them there. That should have been a guaranteed kill into somebody. Kaze at least will have 1 player you can finish off in a quick hit, but Attacker, he's taking the A site, and by taking it, I mean he's giving over an AK to Almond. You can see they actually rotated away from B, expecting to hit over towards A. Now Kaze just connect onto 1 shot here. Almond's on low health. Smoke's gonna provide a decent amount of cover, luckily. But we'll expect somebody to do a pushed up in this position.
It's gonna be so difficult. I mean, if he knew how low somebody was, it'd be USPs all the way. Misses the scout no scope. And that would have been a 2v1 now, had he have had a pistol. But that's not really, that's not the reason that I dislike the scout for retakes on B. It's just in general, I feel like there's not as much... Like, if you look down towards the ramp, really, the risk you're taking peeking above those smokes, it's pretty high. There's probably going to be players
they're going to have
watching for
AKs.
it. And so, realistically, you want to have the op so that your risk is that you die and you lose the weapon, sure. But your reward is that you get a kill. Now, the risk is that you die, you lose the most valuable weapon you've invested into, and your reward is that you tag someone for 30 HP. That's not really a good payoff, in my opinion. Especially considering he could even save that money. He could just play with the USP around his teammates and potentially have an op much, much quicker.
I would imagine, though, like, Tyloo are still going to have a way to deal with the op, just like Vici did. Like, Dan King...
Oh, God. Vici are not on point with their smokes today.
We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it. I mean, wasn't it Dan King that did the other one?
Kaze.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, let's not talk about it. But on the point, I would imagine Tyloo could do something similar to Vici and prevent Kaze from having any effect on the op. Look at the stack though towards B. The A site completely open. With Tyloo working their way up slowly, they're gonna realize this. However, we see the rotations already out of Vici heading back towards A. Jamyoung, Kaze gonna be here for this. Again, they have Deagle, so I'm a little bit afraid. But at least the upside is they're not heading towards the site where the AK is gonna be. That's towards B.
Yeah, I mean, Vici will be happy enough if they can just save the AK over, right? I guess I'll go for it, though. The 1-for-1 trade starting it out. They'd be fools not to. Pushing in the molly, that is a dangerous, dangerous play. But Dan King leaves himself on 57 health. But he'll be all right.
It's like the definition of high risk, okay reward, or like low reward. And great, you get the kill, but they only had pistols anyways. Could have dropped them an AK. At least it was something you wouldn't expect to happen, right? So at least you had the advantage of, you know, the surprise. I lost to Glue. Joking's gonna pick that up. And they'll save these 2 weapons. Okay, so I guess a terrible round. They're still keeping it costly for Tyloo. But I want to see what Vici have on their first real gun round, you know? I want to see how they're going to defend here up against a team that's really been giving them a headache for, well, ever since, I guess, the creation.
Yeah,
Ooh.
long-standing rivals. Oh, here we go.
See that banner?
Quick zoom. No.
That was a sweet banner on the building. You didn't see it?
No, I didn't. I was on HLTV.
You know what? Let's show them that.
Oh my
there
god,
it is again.
this is sick. Okay.
What a beast.
I love it. Yeah, I wish.
Now,
I
if they
wish
can
we
just
had more.
replace that with like somewhere else, not replace it, put somewhere else our faces on a banner.
Please stop. We don't want
I'd be
that.
sold.
PGL.
I can't get any more.
Everybody listening, do not do it. Nobody do that. Put Dinko's face on the drone. On the drone. It's like on the
Jody
front of it.
Yeah.
Be great.
Dinko make drone face.
Oh man. Okay, well we've got 2-for-2 trades coming out to start this off. Summer spotted down below, taken out by Zoking. There's a double peek coming through. And unlucky for him, Zoking was first around the corner behind him. Danky going aggressive. I mean, this is really putting the round at risk. That smoke has perfectly protected him. If they pre-fire this, oh, Alman was looking at it. He mollied the back. Danking stuck up close, spraying through, finds one, and good damage to Alman, not able to follow up. Down he goes, but somebody takes the shot. A little bit too preoccupied trying to take out Danking, and it's one of those plays, right? He gets up there, pushes right up to the corner. If they pre-fire it, you're dead. If the smoke doesn't go down, you're dead. But luckily, everything lined up for him.
I mean, I wanted to see the gun runs out of Vici, but I didn't expect Tyloo to just rush straight in towards the site and not give him a chance to use the rifles they spent their hard work on. There was even an op there, if I'm not mistaken, at the end that somebody was just staring at. They decided to not pick it up, so I guess they just want to keep playing a little bit fast. They're up against the 3 FAMAS. You got the op for Kaze yet again. And Joking's going to have the M4. This is not looking good. I mean, Vici have bettered themselves the last time they met, but not by too many rounds. And if you look back, I mean, the pistol rounds have gone all the way of Tyloo, so you know, I guess you take 2 away from each of those, take 4 rounds off of them, and it's only really like 9-6. But we're not seeing, I guess, the Vici that we wanted to in this matchup.
No, not at all. And it does definitely come back to the point that we were making about this being a risky pick. Whether it's one they want to experiment with for their map pool, if it's one that they thought that they'd figured Tyloo out on and this would be the curveball that got them the win, or they're just crazy. I think those are the 3 options, really. Don't know which it is, but either way, Tyloo definitely looking like the much stronger team. My question, see, I think what's going to be a much more interesting game is, I think it's Vici's next game versus Invictus. That'll be really fun to watch. As I really don't know who I can pin between those two as the favorites. I think Invictus have a really good chance of taking them down.
Yeah, that'd be a really good game. That's going to be actually on July 1st. Next week on Wednesday. We don't know which day that is. Our initial match of the day. Right now, though, we're still not done with this match, and it's going to be the 3-on-2. Vici probably just going to save the weapons, though, since they have really no money to spend. Somebody might even go for the chase. He's on 3.5k. They can afford to throw at least one gun at it, but I don't think he's going to be able to get an angle, able to get a drop on the CTs. And, well, now Tyloo put themselves 2 away. Wait, those open in spawn?
The toilets?
The outhouses? I know in Cobble they did. I didn't know they opened here.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Down in
I'm going to load
T-spawn
up
as
CS
well.
after this. I'm going to just hang out in those.
Chilling. They still the little, you know, green thing to say it's unoccupied turns black if you're inside it. So, but I don't think anyone checks it ever because who even goes in there? It'd be crazy.
Really not me.
But yeah, evidently. Yeah, 14-6. It's not a great situation, really, is it? I've always been disappointed by Vertigo for one main reason. Some people didn't like it for T-sidedness, the verticality, all these different things. There's a little TV and T-spawn, and I think CT maybe as well, and it doesn't show you the actual people running around on the map. That's always disappointed me.
That'd be sick.
It would ruin competitive integrity. You know, how are they holding A? Hold on, let me go to spawn. There's one
Well,
guy
then
here.
you'd be a man down, right? So
I think that's a worthwhile trade for the info. I mean, that's essentially what an entry fragger does, right? He just gets the info and dies. Now your dude's just sitting in spawn. You can get back.
Oh my. That's a great shot of Advent. I mean, the flashbang didn't even catch Dan King. It's still going to be 4 apiece, though, and they still have Summer flanking around from middle. Advent, he's in a rough spot and slowly just going to overwhelm them. B-side's going to be taken down to the 4-on-2. I feel like we said Vici have only 2 players alive so many times in this map. And this is going to be 15, Mitch. And with what money does Vici have to spend? Okay, hold on.
Is it going to be 15?
Maybe I need to eat my words.
Yeah, I mean, 25 seconds. They've got time to go for this. They've got a kid as well on Zoking. Molly over. Opening duel as well for Kaze.
No way.
This is looking good. Vici could be in with a chance to actually win this round out. Attacker tries to pull it back, but he can't as Kaze takes him down. That is the round for Vici. And I'm a little confused, Jason, because I was told it was going to be 15. What's happening?
You're telling me right now that you didn't expect that to be a 15th round for Tyloo.
Doesn't matter.
2-on-4. They're holding spawn as if they're trying to get exit frags.
See, Jason, it doesn't matter if I think that or not, because I didn't
don't play
say
this
it.
off.
So
You're agreeing with. There's no way you're disagreeing with me enough.
no, I thought, you know what, Kaze, sick individual. He'll probably pull out a 4K or something.
You shut your mouth.
You
shut your mouth. How dare you?
This is like Mirage with Lucid Dreams all over again. It's just, no,
that should not have been around.
absolutely
for Tyloo.
not.
Or sorry,
No,
for
whoa,
Vici.
what? Now you're really going
no,
crazy.
help me! I'm trying to backtrack.
Yeah, no, this is 100%. That should have been Tyloo's round, and Vici just let it slip. Wait, did I say Vici? Tyloo let it slip. What am I talking about? We're both going crazy. I think understandably after what we just witnessed.
Now I know how Blef feels.
All the time.
Yeah.
He lives in this world.
Yeah, he was born into this world, and we're only visiting. Uh-oh. This flash. Joking's actually stood up, and Dan King, wow, that's a great shot out of him. The attacker gets one as well. Okay, so this should be Tyloo getting a 50.
Oh,
Okay.
God, look what
I'm
you've
just gonna
done.
shut up.
Yeah, Jason, you're going to have some very angry fans of Tyloo on you in a second.
I just wish I could make this power work for myself.
Just cursing
You know?
every single one of the rounds.
I will not win the lottery.
Oh, man, Kaze is definitely, he's terrible. He's not going to find a 3K here. What are you talking about? All right, now just watch. just, oh, okay.
It only works with me.
Exactly what I knew would happen.
Well, Tyloo, they at least make up for the last run, right? This will be the 15th. Advent, even if you're simple here, you're not going to be winning this. Exit frags, the best he could do. 1, maybe the 2nd. Slowly we'll finish him off. And well, now Vici, they've got Kaze on 6.5. Joking on 3.9. That should be it. I mean, and actually, I'm not saying it's over, but like they're not going to have the best of buys. We talked about utility on the CT side, especially if you play for retake towards A. I'm actually confused, by the way. So Flashbang comes in, and it was Kaze who flashed, and Joking, well, blinded, stands up. I guess he wasn't that blind, and he was expecting the T's to be blind, which is why he went for it, but unfortunate nonetheless.
What's very unfortunate is slowly being deaf now, because he's had an op. The barrel was literally next to his eardrum, so He's going to be getting calls now like, oh, he's on site on your left. He'll just be sat there going, why is everything ringing? Who's ringing a bell? What's up with that? Just out his left ear.
There's actually this I'll talk about it later. There's this VR game I want to talk about, and how they do comms in that game is really cool.
Which one?
Onward.
Oh, I haven't played it.
But I'll talk about it in a second.
Yeah.
Well, probably won't have time at this rate. Tyloo looking to barrel down on the A site.
They've left the bomb, though. I mean, this is the thing. Tyloo are leaving their options open. They're not actually dedicating, in a round like this anyways, completely towards the site. And for Vici, it makes it very hard to make any sort of a read because you're seeing utility usage across the map. If you do push up and try to get information, you're going to run into a player no matter where you are. Dan King's the first one to make any noise. That makes me believe it's going to be B. And generally, you're not going to try to fake it by firing an op off on A and then going there 10 seconds later. And you can see that they are going to rotate over the B site, looking to be attacked now by all 5 players. And for all intents and purposes, they've dragged a rotate because that mid player of Jam Young is on the A site. He's quite far away, can't make that early scaffold rotate. And so Advent needs to do the damage here, needs to slow them down at least. The molly is for himself. It'll help him in the fight, but he's got to win it. First one doesn't go his way.
Dan King gets that. Nauman comes in, he falls as well. The bomb's certainly gonna be going down here in a few seconds. Even Kaze being pressured in spawn. I think I'm even hearing GG's being called in chat. I heard a chat message go through. Jam Young trying to go over the top. Now I expect somebody to be there. It's how does somebody get those 2 kills? And now Kaze left alone. He talked about the 3K before. He needs a 4K here to keep Vici alive. He's not fully sure if they're coming in from behind or if they're both going to be towards the site, but he's going to give it a go here. Quick scopes comes in. What a shot on the slowly, and now it's Summer left alone. 1-on-1. Kaze won it last time. Can he do it this time? No kit in hand. He has to go for the full defuse. You see the peek around the corner. Summer just trying to play this one safely, and now the time has gone. Kaze can't hit the quick scope this time. Even the knife looking to come through, and that's going to do it. A fantastic attempt here. Fantastic effort out of Kaze. But Tyloo still will win 16-7.
An absolutely great game by Tyloo there. And as we said, Vici's pick of Vertigo was a little bit odd. We didn't expect it to really go their way just off the stats at the start. And we all agreed that it was not looking great, but we hoped that they'd done the research, they'd figured things out. And whether they have or not, I'm not 100% sure. They looked a little bit better than last time, but man, Tyloo just stomped.
Yeah, I mean, you take away the round that they shouldn't have won, and that would have been like a 16-6. But then again, I mean, Tyloo did win the pistol rounds in the entire map. I mean, even on T side, they won the first 5 rounds that they had. And that just kind of shows, you know, Vici maybe need to work on their pistol game just a little bit, get those free rounds under their belt. But either way, we do have Blandinko to help walk us through the madness that was this best of 3, the craziness. Bled's still wearing the Tyloo jersey, so clearly he changed his vote on who he thought was going to win. But Dinko, I mean, what was your thoughts on that last map on Vertigo?
Well, coming into it, we knew Tyloo were probably going to be favourites again coming into that one. Vici, well, they pick it for a reason. I didn't really see too much of it in the second half. We did have a relatively closer first half. So I was kind of getting excited, hoping, okay, you've got enough rounds to maybe make this competitive. But then Tyloo just turns it up here, right? We've seen Dan King really start to look good again on Vertigo. He looked good yesterday as well. So Tyloo, I think they can add Vertigo to their collection here at this moment in time. Their map pool is starting to look really good. Vici, well, Kaze's just sick, right? He's just unbelievable. That last round, I was nearly screaming, and I thought he was going to do it again. But unfortunately, it's just not enough to get them over the line here. Vici's mental block against Tyloo continues.
The mental block, it's like it's getting worse. This is the sixth series. Not best of 1 series in a row that Vici have lost to Tyloo. And I just want to narrate how it all went down, right? Initially, it was Vici beating Tyloo, and suddenly, 2-1. This is the ESL1, the road to Rio, the previous RMR. Tyloo beat Vici 2-1. Then they faced off again in the DreamHack Masters. 2-1, win for Tyloo. Then they faced off in the finals of DreamHack Masters Spring. 3-2 for Tyloo. Then if you look at the Pro League matches they had, it was 2-0 for Tyloo. But again, Vici at least get to double digits. And today we're like, maybe the curse is going to get broken, but no, Vici don't even get to double digits. It's going from bad to worse, to a point where you just need to give any team a Tyloo jersey, and Vici's probably going to lose against them because they're mentally so broken at the moment.
Well, I mean, let's take our foot off the gas here. I mean, isn't there an aspect to this of it's in group stage right now? There's no need to necessarily beat Tyloo to qualify through to the top 8.
No, I don't think so.
All right, well,
No,
there goes my
let's
train
not bring
of
it back. Vici need to break this mental thing they have, and I think this is the best opportunity for them to have done it. Right? There's no pressure. Number one, they're definitely going to be going on through. They're the second best team in the region, in the entirety of Asia right now. This is where you take Tyloo down a notch and be like, hey, you know what? We can roll with you. We can take you down. But losing like this, and then later on, maybe when you face off in the finals or in the playoff stage, when the pressure is going to be on, are you going to be able to perform? This is just I'm flabbergasted, Jason.
Well, let's take a look at the scoreboard then. Summer and Dan King. I mean, again, Dan King wasn't getting necessarily these flashy plays. We saw him against D13, and he top fragged when it came to Vertigo. He's, again, been quiet in the series up until this map, but something about Vertigo and him seemed to meld extremely well. But honestly, I could look down the scoreboard here for Tyloo, and everyone had their moments across that Vertigo map. Dingo.
Yeah, I definitely. I think that's the thing with Tyloo is like when everybody shows up, it's they're a team that are just unbeatable really in this region. And the thing is, yesterday we actually got to see Slowly actually take the 2 MVPs for them across the 2 maps that they won, and that's definitely not something that people would expect usually, right? Because Slowly's not one of the players you expect to be near the top, but it shows the depth on this team, and when they can all show up again, they can even compete against some international rosters in Europe and North America. So this team definitely have some world-class players. It's just about finding consistency and being able to keep this level up. And we already seen, when they're playing against better opponents, they seem to play better. So hopefully they can keep this up against Vici. Now they got a bit of a rivalry. I think that the Chinese rivalry is not Vici versus Tyloo. I think now it's going to be Invictus versus Tyloo because we've already seen Invictus be able to take down Tyloo, so this should be fun.
I do want to point out while we still have this up really quickly, is Jam Young on 9 kills.
Yeah, he was quite on Mirage
very
as well.
uncharacteristic.
I think he had 4 kills going into the second half of Mirage as well, so he's had a really quiet series, not really being able to show up against Tyloo, and that's a big issue. You need one of your star players to really show up against the big teams in the big matches. You can't have them just fragging against the weaker teams because they don't really matter essentially. When you're playing against the weaker teams in the group stages, it's when you get to the big playoff matches where you're going to be playing against the best teams to get spots that matter. That's what makes a great team, and if you have one of your star players unable to do that, well, that's a big issue moving forward for Vici.
I feel that's the weakness of Vici, right? Like we speak about Danking and how such an instrumental player he is for Tyloo. Has he really shown up? Yeah, he had a decent game right now at Vertigo. Look at the past 3 games we've seen from Tyloo so far. A win, a loss, a win over here today. Very dominant over Vici. Danking wasn't a star player. We had Summer step up, we had Attacker step up, we had everyone step up. That's not the case with Vici. Their win condition for Vici is jamming and Kaze playing at their peak ability, and then having either Zoking or Almond have a good game. That's not going to happen all the time. I don't blame Jamming for having a rough game. Everyone's going to have an off game. Simple, Zaiwu, they have off games as well, right? So for Vici, I feel like they're still a very solid team, but someone needs to be replaced. At some point in time, you need to take out either, you can't take out Jamming or Kaze, but take out either Zoking or an Almond and pick up anyone else. Pick up Flying. Pick up Flying. There we go. Immediately. Just pick up Flying right there. That team can probably take down Tyloo. That would be good with Advent playing because Advent is not a franking in-game leader. He's the Hunden of Asia. But then we need a Hunden. We need a Hunden in Asia because there's no one else. There's no Glaive. There's no in-game leader out there in Asia. So I'll take a Hunden, man. I'll take him.
I feel so bad for Hunden. He's just forever a meme now in the Counter-Strike world. Let's take a look, though, at the MVP of that map, and it's got to go to this man here. It's got to be Summer, and why wouldn't it be? Again, like, not only was he fragging like crazy, but he had so many crucial plays, 5 multi-kill rounds as well, but the ADR to me is what really stands out. I mean, yeah, it was 16-7, so you could assume there's going to be skewed results like this, but I feel like over the series, he kind of had a pretty consistent performance.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that as well, right? Coming in even to the previous map, he just had so many rounds where we were saying he was on fire because it wasn't necessarily that he was miles ahead in kills. I think at any point he was always within 2 of his closest teammate, if not even. That's when he was top fragging. But the thing is, the impact of these rounds, it's been situations where he's solo holding B, but he manages to take down 2 or 3 players before falling. On the T side, pushing in, he trades out the entry fragger, finds himself a 2K, opens up the site. And when you're doing things like that on such a consistent basis, that's really what you want to see, is when you cement yourself as a solid player. Talking about solid players, though, Kaze, man. Because it wasn't like hopping, right? You're not holding a corner. Oh, he got these early peaks. Most of his kills were in the late round, where when he was in a 2v3, a 1v3, and he just was insane. The shot he hit in the last round. I've never clenched as hard in my life. I don't know how he did that. It was incredible.
Best player in Asia right now. I mean, since Vendet's not there anymore.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't want to
nuts.
know what you were clenching, Mitch.
Everything.
It's fine, Jason. Open your eyes. Don't think about it. Don't do it.
Every one of
Scared.
Mitch's
Can I look?
muscles.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not many. But still, I mean, we obviously rounded off our first week here. I'm a little bit sad, though, to see Vici lose the game just in general because they were the only team undefeated. But I guess it kind of shows how close, a lot of these teams really are in skill level. And I mean, you can see the results as well coming in from that match. 16-7, 16-7. I feel bad for Vici, but nonetheless, it's not like we're not going to see them again. We obviously have 2 more weeks of group play. They're more than likely to get through the playoffs, just like Tyloo. I think for me, I'm more focused about the teams who have had the very rough week this week.
Yeah.
And with their 2 days off, if they can look now into the following week and turn some things around and go.
The next thing here for Vici is they're going to be playing against Invictus. So we get to see them play against Tyloo, and then we get to see them challenge Invictus. So a lot of the Chinese rivalries coming through. This one's going to be like the make or break for Vici in terms of their status in the Chinese scene. So they have a big recovery to do next time up. I think that one should be a fun game. But yeah, a lot of these teams coming into next week, there's a lot of decision making and shifting in the table we've got, because a lot of question marks coming into teams we expected to be towards the bottom. I think Lucid Dream have overperformed and overexceeded our expectations, so I think that's going to be fun to see who is actually going to be those 2 bottom teams, well, 1 bottom team alongside Masai. I honestly think the only one that's locked in there is Masai. I think they're the weakest looking roster, but they might bounce back next week, who knows.
I mean, if I said that, they probably would, because I have the commentator's curse. Yeah, I have the, I mean, that's more of a curse than a power. Let's take a look, though, at the results from today. If you only chimed in for this last game, you missed out on 2 more matches we had earlier on. And you know what, boys and gentlemen? We had 2 days of 2 O's. D13
it is refreshing.
taking on Masai.
You know what that means, though, right, Jason?
That next week we're going to have 3 mappers that go into overtime every game.
Days. Every game, every day, all the maps, all around. I was surprised. I won't lie. Like, if you look at the final game, Tyloo Vici, that was a hard one to call. D13 Masai, I think that was easy, right? We knew the D13 were the better team, and the wins were very clean indeed. Divine Vendetta Lucid, that could have been a long affair. I still wonder, like, I still want to see what happened on Inferno in a parallel universe. Like, what really went down if Divine Vendetta actually took Nuke? I would have wanted to see how that played out, to be honest.
Not seen Inferno for one of the days. That's something we haven't seen in a while. So we usually get to see Inferno at least 1 played in the best of 3s, and we just didn't get to see it at all today. So getting a good change up in maps, yeah.
I'm a big proponent of hating Inferno, and everyone always says it's the best way to end off a series for me.
What's wrong with you, Jason?
It's such a okay. Well, maybe not in this region, but CIS. You give me Europe. It's so
CIS
slow.
Can make aim maps look slow, all right? Like, let's not get CIS, but I like Inferno, man. Stop hating Inferno. Hate Vertigo if you want it. It's fine.
I like Vertigo. I like new
Vertigo's
maps.
good. Vertigo's good.
A-bomb site, come on, guys.
Anything but Dust 2. Just anything but
So
Dust 2.
you don't agree with Sponge's
That's 'cause
tweet that
Mitch
it's the
can't
best
aim.
map in the game?
Woo! I'm hurt.
I mean, Sponge has been working like day in and day out for how many months? So, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of craziness going on in his head. Let's take a look at the overall standings now as we have finished off the first week. We've had, 5 days of games? That's 15
Back-to-back.
matches. And yeah, we see Tyloo. Well, they were at the bottom of the table at one point in the week, currently in first place at 2-1. Beyond in second, Vici in third, Tiger in fourth. I mean, a lot of teams on the 2-1 train. But we have Divine Vendetta, we have Lucid Dream, Brand Esports, Masai, all fighting to stay out of the bottom 2 here, Mitch.
Yeah, this is the thing. Right? Top 4, I think we're probably looking Tyloo, Vici, Tiger. And then, there's a little bit of contention when it comes down to Invictus. We're going to see Beyond, maybe a D13 even sneak in there. But at the very bottom, those 4 teams that are currently at the bottom, I think those are the ones that are really fighting for it at this point. I expected Lucid Dream, if they beat D13, to come 5th to 6th, but not anymore.
And even at the bottom of the table, Masai, -6 in maps, have not won a single map so far. And the thing is, it's not like they're bad players. I mean, you have legends on the team, but something is just not working within the roster. But again, like I said before, they got 2 days off. They technically still have a chance to come back and get into the top 8, but they still have some of the most difficult opponents ahead. That's like the one problem that I'm looking towards them coming into these next weeks. So let's take a look at the schedule actually coming up for next week. We obviously do 5 days on, 2 days off, 5 days on, etc. until we're into the playoffs. And you can see we're kicking things off with Lucid Dream up against Beyond as our first match. That's gonna, I don't know. I still think if we see Lucid Dream the way they were playing today, maybe there's a chance they could take that.
I like that. I really, really want to see this matchup again. So here's the interesting thing. When Lucid had the 2 Korean players playing, even though Beyond were the best team in Southeast Asia and still are, Lucid used to keep beating them. It used to be the same case with Vici and Tyloo. Kind of, it doesn't make sense, right? But with this new Lucid Dream lineup, they have struggled a little bit. But PTC, he has experience smashing beyond time and time and time again. So I am excited to see this matchup, especially with Lucid starting to finally look pretty good together. And also we have another pretty couple of good games here. Masai, Bren, Battle of Survival, Jason, and then of course that final game. That's tasty.
Vici, Invictus Gaming. I mean, the battle of number 2 and number 3 in China. Invictus already beat Tyloo. If they beat Vici, are we going to be at a point where we're ready to say they're number 2 team in China?
Little too early, but yeah, I mean, it shows though. I don't know.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
they certainly make it. That's the first step in the right direction, right? I mean, you beat Tyloo, if you beat Vici, well, of course, you're looking like one of the better teams for sure. And if it continues, of course, you have to get a few more matches under your belt before you can really be considered, but it's definitely the first step.
I want to hear some final thoughts, Mitch. You know, give me a quick little thoughts from Mitchisms from this week. That's a really risky word.
Mitchism.
Yeah, that's we're going down a weird avenue if you're looking for my thoughts. But no, this week I think has played out as expected at times. Invictus have been the surprising one, the one that's going to come from left wing and caught us off guard with the win versus Tyloo. I'm excited to see if they can make it into that top 4, get easy seeds when it comes through to the playoffs, and hopefully continue to stick it to them. I think the Vici game is going to be what defines that. If they manage to take that, I think they're guaranteed top 4 as long as they don't whiff the games versus lower teams. Other than that, I think the majority of the games have played out kind of as expected, with the exception of Tiger coming in a little bit more quiet than maybe we would have hoped for. But even as Bly was saying when we started it out, this was that they still needed to prove consistency. You can't just win one RMR event and all of a sudden be the best team in Asia. That's not how it works.
Yeah, more of a meow than a roar than we were expecting out of them. But we're obviously going to be ending off the show today since we have no more matches left to cast. So again, a big shout out to obviously you 3 for being here, joining me, and putting up with with my casting and my hosting. Obviously, a big shout out to PGL as well for the production. They've been doing a phenomenal job. And last but not least, obviously a big shout out to Bled. It's his birthday. He turned 68 years young today, and that is a fantastic picture. You can see the enthusiasm he has on his face.
He's basically an immortal at this point.
Yeah.
Shall we sing to him?
No,
no,
we're not doing this.
damn it.
No.
I thought about it. Man,
I'm trying to fit my head. I'm just trying to fit my head into this thing. Wait, hold on. I got a massive head, but it's cap's big.
I think, Mitch, if I thought about it and said no in my head, that should be me already understanding that's a bad idea to do. But yeah,
I love
thanks
how
again, everyone.
long this is right now.
I'm trying to end it, but thanks again everyone for tuning in. Thanks again for everyone for watching. We'll see you guys on Wednesday, the 1st of July at 7 a.m. CEST yet again for some more action of the Perfect World Asia League Summer 2020 Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. See you guys soon and have a great weekend.
applause, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We